That's right. The pinnacle, the peak of comfort is the Maxnomic SMITE chair, which is available at needforseat.com. Now I'm gonna switch cameras here in a second on you, production, because why hear it from me? Why not hear it from somebody who sits back and plays in it all day long? Is it not the best chair around, Neil Ma?
It's so nice.
And you can trust that
good.
smile. Very good. Oh, we are 6 seconds in, and I already can't keep it together. The Iron Gang rides on the desk. That's right. Needforseat.com, home of the SMITE Maxnomic chair. It actually is very comfortable. I love playing in that chair. And so does Neil Ma when he is playing in his Pro League games. Needless to say, Neil Ma joins me on the desk here for our second set of the day. Neil, thanks for sitting down with me.
Thanks for reminding me I'm not playing today.
Is that what you got out of all that?
Yeah.
All right, so here's the downside. You're not playing today.
True.
The upside is we get to hang out.
That is also awesome.
So what's better in your eyes, playing today or hanging out with me on the desk?
Totally. Competition actually scares me a lot. I don't like competing, but I do like my friends. And I would go as far to say that we are friends, yeah.
That is, you're stretching out a little bit there, but I'd agree with you, Neil Ma. The two friends hanging out on the desk together for our second set of the day between the Solar Scarabs and the Camelot Kings. Our first set, I think, surprisingly quick. The Jade Dragons firing out of the gates on all cylinders right now. 3-0 to start off this weekend up against the Olympus Bolts, who just didn't have much of an answer in our first set. That means the Titans await the Jade Dragons in a very exciting set tomorrow afternoon. And the Atlantis Leviathans will be awaiting the winner of the Camelot Kings versus the Solar Scarabs. And then, of course, remember, if you go to the grand finals of the Phase 3 playoffs, you get an automatic berth to the SMITE World Championships. You get to avoid playing in those placement rounds a little bit later on. Neil Ma, let's talk a little bit about the first team here in this matchup, the Solar Scarabs. Seems like you guys, the only Warriors, were the only ones throughout the regular Phase 3. We're excluding group stages. Throughout the regular Phase 3 to have this team's number. You 2-0'd them when they were going to 3 games against effectively everyone. Then you go to 5 games during the group stages. What about this Scarabs team, in your mind, has made them so much more competitive against the rest of the league?
Just feels to me like they have direction now. With the addition of Scream, it looks like they've really found the way they want to play. And on top of that, too, I think players like Stu and Bronick have really just started to come into their own as well. So I think everything's just kind of meshing with this team. They're firing on all cylinders, and I think they've found out the meta really well. So definitely a strong team, and can't count them out.
That's right. They're going to have to fire on all cylinders today going up against the Camelot Kings. But don't take our word for it. No, wait. Literally take our word for it. Here's the caster thoughts on the Solar Scarabs. The Solar Scarabs have been one of the more difficult teams to lock down here in this league because they have taken effectively every team to the absolute limit.
The Solar Scarabs are maybe the most fun team to watch in the league. It's almost like a shuffled deck of cards. It's infinite possibilities when the Solar Scarabs line up. Are they going to try and blow you out of the game in the early? Sure. Is it going to succeed? Sometimes. Are they going to play these late game slated drafts? Sure. Is it going to succeed? Sometimes. Who knows? It feels like the Solar Scarabs have been fighting tooth and nail just to establish an identity.
They definitely don't come into this without any flaws. They have a lot that you can pick apart and a lot that I think some of the top teams are going to be able to capitalize on. But they are a lot more formidable than they were in the Phase 1 playoffs.
I just want them to find a strategy that they like and continually iterate and improve on it. I think that's something that could really benefit this team in the long run. But that said, I said they were the most entertaining team to watch for a reason. They have not won consistently, but I think this might be one of the most prideful teams in the league.
I think this team wants it so badly. I don't know if there's a hungrier team in the SPL, truthfully. This team desperately, they don't want it, they need it. They need to win. But I don't know if that makes it harder for them, that they're investing too much in that moment and letting it cloud their judgment or get to their heads or something like that. I don't really know.
The Solar Scarabs' biggest problem is their stubbornness. When it comes down to a strategy that they're losing against, instead of the Scarabs trying to just remove the strategy, they continuously try and beat their heads against the wall against that strat until they find something that hopefully works or completely crumbles.
You know, the Scarabs at the group stages, they showed me that they've got one comp that can really work and couldn't really get beyond that. They can make that 2 or 3 comps come playoff time. I'm interested, but I'm not buying Solar Scarab stock quite yet.
the caster thoughts on the Solar Scarabs, but don't take our word for it is what I said before. You have to take our word for it. Neil, I want to get your take on the Solar Scarabs team. Aggro said at some point in that video, there's no team hungrier in the league right now than the Solar Scarabs. As a player in the league, do you agree with that statement?
That's a farce. Not true. I haven't had a crumb of dub all year. I need a dub. I'm so hungry. You guys have no idea how hungry I am. You're telling me Stu's hungrier than me?
For a dub?
For a dub?
Yeah, no chance, right?
No shot.
Stu's playing.
No
right?
shot.
No chance. Well, Stu, the man hungry for a dub himself, standing by with J-Mac for the pregame interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Stuart. Stuart, you're coming here into the playoffs. You're one of the more scrappy teams in nature. How do you think that kind of affects the play style coming into this playoffs?
Like it depends. I guess it depends on who you play. Like for example, like with the Kings, they're not like a scrappier team. They like to play like late game towards. So it's kind of like easier, like if you like play into that pretty well.
Yeah, you're going up against Genetics and Netroid. You faced off against them before, but now you're actually facing off against Genetics on ping. How do you think that having him here in the studio kind of changes up that dynamic of the duo lane?
No diff.
No diff,
No
nothing at all. It's
nah.
just another day out there
Just
for
another
you guys.
day.
Well, speaking about you specifically, it's your first playoff here with the team. In this kind of a setting, what are some of your initial emotions or thoughts kind of running through for your first real big event with the team?
Nothing really. It's like just another game, to be honest.
It's kind of
nothing special.
kind of another day out here in the studio. Well, Stu, thanks so much for standing by. I'm going to let you get back with your team. That way you guys can strategize and get ready for the game. We'll throw it back over to Des to get us started.
Yeah, it's a good way to be. You go into a big playoff event like this, one of the first with your team. If the mind is stable and ready to go, then that's a good place for the Solar Scarabs team to be. Neil, it feels like you guys in your past and your success, back-to-back world champ, you've had plenty of challenges keeping emotions in check in these longer sets. Do you think that's going to be important for the Solar Scarabs here, keeping emotions in check when it comes to a 5-game set?
Well, emotions can be good and bad depending on what
Sure.
position you're on, right? If you're up 2-0, your emotions are running high, you have good energy, your whole team is really just vibing, and everyone's confident. Confidence is huge in sets like this. But on the other hand, if you're down 2-0, it's easy to get downtrodden and get down on each other and just lose faith, right? So emotions definitely can have a positives and negatives, but it just kind of depends on what players you have in your
Sure.
team too. If you have some veterans on your team, they can help you, weather that storm. If people are feeling down, maybe Scream can lift them up. So
Yep.
we'll definitely have to see. I think both teams have really good mental games, and they have lots of veterans on their team. So I think they'll be fine in the long run, but tough to say. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe
you
some
said
tilt comes in there.
So it's not good to just bury emotions, and it's okay to let them out every once in a while?
I don't know if I'm qualified to, talk on that.
We're not going to have a nice
We might have a nice cry in the green room, you and
We
I,
might.
but
We can go out later
Yeah.
and figure that out a little bit later on. Before we hear the caster thoughts on the Camelot Kings, Neil, I do want to get your take on something that J-Mac just levied to Stuart, where the Kings have found what feels like consistent success over the last couple of weeks into Phase 3, into the groups, now here into the Phase 3 playoffs. BMT and Genetics have been a couple of their standout players, but they've been on ping. They haven't been here. Both of those players now live in studio with the rest of the team. Do you feel like this Kings team gets an immediate upgrade?
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, just playing on ping in general, it hurts your confidence a lot, which is a huge thing as a player. Someone like Big Man and Genetics, they've been doing amazing even from Europe. So putting them on equal footing with everyone, they're definitely going to be players to watch out for today, yeah.
Yeah, equal footing in as far as ping goes. It feels like they've been soaring away as far as skill level goes here. A couple of the casters have the Camelot Kings winning the entire tournament here in the Phase 3 playoffs. And you'll hear more about that in our Caster Thoughts video.
I'm really excited to see what the Camelot Kings are going to do at Phase 3 playoffs because we're finally going to get a chance to see them all here and playing without any EU ping worries, seeing Genetics and Big Man Tings join up. And I almost wonder, can Big Man Tings in particular really get that much better playing on NA? Because if he gets noticeably better playing how he was versus how he'll play whenever he's here, he's going to be the best mid in the world.
This guy can carry games like you wouldn't believe. And the fact that his God Pool flexes to some of the more unorthodox strategies that have popped up as of recent, I think it's going to make them a really strong contender in the Phase 3 playoffs and then even further beyond that.
And the flexibility for BMT stands up there with the likes of Paul, with some of the other mid laners in this league. BMT's ability to play the different styles and picks.
When they are playing their style, when they are performing at 100%, I don't think there's a single team in the league right now that has as good macro play as the Camelot Kings. They're farming the map better than just about anybody else. They're completely adept at taking one kill and transitioning first blood essentially into a 2, 3, 4,000 gold lead because they're just on top of the mid-camp timers. They're just controlling the greater Scorpions. They go towards these neutral objectives. And they realize, maybe even more than some of these other teams in the league, that 2,000 gold at the 5-minute mark is incredibly valuable. And they're able to leverage that lead very confidently. And it's netted them a lot of wins.
They are happy to chill out. They'll kick it with you for 15, 20 minutes, but all the while, they're building up a gold lead, building up a presence around the map where you feel like there's just this one impending team fight that could just go wrong for the other team, and the Camelot Kings will win off of it.
They still have this aura about them that they're gonna just lose some games because of some wonky decisions. They also just beat themselves sometimes, and that needs to change.
I think they've been doing really well, but they do still need a little more work. I think they're working towards being a top team at Worlds, but I don't know if they're going to be able to take this playoffs.
Guys are things that need some wind-up time. I think J-Mac was one of the guys who predicted them winning, them being the Camelot Kings. Needless to say, the Kings go into this matchup a little bit favored. And Neil, you get a bit of a land boost, you imagine, the whole team here together.
They're all on land. They're going to go crazy. Oh, my God.
You nailed that.
Thank you.
That was everything I dreamed of and more.
Are you sure? I could have gone more. I still can. We have a long set today.
We do have a long set. We have some time.
Yeah.
We will get there. That's right, though. The Camelot Kings, for the first time this year as a team, all live in studio together. And so you imagine they get a little bit of a boost. As an opponent of the Camelot Kings, Neil, zoom me out a little bit here. What do you think makes this Kings team so good? Why have they found so much success here later on into the year?
They play really well as a team. Their grouping is really strong. You see Harry rotating really early over to Gold Furies. And when the Soul Laner rotates first, like Harry does quite often, it makes those gold fights really hard, and a lot of teams can snowball off that. They just have really good map play. Like I said, they group up well together. Twig is always a nuisance. Twig and Genetics are always kind of this tandem that run around together and make your life really difficult. So expect this team to group up a lot and put a lot of pressure on the Scarabs today.
Well, Neil, why don't we get into picks and bans for Game 1? This is what we really have you here for, the hard-hitting analysis, not just your good looks. We want you here for all of your analytics as far as the draft strategy goes. Now,
I've got nothing going on up here. You're on your
so
own.
it's just the good looks. Got it. Oh, this is fantastic. I get to just call all of the picks and bans. Jokes aside, 8.11, big changes. Feels like the mid lane maybe the heaviest impacted as far as straight up build path goes. I know Soul Lane, Warriors feel a little bit better. Final K said so himself in that post-game interview. Support role in general. Obviously, you're home there in support. How's that feeling in 8.11? Do you think the meta as far as God selection-wise has changed all that much?
It feels like the meta's changed a little bit. It's hard to say exactly. We haven't been practicing this last week, so I think a lot of things have changed. A lot of different teams are switching things up. We saw a little bit of Jing Chen. We saw him leading up to these playoffs, but not very picked up until now. So it'll be tough to say, but I think a lot of the same picks will be strong. Tara obviously can't be selected today, and she was a heavy priority pick, so maybe that leaves a little bit more leeway for other teams, because when you have a pick like that has to be taken first, it doesn't leave a whole lot of room for much else to be played in the role, so we'll have to see.
Yeah. You know what? That might be like an indirect nerf to the Kings, because Genetics is so good on that pick that, Tara not being available might change some things up here. That said, Genetics has been playing pretty consistently well.
And now he's here on land. His God pool might change a lot too. We'll have to see with
That's
the low
right.
ping.
Oh my God, they're
it's
live
crazy.
on land. It's crazy.
We're coming back to it again.
It's a game of threes.
Yeah.
Neil, we've done it twice. At some point down the road, we're gonna have to get back to it one more time. Camelot Kings will round out their first 3 bans with a Kali ban.
Interesting.
I want your take on this, because it feels like the Solar Scarabs, especially it was into like Cthulhu Morrigan comps, they really liked the triple chin size. Kali in general, surprised at all that the Camelot Kings put some ban priority towards that pick against Scream, or not really?
Against Scream, not really. If it was another team, I'd be surprised, but looking at these bans, this looks really similar to what my team was doing in the best of 5 in the group stages against this team. We had a lot of troubles with the Hades, just a lot of pressure on Soul Lane, and then Scream was just getting to late game every game on the Collie, and he was making it look like an incredible pick, so not surprised.
Oler on Hell, though.
Oh, come on, guys. Have some self-respect. Have some self-respect.
Hell was banned like all first set, so we didn't have to worry about it there.
It's going to be a long day. Oh,
Might be a long day. Yeah, but that's good. We get to hang out.
That's going to be fantastic. I know I said, oh no, but I was thinking the opposite, you know?
Right. No, I get it. I was going to oust you there. During our video, you threw some compliments my way that you thought were just...
Well, I don't know if I did that.
No, maybe it didn't happen. No, you're right. I'm wrong. Overrun ends up being picked up here. Overrun has felt interesting, I would say, in that the Sanctified Field clearly is a good ult, but counter-pickable.
Yes.
With the Solar Scarabs, RDO, Camazot's, Geb, how do you feel about those 3 picks going into the Overrun specifically?
Well, looking into the Kings draft, the Olerin already fares really well into the RDO and the Geb, the front line. Camazot's is a great matchup to Olerin because you can go into the air for CC immunity. You don't have to be worried at all about the Sanctified Fields. But already, I mean, with the Kepri and the Hell to back up the Olerin, and you only have one Camazot so far, it doesn't look like your dive potential is that good. And when you have Sustain on a team with Olerin and Hell both, if you take these poke engagements, you're just going to lose every single time, right? They have so much sustain. They're really hard to dive, and RDO Geb, like I said, do not do a good job of all-inning these characters.
And here's the good news. If you finally get someone very close to death on the Camelot Kings, they have a Scarab's Blessing right on the other end to make life just a little bit more difficult. Camelot Kings, they want to corner the market on annoying healer picks. They'll take Hell and then ban Aphrodite. They won't give the Solar Scarabs that opportunity to pick there out of the mid lane. Solar Scarabs will take the Erlang Shen off the table. And so both teams, they pick up their support pick in that first wave, and then a bit of a different look there where both of the carries for the Camelot Kings locked in, and then what we're assuming is solo and jungle for the Solar Scarabs to follow up on that. So there's still a lot of viability, I think, Neil, when you look at like Baronic and what he likes to play, and Stewart there as well. I mean, Hell and Aphrodite, Morrigan, or the 3 mid laners that are gone, still feels like there's some good value picks that can synergize with that Book of the Dead.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested to see what people are going to be playing this week given that Book of the Dead. We saw Ven earlier today play Raw, and that pick has not been played in a long time. It kind of looks to me like it just checks some of the boxes some of these teams like. It can buy Book of the Dead pretty easily, and it has Sustain. So it seems like Raw would be some sort of pick teams would look for. And I think the Solar Scarabs might want to look up some character for sustain for themselves, because like I said, it's just tough right now if you're going into 2 healers with no sustain.
Do you think, Camazotz has self-sustain, RDO, a little bit of healing in her kit. I think the Aphrodite then, to your point, Neil, a good ban by the Camelot Kings, because if you're looking for just sort of direct sustain, Aphrodite draws that fantastically. So somewhere else, you'll have to grab that if you're the Solar Scarabs. Won't be the Soul either. And then Gilgamesh, Erlang Shen both end up getting banned out here. Would maybe be surprising if it were against anyone else, but it feels like Captain Twig has been pretty successful this year on those kind of warrior-style jungles. And so maybe no surprise here that we see both Erlang Shen and Gilgamesh banned away. But then Nike out of the solo lane still continues that reign of terror, shielding the name of the game here nowadays, and Nike's got a good one.
Yeah, Nike's going to be a bit on her own, it looks like, in the late game team fights. With Olerin and Hell not having very good follow-up, it looks like the Kings just want to sit back in the back line. And what better character than Nike to sit up front, tank damage, really safe pick. So I like the Nike pick a lot, but I mean, right now in this Kings draft, you kind of have to be worried about how are you going to fight in the mid game before that Nike comes over. I think that the Gilgamesh and the Erlang bans are really good. These facilitating gods on Twig, someone who can go in first, make use of that Kepri ult. So I think that the Kings are probably going to be looking for someone on Twig to be able to make an impact early to try and carry this draft to late game.
Neil, do you think, and this is more specific itemization-wise, do you feel like Sunder starts to become a little bit more necessary with, the Bulwark has been where it's at for a little while. Nike's still pretty popular. Now with Book of the Dead coming back into the meta, we've already seen some massive shielding numbers. Do you feel like Sunder suddenly starts to be a little bit more necessary in some of these comps?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sunder gets really good value, but it's not always easy to fit in. When you have a Hell and an Olerin, you want to be buying an Ankh. So in support, if you want to blink, you only have one extra option. Do you get Sunder or do you get Ankh? I like this Wash pick a lot, though.
You join the desk and we just go to chaos.
Of course.
Well, look, Aggro got his Zeus earlier on. I don't know between J-Mac and Miff, if either of them have any stock in the Opwash race. J-Mac is giving me the old thumbs up right now, so he's a big proponent.
Yeah.
Are you a big proponent,
I
Neil
kind
Ma,
of
of
like
the
it.
Opwash?
I think it works well into these heroes they have. It's going to be good mid-pressure as well into the Hell, I think. And on top of that, too, I mean, it's just a character that synergizes really well with Book of the Dead. He's pretty immobile, so one of Opwash's big drawbacks has always been the fact that he's just easy to kill. And with this Book of the Dead, that stops a lot of this dive potential. And also looking at their draft with the Kepri, you have one less person who's going to be hitting you in these fights, right? It'll be Nike Hunbats. That Book of the Dead really gives you a lot of survivability against only 2 people diving you.
Now, Opwash, you mentioned it, plenty of anti-heal in that kit, and you're going to be able to limit Oleron, Hell, and some of the other avenues of healing for the Camelot Kings. You wondered if the Solar Scarabs would look to draft more healing later on in their composition. Almost feels like they went the opposite way, where they're going to try to limit the healing that the Kings have. Do you think that's an avenue that might work just as well? We don't get as much healing, but we're going to take away some from them.
Yeah, I like this style a lot, what they've done here. With the Artio and the Geb, it's going to be really hard to dive that backline with Kepri, Oleron, and Hell. So they're just thinking to themselves, we're not even going to bother trying to dive this backline. Oleron and Hell don't do much to support their front line. Let's just hit who's in front of us. And then when they try and heal, we can maybe follow up with an Opwash ult or something to all in them. But we do not want to be starting off these fights by running into your backline.
Right.
So I like this Opwash tech. It's going to be really good at hitting these frontliners, like we said, and I think it'll be pretty good at surviving with this Book of the Dead into Nike Hunbats. Although late game, I mean, anything can happen. You see a lot of these characters, Soul Laners, Hunbats as well. People can get one shot, so. But the Geb, on the other hand, really offsets that. So Book of the Dead with the Geb on your side, it's not going to be easy to kill his Opwash.
That's right. You're going to have plenty of shielding, plenty of survivability for the Opwash, who has fallen to the immobility curse plenty of times. Hunbats, I think, throws a wrench in the mix, not in a bad way, but it's just a bit of a different look from where the Solar Scarabs thought that Captain Twig might be going here. That adds some just hard engage, it feels like, here for this Camelot Kings team. Do you feel like going into that Hunbats pick, that is something the Kings were missing, was a direct source of engage, and do you think that the Hunbats fills that?
Yeah, well, it's like I was saying earlier, the Gilgamesh and the Erlang bans are really good because they need somebody to be initiating the mid game before Nike gets here. And Hunbats has that go button, right? He can blink, use Fear No Evil, get these fights started, get the picks going, but my only concern is late game. I mean, you don't have a whole lot of CC on your team if you're trying to dive into them. When the Hunbats, if he ults a carry, what other CC is there really that they need to beat? So he might be looking to ult frontline this game, though, just trying to kill frontline, given that they have a Hell and an Oleron. Diving too deep isn't going to suit this comp, so I think the Hunbats is really good at killing frontline as well. I think it'll be a really good addition to this draft, and I think it just lets them play their draft a few different ways now. Without that Hunbats Fear No Evil ult, I think it would be really hard to lock down this frontline.
Curious, though, Neil. Which team comp do you think is more annoying? Because, look, we got a Hell on one side, you got an Opwash on the other side, plenty of healing, feels like to go around here. Which team would you hate to be going up against going into game one?
I mean, both these teams just look so annoying to play to. I don't want to be against either of these team comps, to be honest. They both look awful.
You think both teams have given themselves a good chance going into game one?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both drafts have a clear idea of what they want to do. They both have ways they can play the late game.
Yep.
And I think it'll just really depend on who gets the early lead and who
gets
can
an early
snowball.
start. That's right. Solar Scarabs versus Camelot Kings. Game number 1. Let's kick it off.
Thank you so much. What a game that we get kick it off here in a new meta, a new patch, and a whole bunch of new picks popping out here just today alone. It's J-Mac and Mifflin bringing you guys game 1 of the Scarabs and the Kings. And Mifflin, there's a lot of things to go over here, but I think I want to talk on one that we hit in the caster points, and the caster thoughts video that we had, which was the Scarabs are coming in with kind of 1, maybe 2 little game plans here. This, to me, screams they've got a little, maybe an extra trick up their sleeve.
Yeah, this is not exactly what we were talking about during the caster's thoughts. It wasn't the triple kin-size colleague composition, and instead, it seems to me that the Solar Scarabs have made a great adaptation to this new 8.11 meta. Baronic on the Opwash, going to be a huge talking point going forward, has plenty of targets he can apply his stun onto. Again, the third ability from Opwash, that little toss-out of the corpse. If you hit anyone that is getting targeted by heals, well, they take a little bit of additional burst damage on the tail end as well as a stun. So Big Man Tings and Netroid both going to have to be a little bit more choosy.
Variety taking a lot of damage. The Bear Claw is good. SOT needs a little more damage, but will not find it. Variety lives on another day. But kind of going back to this Opwash discussion more than anything else, I think you're right to highlight that's probably going to be the biggest one, at least throughout game number 1. You guys talked about on the waiting room about how him and Zeus kind of rising up here, and there's a lot of that really just kind of, with Zeus, we know with his buff it helped out. But is this Book of the Dead kind of one of the reasons we're maybe seeing this Opwash pop back up?
I think so, man. Just having like essentially 70% of your HP as a health shield every single time you get dove feels pretty good, especially on these gods like Zeus and Opwash both. I like to call this the Mazwal supremacy meta, in that when Mazwal was dominating the mid lane in competitive, it was, all right, they're diving me, I'm going to drop my massive AoE ultimate, and they can just kill me. I don't care, because they're going to take a lot of damage in the attempt. And well, Opwash and Zeus both do those things incredibly well. They've got great scaling. Opwash very strong into these healers. I think it's just a great pick here.
And Captain Twig kind of going over towards this Hun Bats. Well, maybe you have to hold that thought. Variety pops out the barrier. The Vampire Bats go through in the Screech. Variety's just holding on for as long as he can to try and get away. But First Blood inevitable here for the Scarabs. If they can find the last bit of damage, it will be SOT picking it up and putting the Scarabs up on the board.
Variety just standing a little bit too far forward. Maybe Stewart was as well, but a nice EI Jutsu escapes that situation. Now SOT on a very mobile Guardian has a lead. He might be able to rotate out very early on and try and shut down this hell.
So far in the duo lane, it's the pressure going to Genetics and Netroid, as to be expected of a Khepri up against the Geb. Geb's been highlighted time and time again as not having a whole lot of that early lane pressure. He's going to leave Stewart alone in the lane for just a little while. While Baronic back in the Alpwash is trying to get anything, and Captain Twigger talked about it a moment ago. He'll leap in, find inbound. A root will catch him, and then a grab right after. Genetics finds inbound, and now inbound has nowhere left to go, and the Kings can turn around and put one of their own.
Just gotta wonder what inbound was doing in the jungle right there. Was he trying to rotate towards mid, allow Stewart to find some of that solo farm? I'm not quite sure. Not often you see a Geb trying to get active on the map at level 3, and the Camelot Kings, fortunately, just had Captain Twig nearby. A great abduct from Genetics stops the rollout in its tracks, and Geb in the early game with no rollout is just dead.
Well, Hell kind of going towards this, book build that we've been seeing out of the mid laners here. How does that kind of favor Hell towards it? You'd expect maybe, do you just want the outright raw damage? You want more of that cooldown kind of in the build when you're going on this mid laner?
Cooldown always going to be very nice when you're playing a sustained god, but I think more so Book of Thoth plus all these mana stacking items not only get you that benefit of a larger health shield from Book of the Dead, but also more mana means you can just kind of spam your abilities, and Hell one that certainly wants to do exactly that around these elongated team fights, around neutral objectives, Pyromancers, Gold Furies as well. I think Hell very much so benefits from this new age of build. Generally, what's the answer to Hell? It's either you ignore her and pray that you've got enough anti-heal to kill the targets around her, or you dive her incredibly hard. More often, it's the latter. Well, it's pretty hard to dive mages right now.
It doesn't really seem like it's going to be a fun game for either team to have to deal with it. You have to fight into an Opwash if you're going up against the Scarabs here, which that ultimate incredibly annoying with dealing with. Then on the opposite side is the Scarabs. They got to fight into all this sustain that Netroid and Big Man teams put out there. But they want to get aggressive on the map early on for the Kings. They got one over in duo lane. Maybe looking towards one here in mid lane. Baronic in danger, but Scream finds another kill on Variety on the opposite side of the board. And Baronic drops the ultimate and prays that that's enough.
Whoa!
From Genetics will find the last tick of damage. And now Inbound wants to try and save this red buff, but I'm not sure a lone Geb can stop 3.
Slow rotation from the Solar Scarabs to try and put up a defense on the red buff. Baronic cannot be there alone. Simple as that. Cannot do it in a 1 versus 4. I think the Solar Scarabs were probably actively kind of communicating what was going on. Scream says, look guys, I know red buff's coming up, but I'm on the solo side of the map. I'm going to full commit and make sure Variety pays for it, but it just feels like there was a desync in the communications. The Scarabs try their best to defend red.
We do get a look at see what happened on that right side. Variety's still not level 5 at this point, and that's an easy little solo kill for Scream. Didn't even need any assistance to pick that one up. Puts the Scarabs on the board for their second kill. Not just that, we saw the red buff invade, though, by the Kings, the kill, and immediately following after a purple buff invade. One of the things that's been highlighted pretty much to death here about the Kings has been their macro play, their map presence. As far as every game is concerned, it seems that even though they're losing some of these fights, they're losing Variety, they're still able to keep some relevance on the map.
Yeah, just making sure they're continually invading this left-hand side, exploiting the fact that Geb just does not have a very good early game. It's almost a tale of 2 games right now between the Solar Scarabs and the Camelot Kings. Solo and jungle slightly favoring the Scarabs, about a 1 or 2 level lead for SOT and Scream, whereas the duo to mid lane for the Camelot Kings have been benefiting pretty well. It's a 1 level lead for Genetics. Big Man Tings as well has just been allowed to free farm, kind of got to rectify that on the side of the Solar Scarabs. Hell still is a late game win condition despite having to line up against this Opwash, and going towards Book of Thoth early on means You don't really have all that survivability just yet. It just is a beads as a defensive tool for big man Tings. You got to think that Scream's going to want to get involved there soon.
Well, they might force Scream to get involved here. Genetics rotates over, hits the roof, but Stewart and Veronica made a rotation over. Genetics has to dash away, and I'll have to wait to get some of that healing back. Does end up eating a stun on the tail end, but not going to be too worried as early game off-wash damage isn't very high, especially if it's only the stun damage out of that fleeting bread. Typically, not the ability you're going to be maxing out first.
No, but we saw already that big man Tings has got plenty of damage. Another red buff invade attempt is not successful this time around. Veronica, though, loses out a lot.
You're no evil. Out of Captain Twig, a leap in, a Stone Shield to help him out. A Cataclysm right after, and Scream puts him down, but the revive out of Genetics will get him out of danger. The Camelot Kings unsuccessful in stealing the red buff. But at least they get out with their lives, unless Variety can dive in and take one into the tower, a leap over the wall. The camp not enough to kill him, and Scream will make sure to put him down and make him pay for that rotation.
Hey, that's a good trade for Variety there. Just trades out his own life. He was already 0-2, so putting down Baronic to the exact same KD means that it's probably a pretty worthwhile trade. That said, Variety making that rotation only going to continue to hurt him. He's sitting at level 7 in the grayscale, whereas SOT is farming the enemy jungle at level 9.
Captain Twig, he will be able to at least get the larger Harpy of his camp, but SOT is not done with just one camp. He's going to grab everything that he can because, hey, my solo laner's not here. I get free rotation on this right side of the map. Well, back over on towards the left side, Stewart and Inbound, at least maintaining even despite the death that Inbound had earlier on. He's able to keep that same level lead there with Genetics.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs are sitting pretty right now. It's essentially a 2-level lead for both Scream and SOT. As you highlighted, Inbound and Stewart have kind of closed up that gap a little bit as well, which is why we see the Camelot Kings doing exactly this, trying to utilize pressure while they've still got it, while they've still got a slight advantage. A 1-level lead for Netroid nets them a Greater Scorpion and creates a POI on the map. Now the Solar Scarabs, and specifically Scream, might have to shift their attention a little bit more so over towards the left-hand side, or the Camelot Kings just get to walk away with a Gold Fury.
I think one thing I kind of want to bring up here is, we're seeing the Ola run come back. He kind of fell away for a little while. Now making his return here. We've seen a lot of change-ups and kind of starter items and first items immediately after that one. I think this Gilded Arrow Ring of Hecate kind of fits here for Ola run.
Gilded Arrow is just nuts. It also got a buff, by the way. You just deal more basic
true.
attack damage. It's just great scaling. With this auto attack style build for Ola run, it's got good upgrade options as well. If you're not someone that can really utilize Death Toll to its fullest extent, I think Gilded Arrow is just the way to go.
Well, in the mid lane, it's a slight half-level lead here for Big Man Tings on the Hell. Has his tier 2 of his next book ready to go, where Baronic is going for the more defensive option, heading towards that Breastplate of Valor, another item that's risen up in popularity because of that Book of the Dead to try and give it even more of an obnoxious shield. While Inbound wants to try and make something happen on this right side once again, maybe caught out here, pulled back by Genetics, and a rotation in from Captain Twigs, but Scream is on the way, and he'll make sure to zone Big Man Tings away.
Scream not able to connect his damage. SOT trying his best to create some space, but I'm not sure the Solar Scarabs can stick around too long in this engagement, especially considering not much to fight over here.
Veronica drug a minion with him in towards the jungle. He'll throw some damage out to Genetics and leave him away, but it's Scream and SOT fighting Variety. Some big heals out of Big Man Tings will get Variety back up a little bit in health, but now they've left the Hunters by themselves over here in this duo lane. And Stewart is already not having the best time, has to sit under that tier 1 tower.
The Solar Scarabs trying their best to create space on the right-hand side, maybe just looking for a TKO to open up the door to peek their head in towards this Pyromancer that's going to be spawning up very shortly. But the Camelot King sustain is nothing to be scoffed at. We saw it there. Variety dropped down to, 5% HP and then immediately resustained just about 60% thanks to the efforts of Big Man Tings on his own. And that should be a red flag to all the fans at home of the level of sustain that the Camelot Kings bring, because it's not just Big Man Tings doing it. It's also Netroid on this Oleron who's got a heal available to his squad. The Solar Scarabs, I want to see him push this lead very soon. Maybe somebody needs to bail out Stewart. Not often that an Oleron's allowed to sit on your tier 1 tower line.
I mean, both these teams have what seems to be good anti-dive. I mean, you have a Khepri and a Nike as kind of your front line to hold people back, and even your back line to hold them off. You have a Geb and an Ardio on the opposite side here for the Scarabs. I think the question to you here, Miff, is which of these teams has to make the initial push to get these starts fighted?
Man, it's hard to say, right? Both teams have very good engage, but maybe one has a more consistent one. The Solar Scarabs can utilize Stewart's ultimate to find multi-man slows or Cataclysm to set up these fights, but you also look at the Solar Scarabs as a team composition that has great counter engage. Geb, one of the best to do it for counter engage, as is Opwash, essentially creating a no-play zone when he empties the crypts. So I don't think the onus is on one team more so the other to start the fights. But if we're talking about phases of the game, you got to completely favor the Solar Scarabs right now. You want them getting involved early on before the scaling of the Camelot Kings becomes an issue.
Looking just at the Book of Thoth stacks here, seems about 20 stacks behind for Baronic compared to Big Man Tings. The Book of the Dead is now online. So that big shield is only going to get worse once that Book of Thoth does fully evolve up here one away, but it's the Pyromancer by the Solar Scarabs already down to half health. Only Captain Twig is here to try and stop this. It's a Fear No Evil, Elite by
Wow!
And Captain Twig, all by himself, will steal away the Pyromancer, and he'll walk right out.
Real casual-like, and not only is that a small win for the Camelot Kings around the Pyro, but could even get larger around this gold.
Captain Twig sacrificing himself just to deny any chance of SOT getting in, but the Camelot Kings get the Fury down to about a quarter before they're forced to back away from an inbound. Spins the Cataclysm, and the crypts have been emptied onto the Cold Fury. It's the Solar Scarabs coming up with their objective this time, and now inbound might be in danger.
SOT going to be the first one to fall. Credit to Netroid this time around, but that should spell the end of this engagement, and what a fiesta we just got to view. It starts over at the Pyromancer, gets traded out, Captain Twig with a miracle steal, and the Camelot Kings try and double dip a little bit on the map, trying to pick up that Gold Fury for themselves, are forced to reset as Netroid takes a little bit too much damage, and the Solar Scarabs, their team that'll punish you for it, pull it out and pick it up.
Taking a little trip around the map there, one objective to the other. Now mid lane tier 1 tower goes down. Netroid and Genetics maybe not fully willing to commit to taking out this tier 1 in the left side, but putting it at critical condition means that they can just walk up and really take it at any point that they wish to. But here, 12 minutes in, gold lead just about 500 or so in favor of the Camelot Kings, and the kills being nearly dead even here means we could be in for a bit of a long game here, Miff.
And a long game would favor the Camelot Kings. I think the Solar Scarabs really do still have an opportunity where they've got the slight edge despite being down in experience and gold just by nature of draft, but this is not how you utilize it.
Inbound, getting chunked out by the 2 damage dealer. Scream goes in just to look at Big Man Tings, and a leap away from Captain Twig. Doesn't want any part of the fight just yet. In this 2v3, it's not a more favorable situation. Netroid, he'll tank up a couple tower shots to try and get things going here on the left, or maybe just to bait Stewart forward, because Genetics is rotating over, and even Captain Twig on that top end, but it seems there's a nice little call out there by the Solar Scarabs to let their hunter know to back away.
Just astounding, the positioning that Netroid has been afforded this game. He has spent the last 4 minutes on Stewart's tower line, and now inside of it and taking it. Tier 1 will fall down, and nobody from the Solar Scarabs makes that rotation over. It was a tale of 2 games for a moment there where Scream and SOT were massively ahead, and not much has changed in the lanes themselves. It's not as if Variety has picked up a ton of kills. It's not as if Captain Twig has gotten any kills either. But despite all of that, what was a 2 to 3 level lead has been immediately cut. Now only 1 for both SOT and Scream.
SOT, he'll head on back, work on his Kasari as he's leveling that up. Baronic on this outwash, falling behind, getting his second book online. Gotta imagine that's Book of the Day. Going a little bit of a flip order here as Big Man Tings now gets his Breastplate of Valor going up, so he's got a little bit of physical defense to his name. Try and go up against this staunch of Captain Twig. Inbound gets pulled back, but he'll have the rollout and the shield to get himself out, and with backup from Screamer Baronic, no further fight from the Kings.
Yeah, Inbound has Sunder in that first relic slot, so he has to be very choosy with his positioning, doesn't have the ability to engage these fights very easily. So the next 2 levels are going to be very critical for the Solar Scarabs for support. The second inbound ticks over to 12. I'm expecting a Blink pickup, or maybe even potentially an Onk, so he can just walk into these team fights and try and throw his weight around. But as of now, this Geb, not a threat.
We heard a little bit of the thoughts about Neil when it comes to Sunder kind of rising up with all these new shields that are popping out, especially Book of the Dead. How valuable do you think this Sunder is going to be for inbound going up against some of these shielded targets? You know, the obvious one is Variety, but now that you throw Big Man Tings in the mix, how much value is he going to get out of this item?
I'm thinking a lot. Essentially, you get to ignore at least one of these guys' either build or cooldown. Variety has to dedicate the ultimate. Big Man Tings, the passive on Book of the Dead. It's more so an opportunistic pickup. The Solar Scarabs say, all right, look, we're not going to let these kills walk away just because they've got more HP bars than us. Instead, Sunder's going to have to keep these guys honest.
Inbound, rotating over, but he just misses Captain Twig and Genetics. Luckily for him, though, he's got a ward that spots him out, so Stewart can get back to safety on his own time here. On the opposite side of the board here, level 12 for Genetics now. He's got both of his relics. He's got the sprint and he's got the shell. And looking for a fight is the Camelot Kings. Maybe get to put those 2 relics to use right away. It is a purple buff fight, but that one goes towards the Scarabs as far as the buff is concerned.
It does, and the Camelot Kings not going to stick around for too much longer afterward, immediately disengage themselves. We're very close to the next neutral objective team fight. Pyromancer are going to be respawning very shortly. Remember that one's going to come up slightly before the Gold Fury, but I would argue that these timers are nearly synced just by nature of how they fell down. If the Solar Scarabs can group up and establish defensive positioning as they already have, could make it a little bit harder for the Camelot Kings to work their way forward.
Raider Scorpion does get picked up here by the Solar Scarabs, and now the Kings making a rotation towards this right side of the map. Pyromancer about to respawn, and in goes Captain Twig.
Great
We're gonna
ult.
fear no evil, but a Cataclysm out of inbound may be just enough to save his life. Some damage in from Netroid up against inbound. Inbound is low, and Variety wants to be the one to put him in the dirt. He'll get the first kill of the fight, and now it's a 4v5. Empty the crypts have been dropped, but Stewart riding in on the cavalry will put a lot of damage right back out. The Sanctified Fields holds out the Kings for just a little while longer.
Sanctified Fields used defensively as Variety takes a good deal of damage here. Opwash does not have the output to finish off that kill, and if you're not finishing your kills, that means the Camelot Kings can back up, resustain, and work their way back forward.
Pyromancer up yet again. Genetics goes in to try and at least maybe get one, if not the steal on it. Scarabs do get the Pyromancer, and Scream has got to use the ultimate to get himself
Fire?
out. But Fire Giant is up. Only a couple of ultimates up across the board, but that's just Genetics, and SOT, well, he's dead and he's a stand switcher anyway, so it's really only Genetics as far as the ults are concerned. Variety leaps in to find Baronic, and already down to half health is the Mage. Aegis expended, Captain Twig goes in, and the Stone Shield expended out of the support is not enough to save the life of the mid laner.
And the Camelot Kings can yet again back up, resustain, and maintain threat on this objective. Fire Giant pulled, and the Solar Scarabs have to stick around.
Fire Giant started up, Scream inbound, and Stewart here to try and stop this one. But again, it's Variety diving in aggressively, and the barrier is bullying Stewart. He's going to have to use everything he's got to try and get out of this fight. Into the mist, while his frontliners try and soak up as much damage as they can to help him out. SOT now has to dash away, but he gets pulled through, has to use the beads instantly to try and break out. A Stone Shield from inbound holds him in, but once again, Variety diving on top of their heads to hold everybody out, and inbound goes down.
SOT still in the middle of everybody, falls down. Captain Twig double, and now it's just up to Stewart and Scream to make their way out of this engagement. And yet again, the Camelot Kings win a team fight, are allowed to back up, resustain, pull the Fire Giant, and force the Scarabs to step up.
This time they've got Fear No Evil out of Captain Twig if Scream tries to go in for a steal, but he's down to half health himself,
Good
maybe
Lord.
even worse, as he's being pushed back by the barrier from Variety, and Genetics as the frontline goalkeeper. The Camelot Kings are able to secure this Fire Giant.
That fight initially starts off very well. It's before the third resustain of the Camelot Kings. If you can remember all the way back to when this fight originated around the Pyromancer, it was a phenomenal Cataclysm from inbound to immune the majority of Fear No Evil, essentially stopping the aggression of the Camelot Kings. But the Kings are weaving in and out of these engagements so well, and the Solar Scarabs aren't able to finish off these kills. They aren't able to finish off these picks, and in that scenario, the Camelot Kings draft is only going to keep getting better and better. We need to see more from this Opwash. We need to see more follow-up from SOT, or we need to see Stewart get out alive.
Stewart, I'm not sure he's going to get that option. Fear No Evil just in case. But it's Genetics who grabs him with the root while he's still riding on top of the horse. The Fire Giant taken earlier, a Gold Fury, and now a Tier 2 tower. The Camelot Kings can extend their gold lead upwards close to that 5,000 gold mark. They all go back and start spinning up some of that luxurious gold in their pockets, about 2,000 apiece. You can see a Soul Reaver there picked up by Big Man Tings to complete the triad of books.
Yeah, we've got the library build fully available to Big Man Tings at this point. Now the Camelot Kings have free reign of the map. This is a very early Fire Giant. You still have 2.5 minutes to play around with that power play. Inbound finally just now ticks over to level 12 and 13. Still does not have that secondary relic available. I don't think the Solar Scarabs are in a position where they can defend around these Tier 2 towers, and instead kind of just have to wait. Maybe if they're lucky, the Camelot Kings clear out the Tier 2s, don't head back to base to spend the gold, and instead stick around at these Phoenixes. That's the best case scenario for the Solar Scarabs, but the Camelot Kings have a slow play composition, and I don't imagine they stray from it.
Yeah, I mean, as we get closer towards these more Phoenix-style sieges, what are some of the better options that the Solar Scarabs have to try and defend up against the Camelot Kings?
You gotta hope that they're finding kills pretty quickly, because if the Camelot Kings are allowed to resustain, we've seen exactly how that one goes, but Empty the Crypts is a great space control tool, as is Cataclysm. If anyone falls low, Scream's got the chase, but the Scarabs aren't here for the defense.
Just giving this one up, or maybe not. Inbound goes in with the Cataclysm, finds one, and some damage dropped out of Netroid. Put a little bit of damage right back at inbound, but now that the Scarabs have finally regrouped themselves to defend up against this Phoenix, the Kings not willing to step too far in just yet.
Cataclysm's a major tool lost out early on, and if taking a peek at the Camelot Kings HP bars, it's not the sustain that keeps them topped off. They just legitimately have not taken damage, every single one of them, sitting at 100% HP, and every single ultimate and relic still available. The Solar Scarabs, they've got a steep hill to climb 1 entire minute on this Fire Giant buff.
Quarter health on the Phoenix, but it's a blink in by Variety to get some damage in the backline, but he'll go back to help out and peel SOT off of his team. Fear No Evil expended with the Sanctified Field and an Empty the Crypts. A lot of ultimates thrown out, but not a lot of blood to be shed. Phoenix still under fire by the Camelot Kings. Netroid will turn his sights towards it and take down the bird. But Captain Twig diving so deep in, Baronic at least able to pick up one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Big Man Tings applies the heal to Captain Twig, which procs the secondary effect of Baronic's third ability. That explosion damage finishes off the Hun bots, and the Camelot Kings, they walk out successful. They take out that right side Phoenix, but I'm sure they would have loved to have just stuck around a little bit longer, maybe even put pressure onto the mid. Solar Scarabs, it was not the cleanest defense, but effective nonetheless. We'll see if they can keep this momentum and show up to this next Fire Giant. It's about a minute and a half away.
You can see that the Scarabs are trying to answer back to some of that sustain, not just through the Opwash, but in a couple of the items. A Brawler's Beatstick at a Scream. That's going to be a lot of single target. So Inbound has gone over here and picked up a Cursed Ankh, which shows that maybe get a little bit more impact out of there. And, if I'm not mistaken, you can also get a little bit more impact against some of those shields.
Yeah, you can. It strips away some of those HP shields, as does Sunder, so he's going to be very strong. But repositioning, not his strong suit, and he's caught out.
Inbound, left on by Variety, the barrier to push him away, but he's going to get caught out of the rollout once again. And Inbound has nowhere to go, nowhere left to turn, except towards the grave. Netroid's the one who picks him up and puts a 4th kill on the board for this carry. Feels like the whole early part of the game was just Netroid sitting at a Tier 1 tower line, but now he's been able to sneak 4 kills to his name.
Yeah, I had no clue that Oleron had the capacity to be this level of a lane and game bully. 4-0-4 for the Camelot Kings ADC. And you know what? I think that Ankh makes a lot of sense, right? You got a lot of health shields on the other side, a lot of sustain. You want to be able to apply that, as well as deal additional damage to those targets that are being healed. But so far, we have not seen any really game-changing cataclysms. We haven't really seen him finding multi-man targets of his own volition, inbound that is. And instead of going towards Blink, something that would have allowed him to start getting proactive on the map, instead it's Ankh. You're not really in a position to utilize Ankh to its fullest extent. You're losing a lot of these fights for the Solar Scarabs at max distance. It's Netroid poking damage, it's Big Man Tings and Variety doing the exact same thing. Doesn't matter if you can anti-heal them if they're never near you.
Looks like Scarabs are just willing, or maybe just they have to give up this Fire Giant. The Camelot Kings started up and they take it down in sooner than I can even finish the sentence talking about it. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, they'd left Stewart to his own device to start split pushing some of these towers, start mitigating some of that gold disparity here, and at least force the hands of the Camelot Kings to rotate over and try and stop him. But it doesn't seem that that's going to be enough to stop, because the Kings ran right down mid.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get into that Phoenix before anybody from the Solar Scarabs is able to get back to base. That Phoenix is a moot point, a foregone conclusion. The Camelot Kings strip this one away, but the Solar Scarabs have at least exposed a win condition. If they're able to win out cleanly in one of these team fights, doesn't matter that there's still 3 towers standing for the Camelot Kings. At this phase of the game, the Solar Scarabs could just go for an end if they win a team fight. Big if, big ask.
Big rotation out of the mid here for the Camelot Kings. They head towards the Gold Fury to drop one more objective, add a little bit more gold to their pockets, go back, and start finishing up some new items. Do you see a double Mantle of Discord coming out of Variety and Captain Twig? We've been seeing a lot of dive towards them, a lot of damage thrown their way. This item seems to be one of those ones where when we want to dive, we also maybe kind of need something to help us get out.
Man, the Camelot Kings draft and now builds as well just make it so hard to deal with this composition. Variety has Sentinel of Zeus, Bulwark of Hope, and CC immunity baked into his build thanks to this Mantle of Discord. Captain Twig's your primary initiator. Generally, the strategy is if Hunbots is the sole initiator, the Solar Scarabs would want to immediately dive on him. Twig blinked on us, he dropped Fear No Evil, burn your beads, kill this guy incredibly fast. Not exactly an option. When you've got a Mantle of Discord on that Hunbots, he has CC immunity, can leap out just about every single time. He's getting CC immunity from Big Man Tings as well. Barring all of that, there's Scarab's Blessing. I think we've only seen it proc like 2, maybe 3 times so far this game, but that's just because of how dominant the Camelot Kings have been in these team fights. So hard for the Solar Scarabs to deal with this one. again, just got to hope that Baronic is finding those fadeaway kills like he did up against Captain Twig, just hoping that that explosion damage is enough.
I think it's big to bring up the lack of necessity on that Scarab's Blessing. It's only been really used in the early stages of the game, but we're far and away from that point. As the Camelot Kings start moving up towards this left Phoenix, the last one standing, while the right one just respawned. It can go down very quickly, but minions push pretty far back. It's a 2v2 in the mid, where SOT and Variety are trading health bars.
Yeah, Variety gets the lesser end of that engagement, but Variety also has plenty of sustain afforded to him by his team, so he walks over to his healers and should be topped off pretty soon.
Droid slamming some damage up against the Phoenix, but no answer from the Solar Scarabs. They're just going to give up their third bird. Variety will leap in, SOT will stun him out. The Kings, they're not concerned about the fight with the Solar Scarabs. They got their prize, they got their Phoenix. They're going to head on out, but maybe Captain Twig has something else to answer.
SOT stepping pretty far forward here. The Camelot Kings setting up a gank.
Captain Twig going in. It's going to be a beads pop out of SOT, and inbound with the Cataclysm only gets 2 in the back line. And immediately Captain Twig rotating over. Fear no evil finds inbound, and he's got nowhere left to go. Big Man Ting's the one to put him down, and the Scarab's Blessing procs to get him back to life. Scream with no life of his own. He's going to go down, and SOT will just be the final nail in the coffin for the Solar Scarabs. Camelot Kings in 27 can close out game 1.
Yeah, if anyone was a Book of the Dead hater or non-believer, let that one change your mind. Big Man Tings just has too many lives to play with.
Stewart rooted out, half health, and forced back to the fountain, while the Camelot Kings can run it right down in the throne room, take game number 1, put themselves nice and comfortable here in the first day of the playoffs.
I gotta chalk that one up to draft diff, man. It just felt like the Scarabs didn't have all the tools necessary to deal with exactly what the Camelot Kings were bringing. One of the concerns the Desk brought up was maybe it's a lack of engage. It's really just is Captain Twig with the Fear No Evil to separate these fights. It's all you needed. Nobody was putting pressure on the Big Man Tings throughout the early game. For some reason, Netrioid was allowed to sit on a tier 1 tower the entirety of the time. So by the time there was a point in the game where you say, all right, let's just counter engage it. Inbounds like down 3 levels. SOT lost his entire lead. It just felt like the Scarabs were trying to play their own style, but playing through the soul lane in a meta like this right now leaves objectives open, and the Camelot Kings, they take those.
Camelot Kings exploit the weaknesses of the Solar Scarabs. They take game 1, and we're going to take it to a quick break. Game 2 right around the corner.
But he had the horsey, and horsey, don't you stop! Final King! A Final King!
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final King. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through! Titan down, fall 3! A double kill myself!
until now my enemies always tell you what to do. Can't keep up with all the bullshit they're throwing your way. Always looking for the easy way. Now they're walking over you. Yeah. Never felt so damn frustrated. You're just wasting my time. All the feelings that I dread. Can't believe the words you said. Somebody save me. Now we're hanging by a thread and it's ringing in my head. All the feelings that I dread.
Tested early game becomes a blowout in the late game. The Camelot Kings will take game number 1 over the Solar Scarabs. And this best-of-5 set moves on to game 2 with a 1-0 lead for the Camelot Kings. The road to the SMITE World Championship, it's been underway all of Phase 3, but it's officially underway as of this weekend. And if you want to show your support and get excited about the SMITE World Championship here in Season 8, head over to shop.hi-rezstudios.com. Grab yourself the SWC Season 8 merch bundle. You get the jacket, you get the flag, you get a postcard from the company, as well as, and Neilma has a bit of a say in this last one, the Season 8 digital loot pack, which guess what's in there, Neil?
What?
There's
What's in there?
PK Silla
What?
in the digital
Seriously?
loot bundle at shop.hi-rezstudios.com.
God.
And you know why it's in there?
Why?
Because you won Worlds, Neil.
Me?
You!
I did that?
You did that.
That's crazy.
Was the first or the second one better for you?
You can't ask that, man.
Am I like
It's
not
like
allowed
asking
to?
what child do you love more.
And that's a legitimate answer. You can say you loved them both the same. Does having the PK Silla or SK Merlin?
Like, which one is better?
Yeah. Is that the same? Is that the same question, just worded differently?
I'm supposed to answer that?
Are they both that good?
Ooh, they're both really. You know what? You should buy the new PK Silla and decide for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe a little bit of Oni Warriors gear too while you're on the website.
Yeah, maybe. You head down over to shop.smiteproleague.com and Oni Warriors jersey. It won't look as good on you as it does on Neil.
It'll
but
look better, actually, on them.
This guy's
So
a
good.
salesman. You want to just hang out there full time, maybe, Neil?
Sure, why not?
Sure, why not? Let's talk about game number 1, though. The Camelot Kings and the Solar Scarabs. They go back and forth a little bit in the early game here. And that's not unexpected when it comes to the Solar Scarabs. We're used to seeing this team compete. But look, this is a dead-even game at this moment right here. Now, one Pyromancer steal, Neil, doesn't necessarily win the game.
True.
But it does feel like that moment was a bit of a turning point, and this Hunbats looked good throughout the rest of the game for Captain Twig.
Yeah, most definitely. Twig, just a really good play for him to get in there, steal the Pyromancer. That game was a bit of a stalemate, and that kind of tips it a little bit in someone's favor. And especially the first game of Best of 5 on LAN at a playoff, getting any bit of momentum is huge, right? It gets confidence for your team. And you can kind of see after that stalemate, the Kings just started taking advantage of the way that they were playing the map, you know? They were doing a great job.
Yep.
The Olor and Hunbats ults with the Kepri ult as well. Really hard to play around all those team fighting ultimates.
Look at that shielding. Oh my god, that's
Insane.
the first time we've gotten a great Book of the Dead shield on the screen. That filled up his entire health bar.
That is illegal.
And then he gets a Scarab's Blessing on the other end of it. And
That
then he
should-
just turns around and keeps fighting. So I think
I'm disgusted.
annoying, right, to say the least. You were unhappy with the Kings that you draft Hell first and foremost, and then you're going to get Book of the Dead, and then there's also a Kepri. Big Man Tings did not die this game, needless to say. Variety ate the majority of the deaths here at 2 and 3. And Baronic on the Opwash got off to a rough start. It was a slow start to the game for Opwash, and it was just never able to make its way into relevance as the game went on.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as you die anybody on your team, it's really hard to get your footing back in the game. After that death, they can put up a lot of wards in your jungle. Someone like Opwash, hard for you to walk around on your own. And when you don't have that pressure, hard to do anything to a Hell as well, right? Their draft is really hard to kill. And if you let this Hell get ahead, it can really put a lot of pressure on your team. And Opwash from behind, not so good.
Now, Neil, I know you have the strongest mental in the league, but I do want to zoom in on that Pyromancer steal specifically. As a player, say you're the Scarabs in that situation, you've done the majority of the objective and it gets stolen away. Is it really like a big mental swing in a moment like that where, again, maybe depending on the team and the players on that team, that's a moment where the veterans kind of need to step up and be like, all right, guys, no worries, on to the next one. But I imagine steals in moments like that can sway you a little bit. The game's far from over, but mentally maybe a bit frustrating.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, like a Pyromancer is not really going to make or break the game, but mentally it can definitely set you back. And I mean, at the end of the day, when Gold Fury's still up, a Blink Hun Basalt as well is nothing to scoff at. If your team still grips for gold, that could be useful for you as well. So gotta be making sure to just take advantage of the situation even if something goes bad.
I love the snap ban on Hell here.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
We're not going to see the run back of the Hell. Because remember, it was banned all 3 games in our first set. And that was no surprise. It was almost something we just glossed over. So it was very surprising to see Hell let through in game number 1. And then the complete pivot from the Solar Scarabs. Not only do we not want to deal with Hell, but we don't want to deal with the Ola run either. And so the Kings in a unique spot here. They only get first pick. With the Solar Scarabs in the way that they've banned, Hell may be a bit more permanent in the ban column, but Ola run a bit more flexible. That's going to leave now 2 picks open to the Scarabs, but Yemoja first and foremost as a support player, Neil. I'm sure you love getting your pick first out of the gate, especially if it's a Yemoja.
Yeah, she's a lot stronger now that Terra's not in the meta, in my opinion. Terra has a good matchup with Yemoja. The root and the stun, you can't really avoid those as Yemoja. You can't knock up Terra. The ult is really good for survivability, so even if you trap her, it's not that strong. So first pick Yemoja definitely getting a lot more value now that Terra's not in the scene.
What was it on Twitter? You and the coaches, I think, were going back and forth on this. Was you were supposed to say something nice about one of the coaches and something mean about one of the others? Do you remember what then?
Yeah, I don't actually remember that. I don't know who was actually talking to me. I'm not really sure about that one, but
Neil unable to be swayed by outside forces, I guess.
I refuse to talk about others when they're not here. It'd be rude.
Well, I mean, they're just down the hall. I mean,
yeah,
just a stone's throw.
I'll say it right to their face.
But not when they're in the other room.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? You're a man of honor and man of integrity, Neilma, and I appreciate you for it. Let's catch back up though with the picks that we've got here. Yemoja and Erlang Shen. What's our take on Erlang Shen? Because was the meta, right, for a little while early on here in Season 8. Kept on through with the Warrior jungle meta. Assassins became all the rage there for a little while. How do you value Erlang Shen nowadays?
I think Erlang he's a good god. He has a lot of pressure and brings control and engage to a team comp. And when you draft Yemoja first, kind of the same thing as Kepler, it's really tough for you to go in first all the time. So having a character that facilitates that engagement for you is really important. Someone to just get the fight started for you, because when you're Yemoja, you put up your walls afterwards. You really help your team with survivability from your 2s, and if everyone's grouped up as well, your River Zabuke is going to be getting even more value. So I like the Erlang pick a lot here. Also got a good matchup into Izanami. Izanami not a great character surviving. When you get blinked on by Erlang Shen, you're not feeling good. Coupled with the Camazots, this Izanami could have a lot of trouble living this game. So Bobby might elect to go for something like a Geb maybe in this spot to try and help her survive, given that Izanami's also got really good wave clear, which is something that Geb really struggles with.
Right.
So wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Geb picked up here.
And you have to imagine if the Solar Scarabs don't pick the Geb in this spot, the support bans would be something, or if they don't pick a support in general for inbound, that'd be something the Camelot Kings would identify, would maybe put some ban presence towards in their final 2. Normally we see Erlang Shen or Camazots. One of the 2 has got to be over in the solo lane. I think I'm more used to maybe seeing Camazot solo than I am Erlang Shen solo. If we're going to operate under that assumption, first of all, you can tell me if I'm wrong. Second of all, do you think Camazot still functions well as a solo laner versus a jungler, and maybe vice versa? Do you think Erlang Shen has some value out of solo?
I think that the Camazot's definitely a better solo pick, especially into the Nike. I think Erlong probably gets dominated in that lane by Nike, and Camazot has to stay in this kit, which is really good. So I think he'll fare really well in lane. And I think Camazot's is a good character in solo lane still when you want to dive. And like I said, to this Izanami, you have a clear target who you can be going on with this Erlong every time. So you already have clear direction in the fight, how you're going to play it. So I think the Camazot's is a fine pick. You know your matchup, you know someone you're going to be diving. So I think definitely a good Camazot's game from the solo lane.
Doesn't end up being the Geb, but it does. Xing Chen does get locked in here for inbound. So that'll free up some ban presence from the Camelot Kings. Go towards the jungle, maybe take the Gilgamesh off the table. We won't see Hell or Aphrodite here this game, so something different out of both mid laners who still both need their picks. Geb was what you initially had in mind. Does Xing Chen answer some of the same questions that you had, though?
Xing Chen has good matchups into Yemoja and Erlang, both locks them down really well, but at the end of the day, I think that it doesn't really do a great job of helping Izanami live necessarily. If the Erlang and the Camazot's blink on this Izanami, the Xing Chen is not going to be able to stop them from doing what they want. Erlang will have beads late game, maybe even a Magi, so, and you look at the team draft already, they don't have a lot of CC to break that Magi's off of Erlang when he comes in, so if he's able to bees that Xing Chen ult and there's not much else to see, I still see this Izanami dying.
That's a good point. So Xing Chen is going to have to carry a little extra weight just through pure play style going into game number 2 here. Ends up being mid lane centric bans for the Solar Scarabs with their final 2 here. Aphrodite and the Morgan both take a seat. And then that's so important. You go up against a guy like Big Man Tings, who's had a fantastic year so far on ping, and then you get him over here now on LAN and has already looked good in the first game. Definitely requires a ban presence from the Solar Scarab. Effectively eats 3 here if you include the Hell, which I think you should, because BMT put on a good performance in game number 1. Amuzen Cobb.
I like that.
You do?
Yeah, why not?
All right, do you like it from a meme standpoint, or do you like it from a I like this pick standpoint?
I think it just, this draft, I think you just want to get ahead. I think you just want to get ahead on this draft. The double AEC, Izanami, AMC, you could run through a game. This is something the Scarabs did to us. They picked a lot of pressure into us, and it was hard to play. Even if our draft looked good on paper, if you make a mistake, this draft can run away with it. And the one thing that I would say for the Izanami is your best survivability is just being ahead. This Xing Chen might not be able to peel for you, but if you're on the front foot, who on the Kings really deals with Xing Chen running at you? You don't have much instant spots you see. He can be jumping at you, he can stand in your face, he can root you, and none of these characters want to deal with him. So Xing Chen maybe not so good at helping your carry survive in this game, but on the other hand, if you're ahead and Xing Chen's running at them, you're not going to need peel anyways.
That's true. Might depend on the game state, because, you know, you talk about dive and what Erlang Shen and Camazot's want to do the Izanami. Amuzen Cobb a little less mobile. That's something that the Erlang Shen and Camazot's can take advantage of. Looks like more of a traditional mage purely by class sense for Big Man Tings in game number 2 with the Chang'e as the pick, and then Jingwei rounds out the draft here. Let's start with the Chang'e. This is something that has been what feels like solely the Valkyries, and Zeros likes to play this pick, and it has looked good admittedly for the Valkyries at times. Do you think that this Chang'e pick fits in well with what the Camelot Kings have drafted?
Yeah, I think it does a good job of just adding a bit of control to their team comp. If you look at their team comp, like I said, they lacked a lot of CC. Erlang's got good lockdown. Yemoja has some CC, but mostly her value and her CC comes from her walls. So having something else for CC is going to be really nice here, especially because ADCs, having AMC and Izanami, they both want to walk at you. And that's when that Chang'e ult is perfect. So I think it's good in that sense. I'm not sure how well she'll fare against AMC in lane, though, because AMC has a lot of pressure and Chang'e has to walk up close to the wave to hit it. So that might be something that the character is going to struggle against AMC in this draft. But overall, I mean, if the Kings don't fall behind, they're going to be in a fantastic spot. But the Scarabs, they're just banking right now and just getting ahead and running away with the game.
Do you think Naja facilitates that style of play pretty well? The final pick here for the Scarabs out of the jungle, putting some of that pressure on early?
Yeah, I think that character is going to be good at early aggression. I think it actually synergizes pretty well with AMC landing into the Stinger. The Stinger does a lot of damage now, so having free setup for that is pretty good. But I think late game, the pick isn't going to do too much, so I think we're going to have to see a lot of early game Naja impact to really do anything, because late game, I think Scream is not going to be having a great game.
I am curious, though. You're substituting out your traditional mage in the mid lane, no magical damage out of mid. Are you at all concerned for the Solar Scarabs and the overwhelming presence of physical damage outside of the Xing Chen? Do you think that is easy for the Kings to itemize against?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Chang'e, you've seen it all year, mid laners building Lotus Crown, things like that. Amazing into 4 physical characters, right? It has physical pros on it, gives physical pros to everybody who you heal, so there's definitely good itemization, especially with Breastplate being meta now too. A lot of really easy ways for the Kings to itemize against this 4 Fizz, so the Scarab's definitely on a timer. The later this game goes, the more Fizz everyone's going to get, the harder it's going to be to kill anybody. But you can't forget, too, AMC Stinger now. Gives a little bit of physical shred, so that might actually come into play this set. We'll see.
All right, so where does this game hinge in your mind for the Solar Scarabs? Is it being ahead coming out of the early game? If you can do that, you've got a chance. If you're behind early, you don't have a chance?
Most definitely. These ADCs are going to be food for this Erlong and this Camelot, the Chang'e ult as well if they are not ahead. You will not do any damage, you will not have the itemization necessary to hit anybody, and if you have to stand there and box a whole team, you are going to die. So these Scarabs really have to get ahead early, otherwise it's going to be an impossible game, it feels like.
And remember, that's something the Solar Scarabs have been able to do at points throughout this year. You can get off to good starts, and then closing out games is where they stumbled. On the flip side, they've started slower and then won games in the late. It's such a unique team, the Solar Scarab squad. And you're giving a lot of power, I think, over to Scream here with this Ne Zha to start things off well and get the Scarabs off to a good start. Game number 2, it's time to see if the Scarabs can tie.
And what an interesting way they've gone about it. And AMC, who we just saw some recent buffs, and I think Neil was right to highlight some of those buffs that came out of here with the AMC up in this matchup. But Mifflin, looking against this team, Ne Zha versus Chang'e, I think, is probably the matchup I want to kind of pick your brain at a little bit here. Typically, we do see, well, maybe it kind of answers my question a little bit with the beads pickup, but typically Chang'e's been going with the Aegis Blink, now seeing this Ne Zha kind of forcing this beads pickup.
Yeah, wind fire wheels are incredibly strong, and you don't want to get taken up into the air, especially when you've got an AMC flanking you. So I agree with the beads pickup early on. The Solar Scarabs seem to have been reading the patch notes, J-Mac, because they've got a triple buffed composition here. Jing Shen now has some cooldowns, a little bit shorter, CC a little bit more consistently, Ferocious Roar deals more damage. Baronic has defense shred on his ultimate, and Scream does a little bit more damage with the universal ring toss. But I still don't think Ne Zha is a great pick. I don't think that's enough of a buff to really bring him back into the meta, so I tend to agree with what Neil said on the desk. The Solar Scarabs have put themselves on a timer. If this game goes longer than 25 minutes, I don't see the win con.
Another thing to probably look at here would be ways they can apply that anti-heal. You're going up against Yemoja, Heart alone, usually warrants at least 1 or 2 anti-heal items. Then you throw a Chang'e in the mix. And I think maybe talking a little bit about that Lotus Crown here, is it something that maybe you pick up on both of these gods to give them some of that extra physical defense, or you just leave that only to one? And if so, which one do you put it on?
I think both have the opportunity to pick it up. It depends on how aggressive Genetics wants to be. Worth noting, again, Lotus Crown has seen some slight adjustments, some slight nerfs, costs a little bit more gold nowadays. So maybe not something you want to go towards very early on in the build, especially considering the book build kind of requires a lot of gold. It's pretty expensive, so if you do try and slot a Lotus Crown early on, could take a pretty significant hit to the survivability in the build. Instead, we might see Lotus Crown just go by the wayside, and Breastplate of Valor essentially replaces that slot.
Yeah, who needs all those extra protections when you can just get a giant health shield? We got to see it highlighted very well last game by Big Man Tings when he got, what, like 60-70% of his health in a shield in that last little team fight. But Stewart being poked down to half health here, and on the opposite side, well, since you can't build books as a hunter here, maybe a little bit more telling against how Baronic is going to have to maybe change up his build up here.
Yeah, Baronic essentially just likely going to go towards the ability build. I'm expecting like a Transcendence, maybe like a Crusher or something along those lines very early on. I'm actually legitimately surprised to see Transcendence as the first pick selection. Could even transition it into a Dominance. I think that's a little bit less likely because of that timer that the Solar Scarabs are playing on. Had he gone Crusher in that first slot, it would allow Scream to get involved in that lane a little bit earlier on. Transcendence maybe just a little bit too slow for my liking. Not in general. I think Transcendence in general is incredibly strong, but just for this draft of the Solar Scarabs, expediency should be highly valued.
Yeah, since, as you and Neil both pointed out, you want to get that game going fast. Captain Twig and Big Man, they'll be the first ones to take some of those mid camps on that right-hand side. Left ones are up. It doesn't look like they're going to head towards it. Instead, it'll just be action in the duo lane. Constant pressure here by Genetics and Netroid of the Yemoji and the Jingwei. Jingwei, not usually known for her pressure, but I guess kind of one of those things, you throw a Yemoji and pretty much anybody gets pressure.
Yeah, Umoja has some of the highest kill pressure of any of the supports, as well as some of the best lane pressure. Stewart playing Izanami should be able to establish lane dominance pretty easily once these supports rotate out of lane, but until then, we've seen him taking a lot of damage in the lane. Take a peek at the potions available to these two ADCs. Stewart has nothing in his pockets, whereas Netroid has, what is that, like 750 effective HP just in his pocket.
It's going to be a lot of healing, and he's going to need a lot of it going up against Nizanami. We've seen what this god is capable of, and going towards the death's toll for a little bit of self-sustain. So even though he's lacking those potions, he at least has some way to get a little bit of that HP back. But kind of back into this mid 2v2, Chang'e Erlong versus AMC Naja. How does that kind of early 2v2 scuffle kind of pan out?
Early on, Big Man Tings likely gets the advantage in the 1v1, just able to apply some poke, back up, heal, has damage immunity built into the kit, as well as a long-range stun, and just that survivability that Chang'e has built in as well means it's going to be much harder for Scream to get involved on that side of the map. Erlang Shen up against AMC, I mean, that's just gold, man. If I'm in Captain Twig's shoes right now, I'm thinking to myself, oh, just you wait, Baronic. I'm going to show up, I'm going to burn your beads, and I'm going to show up again, and I'm going to burn your life.
That is a bead out of Baronic because he's going up against something, and he doesn't have a lot of mobility of his own. He's only got the hives for some extra movement speed, some extra attack speed. Unlike a Zeus, he can just have the hive dropped out just about anywhere. It gives him a little bit of vision too, which is something that sometimes goes a little bit overlooked, is when you can throw those hives out there and have some vision in some of those little nooks and crannies. But Scream's going to have to find his way out of here. He'll use the Windfire Wheels to get out of the ultimate from the support, but Genetics is doing just fine on the bottom end of the fight. It's Captain Twig, the one in danger, half held, and being pushed up against the wall, but he'll be sustained back by his own ultimate. With Variety rotating over, SOT might be looking the wrong way, has to use his own ultimate, but no blood to be spilled on this right side.
Baronic slowly making the rotation over, but pass incredibly slowly and safely, so is not going to get involved. Can't say the same of Netroid.
Netroid right out of the Windfire, or right out of the Whirlwind, I should say, is able to get himself right back through thanks to the help of that agility. With all that pressure on the right side of the map, that allows the Camelot Kings to take the first Scorpion off the map. But maybe Solar Scarabs at least able to answer in kind and grab one of their own on this left side.
Yeah, Jing Shen ultimate does not feel good to use up against the Jing Wei. You do not need to dedicate the beads or even the ultimate to avoid those. The second you are released, you're airborne, which means you can fly away by nature of Jing Wei's third ability. So the Camelot Kings ADC, Netroid, gets to play very, very happily and aggressively, I'd say, in this lane.
Ring toss misses against BMT. Genetics throws out one of his Riptides to push BMT up against the same wall that he was just running away from. But he'll be A-okay here. 6 minutes in, no kills. Not much of a gold lead at all, only a couple hundred separating these two teams, but it's a Book of Thoth stacking up on one side of the map, and now that Transcendence for Baronic going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, the relative value between these two items is pretty interesting just because of what you're able to flank it with. Both has a large infusion of mana, both has a large infusion of power. One gives you a little bit more survivability, though, and that's Book of Thoth just by nature of Book of the Dead existing, whereas Transcendence is purely an aggressive pickup. So we'll wait for Baronic to get about 30 more stacks, and then he's going to get involved very early on. And maybe this is something the Solar Scarabs have been actively thinking about. When Baronic takes an ADC in towards mid, it's either Charybdis or now it's AMC. And what's the common thread between those two picks? They both have massive amounts of defense shred. 30 to 40% of physical defense shred for whoever is affected. Baronic's is a little bit more single target with the Stinger, but you only need to kill one when you got a double Hunter comp.
Bound playing aggressive over by the red buff, but still holding on to his ultimate. Meanwhile, Stewart lets his rip up against Netroid, but doesn't get any relics, doesn't get an ultimate. So Netroid will be A-okay, and with Genetics rotating over, Stewart can no longer continue his aggression. All that fighting to try and get started for a purple buff and for a red buff. But the red buff does go the way of the Kings, while the purple buff may be going here towards the Scarabs.
The Scarabs hovering around. Skyhook used by inbound just to create some space. And the Camelot Kings, with Jingwei all the way back in base, don't want to stick around.
Variety once again against Scream here. This time the Camazotz is in the solo lane, not the jungle. But it's the same story that we saw in the game number 1, SOT.
Big whiff.
Able to juke out a little bit of damage there. Variety eats a couple of tower shots. He's going to have to back away. Only a Blackthorn, so no defense. And maybe not a whole lot of defense left for Big Man Tings. He does have an ultimate out of his support. And with the help of Captain Twig, they take down Baronic for first blood.
Yeah, get used to seeing that. Baronic just lost his bead, so I'm expecting to see it very shortly yet again as Scream just has to watch on from a distance as he loses out on some farms. Small camp, though, able to take that one back. Universal Ring Toss, finding some value here. Baronic, that's a slippery slope you're sitting on. 2 minutes left on getting that CC immunity back and available, and with the Camelot Kings having as aggressive as a 3-man mid-core as they do, Erlang, Shen, Chang'e, and Yamoja. Just got to think that's going to keep happening and happening and happening.
And I got to imagine with one of the bigger takeaways there, sure, they use Genetics ult, they use Big Man Ting's ult. Captain Twig, my mistake, is still holding on to his ultimate, so he can make an easy rotation over there if he so wishes to do so up against Barana. He'll have to play a little bit safer on that Amuzen Cobb. Inbound will cut through the mid lane, but that's about all he's going to be able to do is cut through. He'll get a skyhook up against Big Man Tings, but BMT is not shaken at all by any of the damage coming out of the Scarabs.
No, and he doesn't need to be. He still has the beads available. He's already moving in towards the Breastplate of Valor. Just kidding. His bunny brought it to him, so he's done with it. Genetics, though, might just be done here.
Caught out, Riptide able to get some distance close to, but gets rooted out in a second one, so he doesn't get the boost out. But maybe he doesn't need it. Blinking from Scream does find him with the ultimate. He's going to need a little bit of help on the bottom end to get secure that kill. It will be Baronic who grabs him, and Netroid forced to use the ult, but he can't get there in time. Stewart puts him down.
Big Man Tings now on the retreat. It's a Solar Scarabs making an aggressive play towards this red buff. Just a couple of picks opens up that door. But what can they do with the space created? It still is 15 seconds left on Netroid, 5 on Genetics. Gold Fury spawned up, and the Solar Scarabs, within double ADC composition, are finally starting to rotate over towards that objective.
Variety versus SOT, but SOT doesn't recognize that Captain Twig is right around the corner. Does flip around for the 180 barrier to push him away, but all that sets up for the Gold Fury on the left side of the map. Solar Scarabs put down the first objective to add to their coffers.
And that's exactly what Neilma was talking about on the desk, as a blink-in from SOT does force the ultimate out defensively from Variety. This early game pressure is all the Scarabs need.
Inbound blinks in, but he's going to have to use his leaps to try and get away. Riptides to close in the distance. And how far can Inbound run? How far will he be able to get? Not too far, as the pin locks him down for Big Man Tings to do the final damage necessary.
And maybe now the Camelot Kings can pay back that favor. Steal away the blue buff. Pyromancer spawned up. Captain Twig's got massive damage output with a Crusher early on. Could be an opportunity to look at the lesser of the two neutral objectives at this point of the game, but instead Twig too close to Genetics, no Omi available, and no reason to leave it up to risk. The Camelot Kings take their one pick and immediately back themselves away. That said, at the end of the day, the Solar Scarabs establish themselves a nice little lead.
You're talking about wanting a little bit more early game here. Scream has himself now gone for a Transcendence in that second slot, maybe slow down his fighting and try and maybe bring up a little bit more farm. They'll start with a Pyromancer out of Solar Scarabs, down to half health, and no response from the Camelot Kings. Scarabs, they're just able to grab another objective.
Yeah, this is the Scarabs' MO, man. The second that the enemy team starts to put some respect on their rotations and their ability to fight, the Scarabs say, oh, you don't want to fight us anymore? Well, go play the PvE game, and that's exactly what they do. Both neutral objectives headed their direction, and take a peek at some of these level deficits, man. Yeah, that's 3 favoring Stewart.
Yeah, I was just about to say, look at Stewart, level 13 to the level 10 Netroid, and that's just off of one singular kill that came in that dual lane, and every single buff camp stripped away. SOT and Variety fighting it out yet again in that solo lane. The Camazots versus Nike match, maybe something we get to a little bit later, is once again the purple buff started up here by the Scares. There's 3 from the Kings to try and get that. They will secure it. Inbound goes in with the ultimate, and a quick beads out of Captain Twig, make sure that he can get out.
Scream left isolated in there, does get chain CC'd as Variety forced to ult away defensively yet again. Seems like Twig wants to get involved, but great play from Inbound stops that in its tracks.
And the slow from the Honey means Genetics can't close that gap. It seemed like he was waiting for a Riptide to come off of cooldown so he can pull him back. Instead, it'll just be the Solar Scares backing away. I say that, but Scream goes in, gets the sash, gets the ult, and that's a dead Captain Twig on landing.
As is Scream. Netroid able to pick that kill up with the airstrike, but an aggressive airstrike cost him his life.
Good lord, Netroid is gone, and Big Man Tings late on the rotation cannot save anybody. Just get a little bit of health back towards Genetics. And a quick little 2-for-1 trade there, I should say, for the Solar Scarabs. Able to net them again. Another big lead. Stewart level 14 on the season. Nami, they can go ahead and clear out this Draugr, get some more golden experience for the team.
Yeah, the Solar Scarabs doing a great job playing around their strong points right now. Stewart is massive. There's no other way to cut that cake, man. 2-0-1, up 3 levels on Netroid, and very quickly going to be moving in towards some crit, and just in time, as this Oni Fury is going to be spawning up very shortly. We're about a couple minutes away from that one. The Camelot Kings at this point got to rely on that superior macro play, control these mid camps, control these greater Scorpions, and hopefully close up that gap a little bit before this next neutral objective spawns up.
Big Man Tings, he'll be fine here in mid, but I want to go back to the solo lane matchup I kind of alluded to a moment ago, which is this Camazots versus the Nike. Lane to lane, you know, poke each other back and forth. Late game team fights maybe the more important, but again, we'll hold off on that as Captain Twig is picked up, thrown to the wolves, and Baronic will be the one to get the kill. When it comes to those two solo laners, Mifflin, how does that late game kind of pan out for both these sides?
Variety going to be a little bit more aggressive in the team fight. He's going to be able to dive a little bit more consistently, whereas SOT going to create infinitely more space. It's just a standard warrior. That shield wall, as well as the secondary HP bar, going to allow him to just kind of facilitate his team, whereas Variety merely acting as a secondary assassin.
Interesting second item, the Shield of Caduceus picked up here. Something that we haven't really seen in quite some time here, Mifflin.
Yeah, we just like healing, you know. That's kind of the plan.
Healing is good, well, but what does the shield do?
It gives you healing.
Gives you healing, gives you more healing?
That's right.
That's pretty good. If I
we
do say so
like
myself,
it.
I mean, look, you got a Chang'e, you got a Yamoja. That's pretty nice there.
You had me second guessing myself for a moment. I was like, did I have this item right? Am I wrong? I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not a team player. I don't build it super often. SOT in some trouble, though. Variety hovering nearby.
You're also usually jungling, so there's probably not many instances where you ever would need to pick that item up, so I don't blame you entirely. But SOT poked out yet again. He'll go back and get some of that magical defense online. It's going to be a Pestilence instead of the typical Bulwark that we've been seeing out of some of our more tanky solo laners.
Yeah, I mean, SOT, I guess, can just not go for Bulwark because he's got it built into the kit. Same can't be said of Twig, though. Oh, my God.
Twig losing a lot of health, but so is Scream. The rotation for Variety. Ultimate off the mark by Big Man Tings, but Captain Twig says, thanks for trying for the fight, but I've got a team right behind me. And then it's going to be a Scorpion and a kill to the Kings.
Just got to think Scream landed a couple of crits there, and Captain Twig wasn't quite ready for it. Why would he be? Similarly, the Camelot Kings have to show up to put up a defense with the Solar Scarabs take it.
Reverse Rebuke is used. SOT and Baronic low. Beads out of the Hunter. Nitro trying to fight through. But will he have enough health to get through? No, the bees and the Bluestone tick his health bar away. And Genetics has to use the beads just to get away from inbound. Riptide will not save his life. He's pushed against the wall and nowhere to go.
Man, Baronic just stands his ground, says, look, I might not play the most Hunters in the league, all right? I know I'm a mid laner, but I'll certainly land my auto attacks and my Stinger. Netroid gets the memo a little bit too late, tries to utilize that ultimate defensively, and dies to the dot damage. And now the Solar Scarabs get to push their lead even further. Not only does the neutral objective go their way, but they take a couple of kills, they take down a tower, and they take away a red buff potentially. Inbound spots this one out, but Big Man Tings hovering nearby.
Level 16 on the Chang'e, but it's a level 11 Xing Chen. Big Man just wants this red buff, wants nothing more than to secure a little bit of extra farm. But the dot from Furious Roar persists longer than his damage, and inbound steals away a buff from the mid laner.
Yeah, this is something Rowe was talking about a little bit earlier today. He said sometimes the powers that be in Smite are just on your side. You lose an objective or a buff to a Ferocious Roar or the dot damage from a Khepri, and you just know it's not a lucky day.
There's another dot damage that gets this one. No, it will be the Solar Scarab. Scream picks up Variety and throws him up into the sky, but who's going to wait for him on the tail end of the fight? It's going to be Stewart with an ultimate, gets the Dark Portal, and Variety has to use the Bat out of Hell to get away. And Genetics going to try and divide the attention by throwing a Riptide out. Variety has a lot of sustain in his kid. Vampire Bats try to heal him back up. Riptide thrown through, but inbound picks up one, while the rest of his team picks up the life of Variety, and right after Genetics.
Man, I wonder what the comms are like right there. Variety says, yo, just give me a Riptide, man. Just give me one out, and I'll escape this situation. Genetics steps up to do so, and not only does Variety not get to the Riptide, but Genetics also loses his own life in exchange. Meanwhile, the Camelot Kings trying to get something back on the map. Tier 1 tower in mid and left will fall, but Fire Giant's burning fast.
Fire Giant under half health. Twig and Big Man Tings are alone on this right side to try and stop it. They've gotten off the Fire Giant. They want the fight. Captain Twig does a lot of damage to Baronic, but Captain Twig doesn't have any backup. It's Scream who picks him off while Big Man Tings is set down under the Tier 1 tower with no way in. The Solar Scarabs are going to grab the Fire Giant.
And they do it easily and convincingly, to say the least. Fire Giant on 5 members. Gold advantage as well, and plenty of gold left to be taken on the map. The Camelot Kings do the best that they can with the cards that they've been dealt. It still is a massive deficit for Netroid, so his impact in the team fight would have been minuscule. So instead, he decides to split push, get a little bit of gold and experience for his team. Tier 2 tower taken out in the dual lane, and the Camelot Kings expose a win condition for themselves. That left side bird could fall down if the Camelot Kings find themselves in a position to start pushing, but the Solar Scarabs' fight potential, their burn potential, the damage output, it's just been incredibly high. despite the Camelot Kings going for so much defense already. Sovereignty, Lotus Crown, what could be a Breastplate of Valor for Genetics. You've already got defense for Big Man Tings as well. Captain Twig goes towards the Berserker's Shield for a Bruiser item. But despite all of that, all that defense has not been enough to survive. When the Solar Scarabs pick a target, it's Stinger, you got 30% less defense, and you got 2 Hunters staring you down. It just seems like they've got a great plan here, and the Scarabs are executing on it.
I mean, Mivel, I'm looking at the top of the screen here. I'm seeing, nearly 5,000 gold separate. You look at the first 3 on the pool, and they're right there, back and forth between each other. But then you peek just a little bit further down on the player charts there. It's a 2-level lead by Inbound and a 4-level disparity between the Hunters. That's where a lot of this lead seems to have come from. Variety, he'll be able to leap over the wall to get back away. But the Solar Scarabs, their dual lane has stepped up here in game number 2 along. We cannot discredit Scream any for what he's been able to do. 2, 2, and 6 on this Naja.
Yeah, an unorthodox pick. The Solar Scarabs start to approach this left side Phoenix, and it's burning down incredibly fast. Easy pickup.
Variety's not able to save the Phoenix, but maybe they can get something else after. Inbound low, uses the ultimate to try and pick somebody up, but it's beads across the board to hold him out while Baronic goes down and trades at least 1 for his life. It's Hunter for Hunter down, but Stewart is still 1 Hunter's left standing. And it's going to be the Solar Scarabs pushing into the base with only Genetics and BMT to defend.
That's the last of the Omi available, but it does not matter. The Scarabs have got their eyes on the prize.
Going to need a lot of damage. Minions are just now coming in to help them out. Inbound himself is fairly low, but Genetics is going to be all that they need to take out in order to claim this Titan, and the Solar Scarabs are able to tie up the set here in game 2.
I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting it. I thought that was a loss. I really did. I was looking at the draft. I saw an AMC in mid. I saw an Erlang Shen in the jungle for the Camelot Kings, but it did not pan out that way. We didn't see Captain Twig get involved towards the center of the map overly often, which created space for Baronic to essentially free farm, going towards a slightly slower build with the Transcendence. But by the time the team fight phase rolled through, the Solar Scarabs were just a little bit more decisive in their target selection. It felt like the calls were, if they're hit by Stinger, we're all hitting that guy or we're not taking the fight. And that's exactly how it went down.
Yeah, I mean, I think both you and Neil kind of put that timer on there. You got 20, 25 minutes, and the Scarab said, all right, bet. There's our timer, and they're going to nail it here in game number 2. A couple of unorthodox picks coming out there with the AMC and the Naja, but it seems to pan out successful for them. They've reached in that bag of tricks. It seems that one of them pans out. Game number 3 right after.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are gonna take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're gonna need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240 Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible Smite experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com. I know Mike didn't say the thing. Mike, can you say the thing for him?
You're telling me an alien wore this?
And in Solar Scarabs fashion, we are at least going to a game number 4. They bounce back in convincing fashion against the Camelot Kings in game number 2. And you know what got them there? The Alienware PCs that they were playing on. We'll just ignore the fact that the Kings were also playing on Alienware PCs, but you at home can grab your own at smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code SMITEAW. Not only the gear, but plenty of other cool stuff online at that website as well. All discounted for you if you use the code SMITEAW at checkout. Guy who joins me plays on one of those beautiful machines every single time he sits down to play here in the SPL. Neil Ma back with me. And Neil, you should feel like a prophet. You said exactly what the Solar Scarabs need to do to win game number 2 here. You said they need to group up, they need to play as a team with this 4-fizz composition, and that's exactly what they did.
They did it. It was crazy. I mean, you saw early game, they're getting a little bit picked, right? Brana gets picked early game. Inbound gets picked after that, and it looks terrible. It looks awful when they're together, but the second they group up and they start putting pressure on the Kings, you saw what happened. Their early game composition, 2 hunters, that's what it's designed to do. So the second they started grouping up, they just never really felt like they took their foot off the gas, and they just ran away with the game. Really well played by them.
Yep, agreed. Scream had a great turnaround here in this game. Look at this. I mean, you're going in at sub 50% HP. And effectively, of course, he has some help from the rest of his team. But
so talented.
Scream, you mean?
Well, I mean, most of them.
Wait, what?
Except for one person, but I won't say. No,
God,
they're all really
no,
good.
No. We'll leave it there. We want some intrigue for sure. This was a big pivot point in the game where a chance for the Camelot Kings to secure that objective, but the Solar Scarabs get it, and then also a good fight at the end. And I feel like we saw this a whole bunch, Neil, which is Netrioid just getting melted down and then trying to leave with the airstrike. And then the Bees obviously dealing the last bit of damage there on the other side. And I think for Stuart, you know, you talk about how this is one of his first games with this team in like a big tournament format style game. Having a good performance on this Izanami, I think, is great at getting Stuart a little bit more comfortable and settled into this set.
Absolutely, it is humongous. You might have a little bit of nerves when you come in one of your first big tournaments.
Humongous
you know?
what?
Humongous what? Humongous what?
That's an internet Is that even a callback? No, that's
Oh, is that a reference? I wasn't aware.
You were just doing the voice?
Did I?
No, you're right. That's just your normal speaking voice.
Yeah.
504 for Stewart here in this game. 17,000 damage is good for SOT. And there were moments, Neil, admittedly, you talked about how the Camazots could have a good matchup into the Nike, and there were moments where it felt like Variety was feeling a little bit better in the solo lane. But eventually help made its way to that side of the map. It was really when the grouping up started for the Solar Scarabs that this game started to get a little bit more out of reach for the Camelot Kings. And so I think that's a good stepping stone now for the Solar Scarabs. It shows that the Kings can bleed in this set. It shows that the Solar Scarabs proves to themselves and their fans and everyone who's watching that this is going to be a very competitive back-and-forth set. That said, now it's about adapting, right? I don't think that's the type of comp that you give the Solar Scarabs in back-to-back games.
Yeah, it's hard though. I mean, what do you take away? I feel like the Solar Scarabs, the bans that the Kings are doing against them are things that they feel are necessary, right?
That's true.
If you leave open the Hades or the Kali or the Morrigan, things like that, you're gonna have problems, right? So, where do you really go from there? What do you take away that's different? I think that you might just want to change up your draft. For if you're the Kings, draft a bit more pressure so you can actually play the game, because it just didn't really feel like the Kings had much of an option. They just got out-pushed every game, and you can see the Izanami ban straight away, getting rid of a lot of that dual lane pressure, and just the ability for the Scarabs to be in the driver's seat.
Right, one ban that could make a big difference. Stewart was at the forefront of a lot of the conversation during Game 2 and in our post-game conversations here. So we are all even. Kings and Solar Scarabs tied up at 1 in this best-of-5 set. And so we simplify it down to a best-of-3. Yamoja, first pick here for the Camelot Kings. That's a great look for genetics. Solar Scarabs lock in the Nike and the AMC yet again on the other side. And so this has, and I'm not going to say right now it's the issue, but in the past, this has been an issue with the Solar Scarabs where they get a comp and it works once, and then they stick with it despite teams having an answer for it moving forward. Now, the ball is still in the Kings' court, right? Depending on where the AMC goes and what you draft for Stewart and what type of composition the Scarabs build, it's up to the Kings to have an answer to it. If it works again, then great for the Solar Scarabs. You know, I guess in your mind, Neil, if that type of composition works, you play it again until they have an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, why not? I mean, the AMC can be flexed as well. They might put it dual lane still, so there's a bit of variety there, depending where they can put that.
No, he's on the Kings.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm just leaving you out to dry there. I'm sorry.
I don't like that.
Go ahead.
That's not great.
So the AMC.
I'm done. You got it, man.
Just from here on out.
Period. Yeah.
Nobody wants that. To be absolutely clear, I am here as a vessel to get you to speak more. I say things in hopes that it gets you talking a little bit more. So nobody wants me to be the only one discussing things up here, Neil. Hachiman and Ardio is the next two. I'm very gently posing the question.
Be more gentle, please.
Hachiman and Ardio.
Softer.
Locked in for the Camelot Kings. And it ends up being a Xingqian yet again for the Solar Scarabs. So it looks like a very similar draft for the Scarabs, because you can't ban out all the remaining hunters, right? So it looks like we're going to go back to 4 Fizz. Do you think the Kings need to ban out the Naja, though? Was that important enough to this comp in Game 2?
No. Okay,
make
honestly,
me do all that?
yeah. Honestly, I don't think the Najal is a big problem. I think there's a lot of picks Scream could play that would have pressure, that would help just run the game. Like Najal, I think, just had a good early game. It's good at facilitating characters like AMC, but there's a lot of picks that Scream can play that can do that.
No, he's only good at one.
That is true, actually. I take it back. He's only just don't give him Najal, and you're fine. Yeah, but I mean, this draft, like you said, they might want to do something similar where they pick pressure, but you can already see the Kings picking Ardio already. The Hachiman's really good in these lanes as well. If there was AMC, ADC, Yamoja and Hachiman, if they lock him in the Net River's Rebuke, they have a good chance of killing him. So I think all in all, the draft looks a lot better for the Kings so far. I like the Hachiman a lot more than the Jingwei. You can just be a bit more proactive. You have better kill potential, so you don't necessarily roll over. Because I really think, like I said earlier, the Kings just need to push back a bit.
Right.
As opposed to letting these Scarabs group up and then just run the game.
Agreed. You know, the ball is in the Kings' court, especially if the Scarabs end up running back what would be a similar draft. It won't be the Naja, so Scream.
Naja ban.
Might as well not load into this game,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
He's done and dusted.
right, done and dusted.
What can he do?
Going into game 3, you can try to play something else,
Well, what's the point?
but what's the point, right? I mean, it's only been Naja and nothing else.
Never seen him win on anything else in my life, I don't think.
No, I'm really racking my brain right now. No, nothing comes to
For
mind.
what? For what he's going to play?
You're right, Neo, and bringing up Kali there. That's fantastic
Mm-hmm.
by you. That's something that Scream has gone to at points.
He might do it again. He very well could.
He very well could.
There's
You're
a lot.
absolutely-
Yeah, well, we'll see. Because usually when he picks Kali, in my mind,
This is
what's
good.
happening
I
in the
baited you
Scarabs
into real
draft?
analysis. This is good.
Well, what's happening when they pick Kali, in my mind, is they're picking pressure everywhere else. So Scream just has the job of do whatever you want. You can gank if you want. You can farm if you want. You can be AFK till 20 minutes if you
leave
want.
your friends behind. Right.
Exactly. He leaves his friends behind sometimes when he's playing Kali, and it goes great. So right now you have Nike, get in the side lane. You're against an RDO though, so you might get a bit pressure there. But AMC, if you were to put that in the side lane or in mid, good pressure. And with the Morrigan in mid and an AMC, you have good pressure in side lanes
Yep.
and in the mid lane as well. So this could be a Kali game, late game. However, I think that you might want a better jungler to pair with this Morrigan now, a better transformation.
Right. And now we do see the flexibility of the Solar Scarabs. We're
100%.
going to pick something similar in the first 3. We're going to maybe keep the Kings on their toes. We don't know directly which way we're going. And then it looks a little bit more traditional as far as roles go. I mean, AMC far from traditional from what we've seen in the Hunter role so far in the groups and this weekend. But you get a mage in the mid lane for Baronic. You get AMC, a more standard draft for the Solar Scarabs, but one that still carries some nuance with it moving forward. Naja, Gilgamesh, neither of those will be played by Scream, and it will not be an Aphrodite in the mid lane for the Camelot Kings, nor, did I already say Daji? I don't know what I
Daji
just said.
Band?
I said Daji Band. I don't know if I already said it, though. I didn't want to say it twice. Now I've said it like 6 times on accident. Hachiman will be paired with the Emoja, we assume here, and then Neath ends up being the lock-in. So now we're kind of flipping things around where you get this double Hunter comp for the Camelot Kings, but it is a different look at that style of comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like this Neath pick a lot. I mean, you have this AMC character without CC immunity in a long lane, most likely. I'd imagine it'd be ADC. And with the Emoja wall, the Hachiman ult to follow up, this AMC, if he comes into vision and gets ulted, they can follow up really easily on him. So I think they're going to have to put a lot of emphasis on keeping this AMC alive, playing through that dual lane, and just having bodies around him. Because if you leave this guy alone, he gets Neath ulted, it's kind of curtains for him. So
yep.
I like the Neath change, though. It's a lot more pressure in mid lane as well, and I think the Kings just want to be in the driver's seat this game. I think the Scarabs are a team that do really well when they're the ones who can bully you, and when they're on the back foot, they haven't shined so much this year. So I think it's a good adaptation picking this Hunter in mid to just give your team a bit more pressure and kill potential as well. So I like the direction they've gone.
It is the Kali for Scream. So I
I'm
want to
so smart.
I want to stick with the Neath before we move on from it entirely. So that's all the good that Neath does, but we barely see Neath anymore, or here as of late maybe. Are there areas in this game where you think Neath falls short that the Solar Scarabs can capitalize on?
Absolutely. Neath, one of her biggest weaknesses has always been survivability. When you have a Morrigan, a Jingchen, and a Kali, they can all get on you Nike as well. It's going to be hard to live if these characters get a good initiation and dive on you. Your backflip doesn't really provide you too much survivability, and you have no CC immunity in your kit, so if a Morrigan opens on you, or if you backflip and Kali's waiting for you, you're going to die every time. That being said, if Genetics pilots this Emoja pretty well, she can help out a lot those Rivers of Bukes whilst having the carries run between them, so there is still some survivability, but Neath, generally speaking, has a lot of flaws, namely being survivability. And the Scarabs have a lot of different options on how they want to kill this Neath.
Now, Neil, I'll give you your moment in the sun here. You very correctly brought up Neath, or not Neath, Kali earlier on. Ends up being the pick here for Scream, and it was you, it was nobody else.
Totally me.
Do you think that this Kali is now in a situation with the 5 the Scarabs have to do well?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good draft with the Kali. Like I said, the only really thing that can stop the Kali is either getting Neath ulti to start the fight, or when she goes and having the Emoja put up the walls and then not being able to chase carries through those. But I think generally speaking, with the Morrigan being able to help dive as well, which most mages traditionally aren't, to get the fight started and help put pressure on these carries, I think the Kali has the potential of a really good game. It just kind of depends on if they can find their footing early. Like I said, the Kings have a really good draft early to put pressure on the Scarabs, and if the Scarabs fall behind, I don't think their comp is gonna tread very well. Yeah.
So do you think if this game goes later, if the Solar Scarabs can kind of weather the storm early in this game, say all is even 15 minutes in, which between these two teams, I find hard-pressed for that to be the case. These teams seem to want to fight. Who do you favor going into later game fights, Fire Giant fights, if the game is somewhat within reach for both teams?
Yeah, I think super late game, I would expect the Scarabs to have a better draft. That Morrigan is really hard to play into late game. She's shifty, she's hard to find. So that's one less target you can get on. If the AMC plays really safe, who do you really go on, right? Kali late game, always a huge problem, and Jing Chen has one of the best late games out of any support, so I think the Scarabs have a really strong late game setup if it goes to late game and they're able to find some footing.
I do think as uninteresting as solo lane might be just to watch this game between a
don't
Nike.
Say that. Come on. Might be Sparks. You never know.
You're telling me Artio versus Nike is going to be a fun lane to watch?
Well, I just want to leave it out. Maybe. You never know.
No, that's good casting by you. Like, it could be fun to watch.
Yeah.
We don't want to totally isolate that side of the map.
Agreed. You get it.
Right, I totally get it. And we will see if the solo lane has some sparks. In game number 3, the tiebreaker between the Kings and the Scarabs starts right now.
Yeah, it's just a tiebreaker for now, but it is the best of 5 sets. So this one will just be the one to get them that lead and put them ever closer to closing out this set. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here in game number 3. I think I want to kind of start on this Neath here because we've seen it almost exclusively just out of Zeros and the Valkyries kind of in the past here. But Mifflin, how do you kind of feel about the Neath in this composition for the Kings?
I think that Neath has some good matchups in that Stewart is playing in a mobile hunter in the long lane, so you could just kind of send your Spirit Arrow down that way, or World Weaver, rather. But the survivability of Neath that Neilma kind of harped on a little bit is a major downfall, especially up against gods like Kali, who kind of just chase out the backflip. It's very telegraphed where you're going. You got good damage output. The second you finish up that first item, the dive potential in the team fight as well kind of really makes it hard for the Camelot Kings mid laner to survive those fights as well. So I think that Big Man Tings kind of needs a big performance in the early game. If he pulls a lead, a lot of those weaknesses are kind of shored up. You don't want to dive the guy who's 3 levels up.
And one of the things I talked with Stewart kind of in the pregame in his little interview is that, you know, they're one of the scrappier teams here with the Solar Scarabs, and I asked him how that kind of pans out up against a team like the Kings. And one of his biggest concerns was it's kind of hard to just fight the Kings early on with their playstyle. Do you think that still kind of rings true, especially with the draft that they've gone here for the Kings?
Yeah, the Kings have got good counter engage. Genetics has good, phenomenal peel between the Riptide and the Rivers of Rebuke. Captain Twig as well, with Fear No Evil, can slow down these fights. Netroid incredibly survivable. So the Solar Scarabs may be able to find isolated engagements where they do feel as if they are in an advantaged state. But I think Nadesca does a great job highlighting this as well. They don't necessarily need to push the lead early game. They don't necessarily need to get scrappy. They've got great scaling. Stewart, Baronic, and Scream playing some best-in-class type scaling gods. I mean, the Morgan's going to find one-shot potential in the late game. Scream becomes a chainsaw, as does Stewart, especially considering the most recent AMC buffs. So the Solar Scarabs, almost as a complete foil to their last draft, are on a timer, but I think it's like 30 minutes and we're feeling really, really good, as opposed to 25 minutes or we lose.
Captain Twig really wants something to happen on this right side of the map. We saw him hovering around that Harpy for a little while, but with Scream dropping it down, there was no experience to be had and no gank to be had immediately after. Instead, we kind of focus more towards this dual lane. The Emoja once again in the hands of Genetics. Great performances on it so far throughout this day. Now he's got Netroid more on the Hachimans, maybe something. I don't know. Is it at that point where we can maybe call Hachiman safer than Neath, or do you, or not Neath, than Jing Wei, or do we kind of still put Jing Wei as kind of the queen of safety?
You know what? I don't think Jing Wei is the queen of safety. I don't think it's Hachiman either. Heimdall's the safest god.
Fair
Heimdall
point.
is like bar none the safest hunter in the game.
So going between these two maybe then.
Coin toss. It's not really that different.
Inbound needs to be a little safer himself. He'll be able to use that second leap to get away. Genetics has the stun, but Inbound has a blink, and that gets him away from the stun out of Genetics. So Camelot Kings do secure their purple buff, keeping that one away. And on the right side of the map, once that level 5 hits out of BMT, it's a nice and easy kill, but maybe it's not even necessary because Variety is the one who picks up first blood.
Yeah, Big Man Tings doesn't even get the assist credit. Maybe Variety should have just allowed the kill to go over towards Big Man Tings. Again, putting Neath ahead should be a priority, but instead Variety said, no, I kind of did everything. This is my kill. Sorry, man. Maybe SOT takes over to level 5 and gets that health shield had Variety not finished him off. But Camelot Kings probably just fine with that one. You're not feeling so bad, even if Variety is the recipient this time around. Maybe Big Man Ting's upset now that he can't have his stamp known in the duo lane at least for a couple of moments.
Yeah, man, he doesn't even get to go back and maybe pick up a Transcendence. Not sure if he had the gold necessary to do so, but we get to see kind of what led up to that event, and it was just a classic case of I have more abilities and just deal more damage than you do. So Variety's able to pick up his own little solo kill there. Because as you said, Neath doesn't even get the assist credit for that kill.
Yeah, fortunately, though, we do get a silver lining from that engagement in saying that Dave was wrong. Solo lane's pretty exciting, man. A little solo kill for Variety over SOT. Now level 6 on this RDO and already finishing up that mystical mail. SOT, on the other hand, has not gone towards traditional survivability. The axe no longer giving you protections. Now a fully aggressive pickup as well as going in towards that Blackthorn hammer. You get HP, but no defense.
Big Man Tings will use that backflip to get away, but it's another grouping by the Kings on the right side, and SOT is going to have to find some kind of path out, but it doesn't seem that the Kings are necessarily interested in going for the kill here. They just want to strip away this blue buff and keep as much farm and experience from SOT as they can. Variety will still be here to at least deal some damage back at him and maybe set up for the team, because once again, here comes that World Weaver and Captain Twig right on the back end. It's a shield out of SOT, but how long will that delay his life? Maybe for not much longer. He'll leap over the wall, but Twig's got a leap of his own, and he'll take him out.
Yeah, SOT just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Their opposite side of the map has nowhere to run away to as inbound. Getting a little bit aggressive in this purple buff, maybe able to steal this one away.
Oh, nope, it'll be an EI Jutsu out of Netroid to stun out inbound and one more basic after to secure the buff. Now level 6 for the Hunter, and Variety level 7 on the RTO, 101 to his name. And this time Big Man Tings, after getting ult, does at least get credit for that World Weaver.
Yeah, this Neath has been allowed to essentially free farm in the lane. We haven't seen too much aggression come his way. Now the Baronic has the Changeling available as well as do more of that additional movement speed. Might make it a little bit easier to close gap onto Big Man Tings, and if Scream's able to start rotating that way as well, then you start to worry for the Camelot Kings mid laner. But as of now, 1 level lead, already has Transcendence, going to be stacking that one up pretty quickly. And with the current pace, I'm sure the Camelot Kings are just fine to keep doing exactly what they have been. Surprised to see this, though. Scream seems to be attempting a gank here.
Looking for Netroid, but Netroid will at least be able to stay back. He drops down the banner just to give him a little bit of clear, but Scream will not go for the gank. Instead, it'll just be that Greater Scorpion. And Mifflin, kind of in contrast to what we've seen out of the Kings in their last few sets, where it's typically them kind of getting pushed back, them being down 2,000-3,000 gold in the first 10 or so minutes of the game. They're the ones who are up about 2,400 gold here over the Solar Scarabs here in Game 3, 6.5 minutes in. Nice little lead they've established so far.
Yeah, significant lead considering it's only 2 kills separating these two squads right now. The Camelot Kings just showing that superior macro play yet again. Greater Scorpions, Scorpions around these Furies and Pyromancers, as well as the mid camps largely going the way of the Order team. And a lot of exactly that. SOT not allowed to play.
Well, Variety will stun SOT out so he can get away. And Genetics rotating over again. You see all the attention again diverted towards that right side. And Genetics saying, hey, quit paying attention to them. I'm Yamoja standing right here in front of all of you guys. You need to deal with me first. That allows for another blue buff invade out of the Camelot Kings. Keep more experience away from SOT and further push this lead that Variety's been able to get for himself early on. And again, kind of allowing Big Man Tings just sit here and do his own thing in mid lane.
He has been, and the Camelot Kings now get to benefit from having a double Hunter composition with neutral objectives on the map. If the Camelot Kings are able to utilize the ultimate from Big Man Tings to try and shut down Stewart early on, if Stu tries to kind of leverage that aggression that AMC has, could be a double-edged sword.
Big Man Tings off the backflip, stun off the mark by Scream, and a bead's used to get out of the whirlwind of Rage and Steel by Inbound. Genetic stun out, and ultimate onto Inbound, and a Riptide right after. River's Rebuke popped, and Inbound is just trying to find any path out that he can, but all the damage is being thrown right back at Genetics. He gets jumped on by Baronic. It's a quick kill. Turnaround for the Scares, but with Variety rotating over. The Kings at least make it a 1-for-1 trade.
They do. The Solar Scarab still hovering nearby. Variety on his way back to lane, but the remaining Scarabs are still incredibly healthy.
Big Man Tings gets a little bit of damage thrown at him by SOT. Stewart gets hit by a Fear No Evil. Maybe Scream can save somebody. No, he will go down, but the dot damage after is enough to grab Captain Twig and once again trade 1-for-1 in the midst of this jungle skirmish here. But Variety gets caught out, and that's going to be maybe a 2-for-1 here at the Scarabs. They grab the solo laner.
Baronic needed that infusion of gold and experience. Now 2-0, able to match up equally with Big Man Tings in the experience department. Level 10 to 10. The Solar Scarabs, they may have gotten picked out. Stewart lackadaisically walking through the jungle, immediately walks himself into a Fear No Evil. But despite all that, a nice rotation from Scream and SOT turns around that engagement and makes sure that the Scarabs don't lose out too much. But looking at the charts, seems like all they've done is stem the bleeding.
Still sitting about that 2,000 gold. Genetics rotating over just to get some extra experience here while Inbound holds the wave for Stewart. Crusher on both sides of the board here for these two hunters, but it's a Gilded Arrow out of Netroid where Stewart has gone for the Death Toll as a starter item. Kind of, you know, we did see a little bit of a buff to Gilded Arrows, that which is making it maybe that much more enticing for Netroid.
Yeah, I think so. It's an early aggressive pickup. He's gone towards that style of build. Works it incredibly well as Stewart gets put down so fast.
Stewart gone just like that. Captain Twig credited for the kill, and once again, more buff potential steals here. Inbound picks up Captain Twig, throws him right into the waiting arms of Baronic, but Inbound is there. Furious Roar, the hook slam, and then the lashes right after. Scream and Baronic able to help close out that kill, and Inbound is not letting Netroid go while the rest of them are trying to grab Genetics, but Scream gets rooted out, body blocks out of Inbound. Make sure that the jungler does live. There'll be 3 kills now up for Baronic in that mid lane.
Man, Big Man Ting's damage output, nothing to scoff at either. Drops down Scream very quickly, and now, with the help of Variety, seeing if maybe he can pick up Baronic.
Well, Baronic got caught right out of the stealth. Beads burn. Variety is here. He'll go for the root, but not much more beyond there. Transformation out of Baronic to transform into the Nike, and now Variety with no health bar left and nowhere left to go. Uses the dash, but Baronic still has some damage right after the Ren. Will pick up the kill, and maybe even more if Big Man Tings gets caught.
Big Man Tings forced to rotate into the jungle, so body blocks from Inbound. Nearly good enough to close that gap. SOT over the wall with Scream. Captain Twig there with the peel. Great play from Baronic to realize they've got the burn.
Oh, and a stun right after. Fear No Evil. Will the dots be enough to take him out? No, it's not. Captain Twig lives on, but SOT will not let that happen for much longer. He leaps under the tower, takes him out with the Ren, and turns his sights towards BMT, who's now got to push him away and back towards that jungle. But all the while, Genetics sneaking up to this left side, but there are plenty of forwards to let Stewart know that he's there.
Captain Twig falling down there is massive. He'd had an entire level lead, nearly 2 levels over Scream, and now essentially just spends, what, 40 uninterrupted seconds in the grayscale screen where Scream is able to farm up the jungle or even pick up a neutral objective to push his team even further ahead. And that's over-aggression from the Camelot Kings that nets the Solar Scarabs this dub in the neutral game there. It was Variety getting over-aggressive in the red buff steps up against Baronic, who, to be fair, did use his beads in a fit of fear, was not in any real danger after that root had come out for Big Man Tings with a transformation into the Nike to set up for the cripple from Stewart. All incredibly well-timed, well-balanced by the Solar Scarabs to close up what was very shortly, a couple of moments ago, what was that, like 3,000 in favor of the Kings? Yeah, no longer.
Yeah, that lead has essentially closed itself up. Variety is no longer 2 levels over SOT. In fact, now it's the mid-jungle out of the Solar Scarabs. They've been able to put themselves ahead. However, if you look at the opposite side here, Genetics and Netroid still able to hold a bit of a lead against their opposition. But Captain Twig, with no beads, he's got to depend on anything else to help him out, but there's nothing there to help him. It's Scream who grabs him with the damage from the lash. The leap was not enough to save Captain Twig, and once again, the Solar Scarabs are able to put the jungler to bed.
Twig, so unlucky there, man. That's another double-edged swords going for Blink in the first slot as Big Man Tings falls victim as well.
He's got Aegis, but that Aegis only delays the inevitable. Leap over the wall from Scream would have been more than enough to take him out. The Solar Scarabs now 8 kills up on the board over the Kings 5, and that lead that the Kings had is now officially gone, especially even more if they can get a pick on Genetics here in the mid lane, but he'll be able to use the Riptide to get away. The Scarabs, a couple of picks on that left side, they took the Pyromancer. Now the couple of picks in mid, they head towards the Gold Fury, and they can easily try and burn this one out.
Baronic is going crazy right now. He is starting off all of these fights with removing somebody's HP down to like 20%. He does like 70% off the combo, thanks to this incredibly fast build of the Doom Orb immediately into the Spear of the Desolation. Wild stuff there from Solar Scarab's mid laner, who's now sitting 5-0. This Morrigan has gone unchecked as of now. Captain Twig's got decent matchup come late game. You can just drop Fear No Evil, a massive AoE CC ability, can almost use it to just kind of stealth check around you in the team fight. But if Baronic is starting the fight off on his own footing, he's winning that fight, and he's winning it quick.
Baronic is 5-0 on this Morgan. He's already working almost towards the end of his third full item here. He's got the Doom Orb and the Spear of Desolation, a little bit of cooldown reduction, A lot of movement speed with that Doom Orb as he can start really just trekking across this map anywhere he wants to go. Veronic is there right with his team. And inbound going for a Bulwark of Hope's second item, maybe one of the more standout kind of items looking at here. I know we've been seeing a lot of popularity within the solo lane, but maybe we'll hold that. Quick leap away by Twig. He does manage to get out. Doesn't have his beads yet, hasn't gone back to base. But Bulwark of Hope here coming out of inbound.
Yeah, it fits the aggressive style that he's been trying to play as Variety narrowly avoids the stun.
Fear no evil out of Captain Twig. Scream is pushed against the wall, but he's still got destruction and ultimate out of Variety, or out of inbound gets him out, but Solar Troll will make sure to chase him down and pick up Twig, and now a full retreat from the Solar Scarabs as this bear wants something. This bear wants blood, but how long can Variety go? How much can he get? The answer is not much.
No, Variety gonna have to walk away, having gotten nothing there, and the Solar Scarabs have made the last 4 or so minutes a living hell for Captain Twig. This guy has not been allowed to play. I mean, all 5 of his deaths essentially come in the last 4 or so minutes. He's spent probably half of it in the grayscale screen, and beforehand he was, again, 2 levels up. That's been flipped on its head. Now the Kali, the late game scaler, by the way, has got a massive lead in what I would still consider part of the early game, maybe the early mid game that we're currently in. Scream has hit his power spikes. He's got Crusher, he's got Wind Demon, he's already got the charge bow, so he can make sure that that passive is applying in a team fight, make sure that people standing nearby aren't able to utilize blinks or things along those lines. The Solar Scarabs, they're hitting their power curve, and they're hitting it quickly.
And then it's that Light Blade right after us, that same build path that we saw from Scream when he was running down gods like Cthulhu constantly. You know, there's one Cthulhu, there's 2, doesn't matter. We got chainsaws across the board. He's still on his same path to get that one going. Solar Scarabs here about 1,000 gold up over the Camelot Kings when they were down 3,000 earlier.
Big Man Tings picked up Fail Not.
Yeah.
That's interesting. That's an item that had a buff recently. Used to be one of the best stat sticks that hunters could ask for, and still is an incredibly strong stat stick. When you utilize that ultimate, you get additional crit. Now up to 20% crit on its own, 20% cooldown, and 10% pen. It's literally every stat you could ever want, ever, as well as 40 power. But this early on in the build, I'm excited to see how well he's able to leverage that. I thought maybe we'd see him go towards like a Wind Demon in that next slot, just to really push that crit to the next level, but instead, down the Mace tree, could be a Crusher here. Doubt it's the Jotuns. You've already got so much CDR, so instead, maybe Brawler's Beat Stick as well to deal with destruction or any lifesteal that Stewart's bringing. But a very unorthodox and interesting build here from Big Man Tings.
Early Fail Not, and maybe some more early fighting here. SOT caught out by Variety. Root just off the mark, just shy from grabbing SOT. The Genetics and Variety up at the front line, but they're being burned away. Camelot Kings do get the Pyromancer and all of that, but ult out of inbound will throw Genetics back to the Wolves, and it'll be Veronic who grabs that kill, but the Scarabs, they're not done with the fight just yet. A leap in to chase down the carries. Captain Twig at half health. Scream trying to close in the gap, and so is Inbound, and Inbound gets turned around, and Big Man Ting's the one who puts him out.
Man, Inbound throws him a life raft there, the Camelot Kings that is. It was a losing play from Captain Twig to try to use Fear No Evil just to peel out for Genetics. I think in that situation, you just got to say, look, Genetics is out of position, he's surrounded by 5, and we're behind. I got to save this massive team fight changing ultimate for something that looks a little bit better. But luckily for Captain Twig, it gets bailed out a little bit as we see Inbound get overly aggressive, eats every single auto attack that Netroid's got available to him, and falls down pretty quickly. Could have been that the Solar Scarabs just utilize that pick to back up and try and push the Fire Giant or reset and get ready for this Oni Fury. But instead now, it's going to be a neutral state. Both of these teams afforded the same opportunity to move in towards these neutrals.
You see there, Big Man Tings using the ultimate just because he can. Hits Scream and ends up forcing those beads because Captain Twig was waiting by in the jungle looking for a chase down there. The quick beads out of the jungle from Scream means that now his defensive relic is going to go on cooldown. His blink and beads on both sides of the boards actually for the junglers. Now down as we start approaching towards that next fight. Oni Fury respawning here, and the Solar Scarabs have already positioned themselves around the area.
The Camelot Kings are going to have a 30-second power window where Twig has his beads available and Scream does not. We'll see whether or not they decide to play around that as the Oni Fury has spawned up, and the Solar Scarabs have established a pretty aggressive positioning here. The Camelot Kings going to be forced into a position where they have to respond. Some key ultimates are already available. Fear No Evil is going to be the initiation. World Weaver coming up very shortly for Big Man Tings could help out a lot in finishing off a target or starting off the team fight as well. Keep your eyes on these teams right now. They're teetering on the knife's edge. Whichever one slips out of place or even takes one step out of line could cost them the neutral objective.
Be a ward dropped down by Genetics just to get vision on the pit itself for the Fury, but with inbound here, he can easily at least get some of his own vision there just to make sure they're good. But I want to draw some attention over here towards Captain Twigs. 2-5-3 on the Hunbats versus the 2-0-7 Kali, but he's only about a half level down compared to Scream right now.
Yeah, Scream's been spending a lot of time trying to get involved on the map, a lot of time getting aggressive rather than farming, and yet again is going to tank up that ultimate, blocked out by SOT.
See, eats that, and Variety eats a lot of damage of his own from Baronic, but that sets up for the Oni Fury with all the Scarabs rotating mid. The Kings pull the objective, but just as quickly, inbound and Stream rotate over to stop that objective right in its tracks. It's inbound, trying to get aggressive here up on the Xingqian.
Yeah, just creating a little bit of space.
Where'd the Fury's
forming
health
a
go?
wall with SOT.
The Fury, it's gone. There's no chance for them to get in. Scream gets pushed away by the Fear No Evil out of Captain Twig, but Captain Twig has no beads, no health, and not much life left to be. It's SOT who grabs him, and then a quick transformation out of Baronic puts a second Nike on the field. You thought one was a problem, the second one is here, and so it's destruction out of Scream, but it's a 1-for-1 as they're able to grab SOT in the midst of the fight.
Yeah, Naturoi just sinking damage into every single one of the Solar Scarabs. He has yet to be the target in the engagement, and he is playing with that space. Now Variety stepping forward, trying to close that gap, forces the ultimate out from Stewart. That should spell the end of this fight, unless inbound gets caught.
Big man Tings, he'll use that backflip to close the gap, but he will not be able to hit the root against inbound. Instead, it's Variety who will go under the tower, gets the stun, gets the cripple, another ultimate back up for Big man Tings, and a couple of crits popping through, but inbound is just fine. He'll be able to walk out. He's got the rest of his team waiting right behind him.
And Baronic is a massive threat right now. A couple of targets on the side of the Camelot Kings are either squishy enough that he can just kill on his own, or low enough HP that it doesn't matter how much defense they've got. So the threat of Baronic just showing himself there and stepping up, using the Dark Omen to clear out the wave, is enough to stop the Camelot Kings from trying to push their lead into that Tier 1 tower. They might get it still, just based off of the minion wave, but good play and good presence of mind for Baronic to realize that he's a massive threat right now and he needs to be respected. And the Camelot Kings do exactly that.
Solar Scarabs can now start positioning around the Fire Giants, try to spot out some of these targets. Variety walks by inbound, but inbound's only level 12 on this Xingqian. However, with that level 12, he's got his Blink and, once again, an upgraded Cursed Ankh for his second relic. Like the other side of the board here, Genetics has a Beads because of all the CC lockdown.
What?
He's gone a Meditation instead.
They just pulled the fire. They just straight up pulled it. The Solar Scarabs are heat checking the Camelot Kings, and the Kings are here.
Variety is the only one at the front line here. Captain Twig, well, he wanted to fight, and maybe that Fear No Evil was just enough. No, Baronic is able to get the last source of damage out there to take him down. Now Variety and Big Man Tings forced into the mist as SOT and the rest of the team zone them away as Fire Giant is being burned away by the rest of the Scarabs. The carries are dealing the damage. The World Weaver comes out, but it doesn't find the target they were looking for. Scream is holding on to this for so long. They do get the Fire Giant, but they lose inbound.
Scream, very low HP, immunes death with the destruction, and Variety, not as lucky, will fall down. Double to Stewart. What can Big Man Tings do? Maybe a little bit here as the Solar Scarabs are low, but I'm not confident in his ability to take the fight.
Oh no, Netroid walk away. Baronic though gets rooted in place, and now Big Man and Netroid can turn it around. They pick up 2 in the midst of it, and the Fire Giant that went so well for the Scarabs, they were able to kill 3. Well, now they've lost 3 in response.
That is the Solar Scarab special. We've done well, we could do better, and unfortunately fall on their face this time around. Little egg on face of the Baronic. But I'm not going to fault Baronic. He's 7-1-4. I mean, 11 effective kills out of the mid lane. He's been doing incredibly well. Did he need to die there? No. Absolutely not. Did he need to engage there? No, not even a little bit. Could the Solar Scarabs have just reset back to base, took the Fire Giant, and allowed the Camelot Kings to have Pyro? Absolutely. Would that be a winning play? Sure enough. They don't do that, though. The Solar Scarabs are the most entertaining team in the league to watch because of the willingness to go for wacko plays like that. And you know what? I wouldn't change it for the world. Unless you want them to win, then you probably change them.
You might want to change if you want to see this team win here. But where does that leave us at the end of the day here at Mifflin? Gold lead, 2,000 gold, maybe separating these two at this point. Fire Giant now only on 2 of the Solar Scarabs, but maybe 2 of the more important ones to have that buff on, Scream and Stewart. Still holding on to that means they can still continue to shred through towers, get that extra sustain, and get that extra little bit of damage so they can clear out these structures and maybe even clear out a couple of gods.
Yeah, the structures should fall down. Solar Scarabs very easily can strip away the Tier 1s. Tier 2s, I'm expecting significant fight back from the Camelot Kings just by nature of the Solar Scarabs only having Fire Giant on Scream and Stewart. I doubt we see a Phoenix fall. having Fire Giant on your ADC, always ideal. Just the ability to shred these objectives, very nice. But probably could have just been like a game-ending play had they not gone for the wild play of re-engaging there. So the Solar Scarabs, their only job now for the next 2 or so minutes is to strip as many towers as possible and then put yourself in a position where you could just take away this Gold Fury the moment it spawns.
Genetics thought maybe he could go for a tier 2 defense, but a lot of damage coming out from the Hunters, and maybe they can. Just walking up is enough, and even a blink out of inbound expended to get away because the fight out of the Camelot Kings was on its way to stop them. But now recognizing that everybody's rotated to mid to try and stop this Kali and this Nike, and go back over and pick up that left side tier 2 tower.
So tier 1, tier 2 falls down. Tier 1 and mid removed as well. And now the Solar Scarabs still have Fire Giant on 2 members. Could regroup and try and force a fight in this tier 2. But Gold Fury spawned up, and that is a much easier target.
Tier 2 started, but not a whole lot of commit out of the Solar Scarabs. A Riptide
Great
holds
ult.
Stewart back, and then an ultimate from the River's Rebuke will hold him in place, but there's not much more beyond there because Inbound expends his ultimate and maybe even his life to try and at least get the carries out of danger. And the Kings get 1 pick for their trouble.
Stewart loses beads and Aegis and the life of his dual lane partner, and the Solar Scarabs get nothing for it. They don't take out the tier 2 tower in mid, and instead now what could have been a Gold Fury for the Chaos team is likely going to head over to the Order. 5 versus 4, Inbound dead for 20.
SOT up at the front line, but is this one front liner enough? They've got Baronic, they've got his transformation, and the Gold Fury has been leashed by the Scarabs, and it has been leashed by the Kings too here. Neither of them willing to make a full commit to this objective, even with the power play that the Camelot Kings have.
Yeah, surprised to see them show so much respect to the Solar Scarabs here, maybe playing into that gold deficit, but you got to think that a ton of the gold deficit is still in pocket for the Solar Scarabs. So, allowing this Gold Fury to go down despite having stripped both Aegis and beads from Stewart is an interesting call from the Camelot Kings. Tells me that they've got a lot of confidence in their base defense. They've got a lot of confidence in their ability to fight around this Fire Giant. They're not too concerned about the gold deficit at this point of the game. But I think they could have very easily drawn the line in the sand there and said, look, we might not win the fight, we might not necessarily be able to get the objective, but we can certainly stop the Solar Scarabs from pushing their lead. Instead, they allow the Scarabs to take it 100% for free.
A couple of things catch my eye right away. We see a double Heartseeker on the side of the Kings, 1 out of Twig, 1 out of Big Man Tings, triple Crusher. I think the more interesting thing here is that Netroid had a tier 1 Shuriken, and he didn't upgrade it. He just left it as the tier 1, bought the kin size, and now he sold it instead to go for an Odysseus bow, maybe trying to answer the fact that there's double spectral armor picked up on the opposite side.
Sometimes we've seen this where you just go towards like a tier 1 crit item, something a little bit cheap to bait out some spectral purchases, which makes a lot of sense. You essentially force a tank to go towards an item that they're not going to get the full value from, but they're going to get the value from it. There still is crit on the side of the Camelot Kings. Failnot's been picked up by Big Man Tings, so if that was a legitimate bait from Netroid, good job. They bought it. I'm sure they're not regretting their purchases. I think instead what happened was he saw that they had started building Spectral, and he's like, I just won't. I simply will not purchase it myself.
Fire? What happened to the Fire Giant? All of a sudden, the Camelot Kings are just sitting in the back line, twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the Solar Scarabs to bring a fight to them. Instead, the Scarabs said, where are you guys? Like, what are you guys doing? We're doing a Fire Giant. I thought you guys would come up and fight us.
No, I agree. I agree with the call from the Camelot Kings. I don't think they really would love to take a fight right there. Take a peek at the vision around the Fire Giant itself. That is completely controlled by the Chaos. Solar Scarabs wouldn't know anybody coming up, and they'd have time to set themselves up for it. And we've seen the damage output when the Solar Scarabs are allowed to choose their own fights. Baronic is a massive threat. Polynomicon, Pen build, has Pendulum as well. So if he's out of stealth, finding a target like Captain Twig, you're at least burning beads and half his HP. You do it with Netroid, the exact same thing. You hit a tank, you're not burning the beads, but you're at least taking half the HP. And then once he's done with that, if there's any remote threat to Baronic, he's just going to transform into a Nike. He's just going to be SOT2. You have Sentinel Zeus, a secondary HP bar, and walk out of those engagements. So the Camelot Kings, realizing that they'd kind of lost the war of information, say, we can't step to the Fire Giant. And I have to agree with that decision, especially considering how strong their base defense is based off of composition. You've got Fear No Evil to create space and control space. Genetics can do the exact same thing. We saw it around the Tier 2 tower earlier. He forces both relics defensively out of Stewart. That's only easier to do when you're closer to your own side of the map, closer to your own fountain. So the Camelot Kings kind of keeping in line with that same line of play that we were talking about just a moment ago, showing confidence in their ability to maintain the base.
The Solar Scarabs with their first Fire Giant, they took away 3 towers, ended up losing a small little skirmish right after, but they did get at least 1 Fury. Now they'll take Tier 2 tower on the right side of the map. Still have 1 in mid they can go towards, but the rest of the Scarabs here are pushing up on this left side of the map. Veronic inbound and Stewart teaming up here to maybe try and go towards this Phoenix, while those other 2 players of the Scarabs will go ahead and shred the last of the towers off the map.
They will. We'll see where they elect to go afterward. Still is a slight grouping on the left-hand side by the Solar Scarabs. Stewart inbound and Veronic hovering. But this is an interesting split push. Generally, it's like a 4-1 where you got 4 in the duo lane and 1 in mid. Instead, it's a 2-1-2. This is season 0 right now. The Solar Scarabs are keeping the Camelot Kings guessing. I've got the bird's eye view. I'm still guessing.
Twig will rotate over to try and even out this 2 on the right side. Scream in, I was going to say Scream in danger for a moment. Maybe it's Variety who needs to get a health bar check, and so does Netroid, picked up by inbound, and a quick beads out of both of the hunters of the Camelot Kings. To be expended here, but a River's Rebuke now down on the side of the Camelot Kings, and a Fear No Evil to couple with that. Scream forced to use the destruction from the ultimate out of Captain Twig. The Phoenix shot will be able to be tanked up by the destruction. Variety comes in, but a quick push out of SOT gets him out.
It does, but not before burning the beads away from Scream. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Big Man Ting's in trouble.
Aegis is down by the Hunter, but Veronica and Stewart aren't dealing the damage back. Instead, it's inbound who's in danger. A transformation from Veronica into the Nike gets him an additional health shield, but the birds on both sides of the map are doing just fine.
I'm surprised to see the Solar Scarabs try and go for this cheeky play. It's 11,000 gold and Fire Giant on 5 members. You'd think they'd feel confident in a 5-on-5 engagement. The damage output of Scream needs a little bit of help. A Dark Omen from Veronic? Yeah, you probably finish off any one of those kills when Scream decides to engage. Now no beads, no ultimate, in some trouble.
Gonna get a quick stun against Captain Twig, but Big Man Tings has an ultimate ready to go, ramps it up, and shoots it right into the jungler there. So it's gonna be 1 kill for the Camelot Kings. They lost their 2 towers earlier on, but that Fire Giant is now gone. The last thing that the Solar Scarabs can get with the extension of that buff will be a Primal Fury. At least some kind of consolation prize for all the work they tried to put in.
I'm still reeling from the decision-making of the Solar Scarabs to try and close the game out in a 3-2 split on opposite sides of the map against a team, by the way, that has a global. Like, Big Man Tings is affecting both fights without even having to be there. Why would you try and split an engagement and allow him to utilize the best part of his kit? Neath fails when the fight is happening around Neath, so you want to force a situation where that's the case. Instead, Camelot Kings were allowed all the space to play with, and all the advantage the Solar Scarabs had around the previous Fire Giant is nearly lost out. Take a peek at the vision, completely Kings favored.
And the Kings, with all that vision granted to them, they'll be able to walk forward. I mean, look how far up Variety is going against Stewart. That's going to be a Beads and an Aegis. Now burned out of the Hunter. Variety doing all the work that he needs to for his team to get them set up for success in the next fight. Keep an eye on Stewart because he's going to be the primary target, I'd imagine, for the Kings.
That's massive. You could beads it and walk away. You could do that. That's fine. You could Aegis it and walk away. You can do that. That's fine. You beads and Aegis, you're dead in the team fight. Stewart has put a massive target on his back. The Camelot Kings, plan's clear. Get to the AMC.
Fire Giant crashes back in. It's inbound and SOT once again at the forefront to zone them out. But it's a Pyromancer, at least to get things started for the Solar Scarabs. They can add 1 small objective, at least just clear something away from the map. But that's not going to stop the Camelot Kings. They'll surge forward, at least get some damage up against SOT. But I mean, right now, Mifflin, I'm looking at the build charts on both sides, and there's only 1 person on the Camelot Kings who's fully 6-slotted. Opposite side, it's nearly everybody.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, there's no beads for a full minute on Stewart, and there's no Aegis for 2 minutes on Stewart. You could just have Camelot Kings wait, what is that, 10 seconds on Captain Twig's blink? Yeah, when that is up, Captain Twig needs to rotate towards this Fire Giant and do some like bee extermination. Just call a Terminator and have that one work out for you. Stewart, you can see him reflected in the positioning on the map. He is so far away from everybody else on his team, rightfully so. If he is isolated, if he gets spotted out, if vision favors the Camelot Kings, they know where he is, and they know where he is, by the way. He's been pinged like the last 4 times in like 10 seconds. He's just going to fall. So he has to play this far back. He has to allow the rest of his team to kind of eat the brunt of the aggression. Stewart essentially playing like an assassin for the next 30 seconds at least.
The wards peppering the area. The Camelot Kings will pull the Fire Giant, but Scream is the one hit by an ultimate. Captain Twig goes in, and no beads up, or at least used way too late there by Scream. He gets picked off for the first blood in the fight. Variety tossed back by Inbound. Rivers Rebuke comes crashing in. Veronic gets his transformation, throws out a health shield of his own, and that's Variety, the one in danger. He runs right into a wall and right into death.
Stewart, healthy in the team fight, doesn't have a lot of aggression tossed his way. Captain Twig decides to target Scream, who had beads and ultimate. That's a crazy play. Kali shouldn't have died there ever, but he gets bailed out. Captain Twig, that is, because Scream doesn't do it. He doesn't hit his death immunity button.
Fire Giant down to 40% health, going quickly because of this double hunter, but Inbound and SOT are still here to try and stop them out. Fire Giant has not been leashed yet. Inbound trying to build distraction, knocks up 2, locks a couple down in the pool. The Kings get the Fire Giant, but there's no way that Genetics should be able to get out of here. But all the while, it's Captain Twig in the back, harassing everybody all by his lonesome.
Captain Twig is the craziest guy on the planet. That's the craziest play I've ever seen in my life. A, ulting the Kali. B, jumping aggressively right there, realizing that the ultimate was being blocked out by Inbound, and like he knew, and he jumps on Stewart anyway. Stewart beads again. This is nuts, dude. Based on the pace of this game, I'll say it fully. The Solar Scarabs should have just won. When we were knocking on the door, the Solar Scarabs, that is, of the Titan, with Fire Giant on 5 members, and they went for the 3-2 split on left and right, blew my mind. The Camelot Kings crushed that push. It was a lackadaisical, kind of half-hearted push from the Solar Scarabs. The Kings say, no, you come correct or don't come at all. And then immediately the Kings say, oh, word, we actually won that team fight. It's 35 minutes into the game, so we're approaching full build despite being down an immense amount of gold. It simply does not matter. Let's go to the Fire Giant and just take a team fight. Big Man Tings from across the map with just the help of Variety is able to force both defensive relics out of the AMC. Scream uses beads to avoid Fear No Evil, but dies anyway. I am having a conniption right now. It is absolutely wild that the Camelot Kings are now currently in a position where they can just straight up close out the game.
And Mifflin is over here pacing back and forth. He's just trying to collect himself as we move in towards potentially the final siege of the game. 10 minutes ago, Mifflin, we were talking about the defense of the Camelot Kings at their Phoenix. Now we're looking at maybe what their offense looks like up against the Solar Scarabs. How do the Camelot Kings kind of break their way into the space?
Big Man Tings ult Stewart. He drops both relics out of sheer fear, and then they just die. That seems to have been the winning condition for every single one of these team fights. Or maybe they just pepper damage into the Phoenix as the Solar Scarabs are going for a long flank. It's both Veronic and Scream trying to get behind the entirety of the Camelot Kings. The Kings have sustain, they've got an enhanced Fire Giant, and they've got time to play with.
Riptide will hold the minions back for just a little while. That's Variety who goes in first towards the Phoenix, but he'll immediately back himself right back out. Not wanting to commit too heavily. They are still down a slight deficit in the goal, but it's SOT and Inbound who want to start this out. Rivers Rebuke will only catch SOT while Inbound grabs a couple sets of beads. But now Inbound, with all of his mobility expended and all of his safety, he's going to be the first one out in the team fight as Netroid grabs him.
Scream and Baronic don't get involved whatsoever. SOT tries his best to create some space, but all that happens is the Solar Scarabs lose their left Phoenix, and they lose their support as well. Every ultimate expended by the Camelot Kings would still have a couple of beads left. 3, actually. It's only Big Man Tings losing out on his.
SOT Baronic caught out. He transforms into the Hunbats to give himself a Fear No Evil, but all that does is push Variety against the wall and finds him a way out. Now no transformation up for Baronic, and maybe not much health left here for Scream as he uses the destruction just to live on. He'll be able to run out. SOT will have to use his sleep, but Captain Twig waits out the jump, goes right into the back line, and an overhead smash over his dome takes down 1. But he does end up losing his life as Stewart grabs him.
Twig trades his life to take out SOT. Not 100% certain that that's a full value trade, considering Twig has his ultimate available, and we knew that all the fight win conditions of the Solar Scarabs were expended just seconds before. Changeling from Baronic, you need that if you want to win a team fight. Destruction from Scream, you need that if you want to win a team fight, and both were used just sheer seconds before Captain Twig decides to dedicate himself to shutting down SOT. I think had Twig just stayed a little bit further back with his team, Fear No Evil was coming off a cooldown, and his squad still had Fire Giant for a moment. Could have just went in.
That's half of health on Baronic. Well, no, let me correct myself. That's every bit of health that Baronic had. World Weaver deals the first half, and Netroid charges in on the horse and takes out the last little bit necessary. A quick pick for the Camelot Kings right after grabbing an Oni Fury, and with 2 waves now being Oni Fire minions, you gotta imagine this is an easy setup for the Kings if they would just want to run right up the right side of the map.
They could, but they've got Fire Giant on nobody, and it's about a couple of seconds away from the respawn. So I imagine we see the Camelot Kings slow play it. They're no stranger to longer games and no reason to leave it up to risk. Mid Phoenix has fallen down like a couple of moments ago. Left side Phoenix not going to respawn for a long time either. So I imagine we see the Kings try and yet again set up ward advantage around the Fire Giant, utilize these enhanced minion waves to keep vision on the Solar Scarabs, and if you're lucky, Big Man Tings finds another massive ultimate and you just shut somebody down.
I mean, we're talking how wild it is Stewart is sitting so far back in engagements, but maybe it's Variety who needs to have a check of his own. He gets grabbed by inbound, and there's nowhere for him to go. Variety, with a greedy play up all by himself, gets caught with no way of getting out of the ultimate. He gets taken out, and now the Scarabs have advantage around the pit.
They do, but Baronic's on the opposite side of the map trying to put up a defense, and he's one of the highest damage output characters the Solar Scarabs have got. He's just shown himself, but a transformation to Neath. I think the Solar Scarabs want this fight.
Go with a quick World Weaver. The question is, who's he going to throw it on? It's Captain Twig. It's a Fear No Evil out, and a River's Rebuke immediately in response as Genetics tries to zone everyone through. Blink in by Scream against Captain Twig, but he gets stunned out one too many times, but he is able to find at least one before trading his life with Captain Twig. A quick Riptide out of Genetics gets him out of danger. And that one ultimate out of Baronic shifts the tides and makes it an even fight at that pit.
It does. Netroid being removed from the Camelot Kings means that there's really no risk that the Kings can burn the objective themselves. Genetics being so low HP means the Solar Scarabs could just set up inbound as a wall of defense. Baronic has not pushed out the waves entirely into this slow rotation.
Ultimate from inbound will throw Genetics away while the Fire Giant is burning quickly. The Solar Scarabs are going to try and capitalize off of that one little fight that went south on that bottom side, and they do grab the enhanced Fire Giant here. 40.5-minute game that we're at the moment, and it only seems like it's going to keep going at this pace.
Yeah, to quote a good friend, this has been 40 actual human minutes that we've been watching the Camelot Kings and Solar Scarabs butt heads, and I think that is the most verbose way to describe the pace of this game. It is 2 stubborn squads matching up, and now Enhanced Fire Giant on 4 members of the Scarabs. Left side Phoenix respawned as well. Mid Phoenix will be coming up in just under a minute, and the Solar Scarabs, they're in a decent position to try and finish what they started 20 minutes ago, I believe, when they were knocking on the door of the Titan earlier. The Camelot Kings might be going for a bit of a cheeky play. Scream, if you haven't spotted this one out, you're in some trouble. But instead, the Camelot Kings, they're headed towards the right-hand side.
Well, they can go ahead and push this tier 2 tower, but doesn't seem like they want to take the risk. The Kings will walk up, see if they can find anybody, see if they can grab anything in the jungle, but there's nothing to be had. Instead, it'll be a back to base, buy up some potential potions, get some ward coverage because they might need it coming up here. Both Phoenixes respawn now for the Solar Scarabs. So the last wave of Fire Minions now pushing up that mid lane. So there won't be any major hazards left for for the Scarabs, I should say, to have to deal with. Now it's just all how the Kings are going to deal with their defense.
2.5 minutes to play with the enhanced Fire Giant and every single ultimate in the game available. The majority of relics coming up in the next 15 or so seconds as well. 5 seconds left on Scream's blink, and then everything available to the full fighting strength of the Solar Scarabs. Both Phoenixes have respawned. You've already pushed out the majority of the waves, and what do the Solar Scarabs do? They do the exact same split that we saw last time. 3 members of the left-hand side of the map and 2 on the right. It's SOT and Scream Voltroning together to line up against Captain Twig and Variety, whereas the support, mid, and Hunter core are grouped up on the left. Baronic actually going for a bit of a split push, trying to keep those waves pushed up. But this is a slow play, splitting the map like this, and you've already got limited time with the fire.
Inbound just walks in to get some damage against the Phoenix, but it's the right side where the most action has been had so far. Meanwhile, as you said, Baronic pushing up those mid waves. We'll start up this 2-1-2 split that we saw earlier on. Wasn't much success from there. In fact, as the Kings able to push the Scarabs back in the midst of those fights. Inbound again, all by himself under this Phoenix, and Netroid poking him out very heavily. This Odysseus bow putting in work. Right side and a World Weaver down on the Scream. Has to use those beads quickly to try and get away.
Baronic actually saves Scream's life. If Captain Twig was able to teleport to Scream, I'm pretty sure he just dies or at least has his ultimate forced, as Variety takes a good deal of poke. Scream forced back to base, gonna fully reset. Only 1 minute left on this Fire Giant. Scream not one with it around his belt, so maybe not losing out on too much pressure here. The Solar Scarabs have done a fair deal of damage to the mid Phoenix. They've poked a little bit, they've peppered that left Phoenix and the right Phoenix, but the Camelot Kings maintain the base yet again.
It's all this distraction going on by the Scarabs that are able to get them one. SOT does get a little bit of help with his beads to get himself out of a Fear No Evil out of Captain Twig, and that's one major team fight relic now down for the Camelot Kings. Phoenix very low in health, and a couple more basics ought to do the job. Mid-Phoenix, finally the base has been broken open of the Camelot Kings.
It has been, and just in time. Fire Giant only has 20 seconds left remaining on it. Mid-Phoenix, certainly not the most impactful Phoenix to pick up. The Camelot Kings are in a position where they can still try and put up a defense around the enhanced Fire Giant in just over a minute when it respawns, as long as they keep their eyes on this mid-wave. And they've done a good job of already keeping it towards the center of the map. The Solar Scarabs have shown a severe lack of want to want to group up and fight as 5 members. It's 3-2 splits, it's 2-1-2 splits, it's 4-1 splits. They do not have a lot of faith in their ability to take an actual team fight, and that's by nature of composition. They've got a lot of gods. They're very good at finding picks in 1v1s or 1v2s, Baronic and Scream, both playing best in class at those style of play. But the Camelot Kings, they've grouped up as 5. They've stayed together at every given opportunity. They are trying to force the Solar Scarabs into a position where they have to take a 5-on-5 engagement, and this is exactly that situation when there's only one POI on the map. The Solar Scarabs are not in a position to split the engagement anymore because there's only one thing we're all keeping our eyes on, and that's the Fire Giant. And as of now, the Camelot Kings, they've got the vision advantage.
I'm keeping my eyes on the Relic Roundup here. Everything available to the Camelot Kings to utilize in this next fight. Stewart, still 70 seconds until that Aegis comes back up. 25 or so seconds before SOT gets his safety in the beads, and inbound without a blink, not the end of the world for the Scarabs. But it is some positional advantage here, at least by the Kings with some vision as they get it across. But all this while on the left side of the map, maybe going for a long flank out of Baronic and Scream.
A long flank or even potentially a backdoor attempt. Worth noting, Scream's death immunity doesn't just work on gods, it works on the Titan as well. So if he and Baronic both transform into Kali and desync their ultimates, they could nearly indefinitely tank this objective. So if the Solar Scarabs are able to group up on the Fire Giant, put threat onto it with Stewart, and force the Camelot Kings to make a rotation over, could just open up the door of the Titan.
It wouldn't be the first time that we've seen Scream do it either. Him and SOT did it back in the Bolt set during the group stage. But walking right through, the door has been opened up, and Scream and Baronic are going to sneak their way through. No vision caught there, and they could just go for the end here, but Captain Twig has at least come over to spot them out, has his ultimate available. Fear No Evil pushes one away, but the Titan down to a quarter health. Captain Twig gone, and Baronic and Scream all by themselves go for the back door, and they steal the game away from the Camelot Kings.
They can't keep getting away with this. It can't keep happening. It simply cannot. Clearly, the Camelot Kings knew it was coming. They sent Captain Twig over there to drop a ward exactly where the Solar Scarabs are playing. It was spotted out immediately. 3 people started to channel their backs, and then I gotta assume that the communication was Twig saying, "Don't worry, guys. I got this." I don't think in a 45, 50, whatever, however long game this was, you could leave it up to one guy and have, "I got this," be the call. Send some more people back to base and try and put up a defense. The Solar Scarabs, obviously, very impressive in their mental fortitude to stick around in that engagement. It was a game of throws back and forth, but yet again, they're able to strip a win away with a back door.
Call it a cringe win if you want to, but the Scarabs have now done it twice to 2 different teams. We're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back and get ready for game number 4.
vibrations of the universe inside of me. Help me beat the shit out of my ego, please. Wash me now in the blood of the Lamb and the Holy. Let me go to hell and cleanse my fucked up mind. Let's embrace the sunrise and the sunset and the time between them. Let us stay forever young and never die.
Solar Scarabs, in maybe the most Solar Scarabs way possible, take game number 2 here and are now 1 game away from moving on to play the Atlantis Leviathans tomorrow in the semifinals of the Phase 3 playoffs. We've talked plenty about the monitors and the computers and the keyboards and the mice that these players are using, but you know what we haven't talked enough about is the mouse pads that these players are playing on. And you can get one for yourself at shop.smiteproleague.com because, Neil, with mouse pads, you get precision.
Power.
Accuracy.
Power.
Is that the same as precision? No.
Sleekness.
Actually, precision and accuracy are 2 different things, and
Gaming.
I learned that in science.
So cool.
That was 2 words from you. Victory.
Great success.
Double kill.
Can't lose.
Triple kill.
Backdoor Titan.
Quadra kill.
There's one more?
Yep.
Deicide.
Pentakill, yes. All that and more is what you can do if you get yourself an Inside Apparel Company mouse pad. And these things are actually pretty cool. You get the big ones that take up your entire desk. Shop.smiteproleague.com. All of those little bullet points that we just listed and more, they await you on the other end of your purchase of one of the SPL-themed mouse pads. Game number 3, Neil. This is like 45 minutes long. Hard to really dig our teeth into that early game because it felt like this was a game where the Scarabs kind of wrangled control back and forth. The Kings had it for a little while. So kind of mid-game onward into that late game is really where things flip around. And you assumed that this would be the draft or a draft for the Scarabs that would look good, would look maybe even better into the late game. Took a backdoor, but it still did best the composition that the Camelot Kings were bringing.
Yeah, got the job done. I mean, I felt like they had a really strong control in the first Fire Giant. I think they might have overstepped a little bit. It was a 4v2. They could have just reset, been happy with their Fire Giant, gone for some sieges, but unfortunately made a bad decision and ended up making the game much more difficult for them. But you can still see when they get back to the even footing late game, reset the game, a really hard draft to play around.
Yeah, look, Boronic had, outside of, honestly, the bit of a fumble after the Fire Giant, where you go back in and you lose 2 of your FG buffs immediately, Boronic had a very, very good game here in game number 3 on this Morrigan. 8-2-6, you'll see, is his KDA later on. Scream had an interesting game, I think, to say the least. There are lots of 1v1 engagements. Scream up against Captain Twig, and we're going to look back at the back door. And this was always going to be hard for Captain Twig to stop, right? I mean, you have a Morrigan and you have a Kali, and Morrigan can become either the Kali or the Hunbats, whatever you want. That was always going to be difficult for the Camelot Kings to stop. I guess in a moment like that, Neil, from a player perspective, you just got to be aware that that's a possibility if you're the Kings.
You can't keep getting away with it. He's a criminal, a menace to society. Can somebody lock this guy up? If I see you Scream backdoor one more time,
right? Got it, Scream,
and it works, I'm gonna go crazy.
How many?
I'm gonna shave your head.
My head?
Yes, not my head. Your head.
No, I mean
you're down.
If Scream. So what's the bit
if
here?
Scream gets another backdoor win,
we shave my head?
I get to shave your head.
Nope, because I think it's probably going to happen at some
scared.
point. I'm scared because Scream does it a lot. I feel like the hit rate on Scream backdoor attempts.
It's 100%.
Yeah, I don't think he doesn't. I don't
miss.
think he fails it often, if ever.
Yeah.
And if you lose, if you fail the backdoor attempt, you get another chance or 2 later on in the game. That's a horrible bet for me.
Well, I mean, you could still take it. I think a lot.
I would agree if Scream doing a successful backdoor at some point in the future, if I get something out of that.
No.
No, so it's a one-sided thing.
Yes.
The only thing that happens is if he fails, I shave my head.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Yep, not taking that bet. Sorry. I'm not Mifflin. You can't you can't provoke me into horrible bets. We're sticking with it. Let's talk about how the Camelot Kings need to bounce back, though, because I put the ball in the Kings' court, and I also put some heat on the Scarabs, where this is a team that needs to find multiple ways to win these games, multiple types of compositions, and now they've done so far here in this set. But the Camelot Kings, Neil, admittedly look a little bit shaken right now. I think they had their opportunities to win that game. You're not able to do so. So now you got to win 2 straight. You don't have to win all 3 straight, but you still got to win 2 straight games against this Scarabs team that feels pretty unpredictable. In moments like this, Are you hoping to go back to a composition that's a little bit more tried and true, just reset your feet? Or are these the types of moments where you bring something out that's a little bit more unique?
It's hard to say. I mean, at this point, when your back's against the wall, I mean, you can just do anything. You need to try something new. They've had a couple different looks, and they've looked really good on it, the Scarabs have. So, I mean, at this point, if you have nothing to lose, you can go a different way and just draft something different. But, I mean, at the same time, going that path and doing something you may not have done in practice before is risky.
Yep.
Or going to a composition that hasn't been tested in Scarabs in the set could be risky. I wouldn't be surprised if they took some elements, if they could, from their earlier drafts. If they get their hands on one of the Kepris or something, or the Hells from earlier. But I kind of think the Scarabs have them figured out. They're banding away those strong picks that gave them trouble in Game 1. They held the Oleron once more. The Kepris surely to follow. And I think we just need to see something new from the Kings. I want to see them in the driver's seat, putting pressure on these Scarabs, because I feel like the Scarabs have been the ones scrapping the whole time and have been a really good spot.
Does feel that way. Look, it is not unnatural to find ourselves in longer sets involving the Solar Scarabs. So if this somehow does go to a Game 5, you won't find me surprised, because it just feels like every set the Scarabs play in finds a way to go the distance. That said, what a way to start off the weekend for the Solar Scarabs. If they're able to win Game 4 here, 3-1 the Camelot Kings, you're not worried about your matchup tomorrow just yet. You want to get off to a great start. You can see the deliberations for the Kings. Clearly lots of conversation around the right way to go here early on. Biggie in the back with his mouse pad will be steering this team straight. You're staring down the barrel of a Nike right now, and an RDO ends up being the first answer.
Yeah, I was wondering if they would go away from the Miyamoto, because, I mean, it's been played twice now for Genetics. Hasn't found a lot of success, and it looks like they're looking to take away the Jing Chen from inbound over there. And I think that's not necessarily a bad way to go, but, I mean, before you've seen a lot of their draft, you're not really sure what matchups you're going to get. So picking Jing Chen blind like this does have its pros and cons. One, taking it away from inbound. But on the other hand, there is some counterplay when you pick your front line this top too.
Right. You're exposing a lot more of how your engage is going to look later on in the game. Solar Scarabs might be able to pick around that a little bit more effectively. Camelot Kings sticking with that Izanami ban. Stewart looked great on that pick in game number 2. That's something the Camelot Kings do not want to face off against just yet. Nike, you could say something similar, but it feels like Nike pretty tried and true as far as revealing stuff too early. She jumps in, she slows it, she's got a big shield.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so, you know, you're not hiding way too much there if you're the Solar Scarabs. Hachiman has been a popular answer so far this set. And why not? Why not ride the hot hand, right? Baronic had a good game on this Morgan in game number 3. Give it right on back to him and see if he can reprise that performance.
Yeah, I mean, already when you think of Morgan, you want good transformations. The Nike's always a great transformation, and even in the mid-game, a Hachiman can be a really good transformation as well. You could use it from far away and ult on somebody who's trying to get out. The 2 is maxed on Morgan, so Hachiman 2 obviously great ability. But I think they're still going to be looking for another jungler or something, a good transformation to help dive backline a little bit better. Maybe be looking to those Hunbats or something down the line, but first we're going to have to see what this King select last.
Yeah, I wonder if the Kings suddenly start to feel pressure to take the Kali away again. You know, it wasn't a knockdown, drag-out performance by Scream, 4-3-11. It looked good, and of course it had that backdoor to really end the game alongside Baronic on the Morgan to end game number 3. But then the Kings, you know, now you're starting to spend a couple bans on Scream. If you want to go back to the Naja, which is what the Kings banned, that's what they changed after game 2, going into game 3. The Kings took away Naja in the second wave of bans.
Go forth,
so this is an
my
interesting
children,
spot
and take over
and an
this
interesting
land.
pick where Tiamat hasn't seen really any priority so far this weekend, Neil. But for big man Tings, maybe a slight buff. This is a god that BMT plays very well. But why haven't we seen as much Tiamat?
Yeah, I think the character mostly is just a bit passive. I don't know how well she synergizes with this Book of Thoth meta into the Book of the Dead. Hard to say. He might still go that route, but I think traditionally people like going these cooldown spamming things on Tiamat. And I think that this is just kind of a bit of a comfort pick, right? Big Man has always popped off on this character, regardless of her early game flaws. And when the games seem to be going late game like this, aside from the double Hunter comp, I wouldn't be surprised if Big Man does get to late game and does do really good work on this Tiamat pick.
Wow, and so the Solar Scarabs, they're almost sensing that they themselves have brought a new meta into this set in general at the AMC. That's been the pick for the Solar Scarabs in back-to-back games was mid lane for Baronic in game 2. Then it was Hunter AMC for Stewart in game number 3. The Solar Scarabs may be feeling like that would be a good pick here for the Camelot Kings, and they will take that one away as well as the Artemis. both banned out. And so the Camelot Kings still needing a hunter pick. We'll have to look elsewhere from those two. Scream has been an ignition for the Solar Scarabs and their competitiveness since he joined this roster, and he is looking for his pick in these last couple as well. Will not be the Kali, will not be the Gilgamesh. Naja was the option in Game 2. Still there here in Game 3, or Game 4 rather, if that's where Scream ends up looking. But you look at these top 6 here, Neil. Nike, Hachi, Morrigan, Ardio, Xingchen, Tiamat. Do you feel like one team or the other is off to a better start?
I think it's hard to say. I think inherently when you have a Morrigan comp, it feels like the ball is a bit more in your court if you go late game. The Morrigan has so many options, and with 2 extra slots on each team being open, transformations are you can just fill in the gaps really easily, whatever you need. This Heimdallr, however, makes that pick a lot less effective. Really hard to flank with Heim's passive being able to see someone in stealth, coupled with the 1. So I think that pick is really, really strong, and this backline for the Kings actually looks pretty difficult to deal with now. It's not easy to dive Heim. The Tiamat also, like I said, when it gets to the late game, is a force of nature, so does a lot of damage, has good survivability, so it might be really tough for the Scarabs to dive this game.
It's going to be interesting. So, Netrioid on Heimdall, not something we've seen in the last 6 games. In fact, Netrioid has not mirrored picks at all in the last 6 games. It's been 6 different hunters in the last 6 games for Netrioid, a 50% win rate for the team in general, for the Kings in general, in their last 6. So we're going to get another look at a different god here for Netrioid on the Heimdall. Finding some comfort in that dual lane has got to be priority number 1 for the Camelot Kings moving forward. It feels like at points in this set, Netrioid has looked good. At points, Netrioid has fallen a bit by the wayside. Think back to Game 1, that Oleron looked fantastic, and it's been a bit quiet from Netrioid from that point on. And so the Heimdall, we know what that pick is capable of, and I think the Kings have set up their hunter for success moving forward onto here. And so the Solar Scarabs, they still need what we're assuming is jungle and support. Does anything jump out at you, Neil? Any support pick maybe come to mind that would really suit this draft nicely?
It's really hard to say.
I'll answer the question.
There it is, Sylvanas.
You were going to say Sylvanas, right?
I was thinking hard about it, because to me, the Scarabs have seemed to do this a lot, where they pick strong dual lane presence. And I think that's part of the reason why Netrioid has struggled. I mean, in Game 1, Bobby inbound goes for the Geb, and then on the other side you have an Oleron, right? So there's a lot of pressure being put on him in that sense, because Oleron gives a lot of pressure. And every single game after that, it seems like the Scarabs have just been drafting more pressure, and the dual lane looks very comfortable. So I like going back to the Sylvanas to trying to be more proactive as well, getting in the Xingchen's face and trying to out-clear them, and just putting the Kings on the back foot once more.
Camelot Kings will take an Erlong Shen out of the jungle into a must-win game number 4. In the last 6 games, Captain Twig has played this pick twice. One great one against the Jade Dragons a couple weeks ago. 7-3-9 was that game, and then once earlier on in this set in game number 2. 1-4-3 so far for the Erlong Shen. I feel Erlong Shen's in such an interesting spot. Neil, earlier on you detailed some of what this pick does well. A pick that feels like it can have incredible games where it just feels unstoppable, but also a pick that at times can kind of fall by the wayside. You're not doing much damage. You're chilling out towards the bottom of the damage charts. So it's maybe the team and the drafts around the Erlong Shen. Do you think this is the type of environment where you could see Twig having a good game?
Yeah, I think if they play well together, he could definitely have a good game. Erlong Shen into Sylvanas, the matchup is good both ways, to be honest. But with the Xingchen route, the Erlang Shen route, and the Tiamat stun on her too, there's a lot of lockdown for Sylvanas that he can't avoid, so he could definitely get picked pretty easily, and he has another good target going on the Morrigan before she transforms, if he can find her and get a hold of her. But on the other end, like I said, if you get opened on first as Erlong, if you get Sylvanas ulti pulled, Morrigan opened on, your game can be rough as well, so I think it really just depends on how the state of the game is going, but I can see both drafts working out really well.
Well, let's stick with the jungle just for a moment. Rewind the clock to Game 1, the only game in this set so far that the Kings have won. That was a Scream on Camazot's pick in Game 1. We moved on from that to Naja and then Kali, back-to-back wins for the Solar Scarabs. You go back to Camazot's for Scream moving into Game 4. You have a little wiggle room here. You know, if you lose Game 4, you can still win Game 5. That said, does Camazot's, in your mind, carry some potential going into this game that, you know, might mirror the Erlong Shen?
Oh, absolutely. I think the problem with the Camazot's in Game 1 was just a multitude of many things going wrong. The front line wasn't good at diving Olorin. The enemy team had a Khepri that had a bunch of survivability and healing and Hell and Olorin as well. So, I mean, he's kind of a one-man squad trying to dive that game. It's really tough, but this game, a completely different look. No Hell, no Olorin, no Khepri, and a couple of carries that you could get on pretty well with your team with this Nike as well. And the Morrigan helping you dive as well. I think the Camazots get a bunch of really good looks this game, and I don't think it's going to look anything like the performance in Game 1.
Sure, look, the Morrigan, Baronic specifically, I think that carries a lot of weight going into this game. I'll give you your first one. So I've been nice to you so far, Neil. Going into Game 4, who do you think wins it? Do you think Solar Scarabs close out this set? You think the Camelot Kings bounce back?
Ooh. I kind of feel like the Scarabs, if they pressure correctly, could run away with this game. I think I'm going to give it to the Scarabs because...
And this matters. Whether you're right or wrong about this, Neil, and I'm not going to give you a chance to say why. It depends on whether or not we invite you back later on here this weekend. Solar Scarabs up 2-1 going into a must-win Game 4 for the Kings. Let's see how it plays out.
It's going to be a big one for the Kings to get a bounce back here. And they go on a character for Big Man Tings that has been one of their harder carries in the last few games that he's got his hands on it with this Tiamat, J-Mac, and Mifflin here in game number 4. And I think it might be right to come back towards this Tiamat. We saw a few mages come up earlier today in our first set that was played, and then even earlier on in just this set specifically go towards this book build. Do you think that Tiamat is one of those gods that can do so?
I just got to trust Big Man Tings, right? Like, he's going towards the book. So
Fair enough.
I've got faith in it. It's not exactly something I thought we'd see like this.
He's going to get out, at least for now. Variety does hit 2, so he's going to have at least a little bit of extra sustain back in his kit now to stay alive. But SOT almost getting a cheeky first blood here at the first minion wave in solo.
You know what? Bringing up Big Man Ting's Tiamat, very good point. It's a pick that we would very closely associate with this player. But I'm surprised that it took 4 games in this set for Inbound to break out the signature Sylvanas as well. That is a high-pressure pick, good sustain, one of his absolute favorites. Has seen some nerfs to the build. Again, Lotus Crown has had some slight adjustments to the gold cost and things like that, so it's a little bit slower to start picking up, but I think it still is great relative value. He's got decent wave clear. It's one of his absolute favorites. I'm excited to see how this one pans out. To specifically answer the question about Book of the Dead Tiamat, I think for the most part in the late game, you're not really utilizing the quadrupedal stance on Tiamat aggressively. Very often you're using that leap to get away and then the knockout, or knock up rather, to kind of cover your tracks. And generally that's when you're falling low HP. So I'm excited to see how well he utilizes the build. But I think that it almost allows you to get overly aggressive. Beforehand, way back when Tiamat released, she had insane damage mitigation from the scales. I think the Book of the Dead build essentially is going to bring back that version of her.
Seems like the table has kind of turned here where Variety was almost the one first blooded out. He turns that back and puts SOT at critical health under his tower, but now that they've both sustained themselves back up, and with both of those junglers rotating over, we might see a fight around this blue buff potentially. But instead, it's Genetics and Inbound roaming around. Baronic wants his red buff. Genetics won't let him get it so freely, but maybe a collapse in, or maybe just Captain Twig going for a speed buff with Fate of his own.
And he should be able to pick that one up pretty quickly. It was Scream on that side of the map, just trying to make sure the blue buff is picked up, and instead didn't have his eyes on the actual prize. Captain Twig, big rotation.
Inbounds caught out here. Genetics and Captain Twig to catch him out. Turtle is good. The pin right after. A knock up and a consume is good out of Big Man Tings. Captain Twig credit to first blood. Baronic and Scream a little late on the rotation, maybe late to try and save this red buff.
Camelot Kings steal away both of the most important buffs on the map and still won't even let Scream free farm. Stewart in some trouble as well. Twig able to connect the pin, but does not want to walk into the tier 2 tower. No big surprise. 3 minutes in, but that's a successful speed buff invade, a successful red buff invade, and a purple buff as well. The Camelot Kings, it was a very clear strategy as well. The Genetics makes the rotation early out of lane to just slow down Baronic, while Captain Twig is stealing the speed, buys time for the rest of the Camelot Kings to rotate their way over. Thanks to the speed buff steal, Captain Twig takes the 4 before Scream does, so he's more impactful in the team fight. Nice macro play from the Kings.
Usually it's great things comes in threes. In this case, they got 3 different buffs, and they got a kill. So a nice little fourth part here for the Camelot Kings. Haven't been able to net as much of a gold lead here. It's only the first blood bounty separating them here, only 4 minutes in. But Stewart and Inbound, they're not willing to give up all their pressure here in dual lane. They do still have a Sylvanas who's going to be great at keeping up some of that early pressure. Is working towards that Lotus Crown as a first item. Meanwhile, it's Scream and Captain Twig again on this right side. We saw Speed Buff invade and maybe now a fight for the level 5. Captain Twig goes into the turtle form, a knock up against Scream, and no mana. Variety is going to turn this fight back around, and with a pin and one follow-up auto after, Captain Twig puts his second up on the board.
Captain Twig getting involved very early on and will not stop. I think he's got good positioning here with the rest of his team making the rotation to attempt a speed buff invade, but instead rotates back to lane, and SOT doesn't have hold.
SOT under his own tower and under fire. It's a third kill for Captain Twig. And the man who was the primary target of all of the Scarabs in game number 3 has now become the primary initiator and killer here for the Camelot Kings. 3 up, all live on him, pulled just off the mark by Inbound, and Genetics will get to walk away. But Captain Twig now level 6 on this Erlong Shen.
An expensive dropped pool there from Inbound. Brock utilizes the Changeling trying to follow up, and well, the pool didn't connect, so Changeling doesn't connect either. Had either the pool or Vampiric Bats from Baronic made home onto Genetics, he probably just loses his life, but instead the Solar Scarabs, an expensive loss.
Genetics will use the ultimate to try and keep Scream away, so that way his team can grab the Scorpion and continue to push that aggression that they've had. A lot of it just over here on this right-hand side. Genetics trying to go back to base. Scream does manage to spot him out and will try and close the gap on the kill. Just needs a couple of swipes, or maybe just one, to at least get the Scarabs up on the board. SOT is here to make sure there's no further chase, and even with Inbound sitting back behind this rock, Camelot Kings will have to give up their attempt to try and fight back against the Scarabs.
Big Man Tings has to jump out defensively with Inbound and Scream rotating their way in. And the Camelot Kings have spent a lot of time on the Solar Scarab side of the map. They've been successful in a majority of their invades. They've got 3-1 lead, but the gold deficit and experience is not as massive as I would have expected considering the pace of this one. I was nearly ready to just write this game off with the Camelot Kings getting off to as explosive a start as they have. But largest level lead we're seeing is 2 in mid from Big Man Tings. It's already been closed up to 1 by Baronic. 1 level in the jungle, 1 level in solo, and the duo lane is largely even. The Camelot Kings certainly have a lead, but I gotta think they could have farmed a little bit more efficiently or distributed the kills a little bit more evenly.
Well, there's a boxing match between the Hunters, and Stewart is not going to win this one out. The ultimate gets immuned away as the Bifrost comes through for Netrioid. Almost had a solo kill there. Stewart even almost losing his life. I think, what, like 10 health maybe this man was living on, but he makes it out of there. They do trade out quite a bit to do so.
But it is another commitment on the right-hand side by the Camelot Kings. Blue buff invade attempted by Captain Twig and Variety, and with SOT here alone, gotta think that attempt is just a success.
Will be blue buff saved by SOT. They're not able to steal that one away. So that one going to go back over to its rightful owner, at least on this map state-wise, it'll be their rightful owner. SOT gets a blue buff, while the rest of the Solar Scarabs rotating across the map. Camelot Kings come up empty-handed on their invade of blue.
They do, and they also don't get the speed buff. Inbound, make sure that Genetic isn't able to do that on his own, so Scream credit for this one. Baronic reconfirms his own red buff, and taking a peek at the vision, the Camelot Kings might have a general idea of when those buffs are going to respawn, but they didn't have any wards on the actual buffs themselves, so timers belong to the Solar Scarabs as well. Massive play to just kind of restabilize on the map.
We do see a very slight XP lead in the jungle for Captain Twig and for Netroid, about a half level apiece. Big Man Tings, that 1 level up, and if you look at the XP per minute, he's almost a full 100 over his opposition in Baronic. Has that Book of Thoth fully built, not fully stacked quite yet, but already tier 2 towards his next book, that Book of the Dead that's become so popular as of his recent buff.
Yeah, and you can expect him to be finishing that up as quickly as possible. As a nice pull connects from Inbound on the Big Man Tings, dropping him down to just below, or just above rather, half HP. That said, all it does is net the Solar Scarabs some neutral farm. Mid-camps go their way.
Genetics walking around the corner, almost gets spotted there by Baronic, but he holds off just a little while so the stun doesn't come through. Blink out by Captain Twig as Scream rotates over. So Twig uses his primary initiation here in the blink, just on an escape tactic that could open up the door here for the Solar Scarabs to make a play.
It could. They can't go for a cheeky Gold Fury because Oracle Vision does belong to the Camelot Kings. Maybe a Netroid gank could be in the cards, but Netroid's fighting back.
Netroid will fling one in the sky. Inbound has to knock up 2 with his ult, but right on the waiting ground, it's Genetics with a Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, but Scream down to have health, and it's Big Man Tings who's left hung out to dry as SOT rotates to the fight and picks up 1, while Scream is left all by himself, and Variety is able to get it.
The tanky front line of Variety and Captain Twig have finally made the rotation inbound. Drop low with Genetics on the flank.
You got to deal with one Nike. Well, how about a second one as Veronic gets his transformation, but yet again another 1-for-1. Now it's just Genetics here in the middle of 3, and he'll go down, making it a 3-for-2 trade coming up for the Solar Scarabs.
What a massive engagement, a scrappy engagement for both of these teams. The Camelot Kings a little overconfident in their lead, take a overly aggressive play that the Solar Scarabs are able to turn back around, and now it's actually the Order side looking for some invades. The first attempted by the Solar Scarabs. SOT does spot out that spawn, but Captain Twig hovering nearby.
Captain Twig just wants to save this blue buff. The Rend is expended, so Twig can just try and confirm this one for himself, but he doesn't do so. SOT with the barrier pushes him against the wall and steals away the blue buff. So now the shoe's on the other foot, where before it was everybody taking SOT's blue, now it's SOT taking everybody else's blue.
Yeah, SOT also has a lead, by the way. Variety just now ticking over to 10. SOT has been sitting there, and good split of farm by the Solar Scarabs. Scream realizing that SOT had stolen away the enemy blue buff, opens up the door for Scream to start picking up some of that farm on his own. Not having to split it, has done a good deal of closing up that gold and experience gap between himself and Captain Twig. Now both junglers sitting cleanly at level 9. Twig just now ticking to 10. With a 3-0-2 Erlang, gotta think that'd be bigger.
Stewart's got an ultimate. He'll be able to use that to get on out of there. Netroid did manage to steal the Draugr away that Stewart did 99% of the damage to, but all that matters is that last 1%. So at least one big benefit, we'll make it 2 actually, as Netroid did get the beads and an ultimate there. So good things do come in 3s. You get a Draugr, you get beads, and you get an ultimate out of them.
Slow back from Stewart here, who has walked all the way into the jungle, leaving inbound high and dry.
Taunt in by Captain Twig against inbound, but inbound has nowhere left to go as he's surrounded by Genetics and Captain Twig. Taking up the tower was Netroid, all just to set up for Captain Twig to pick up his 4th kill of the game for the Camelot Kings, now 6 total.
Now it is a nice back from Netroid, maybe spotting out the rotation from SOT, and that is a very long rotation over towards the duo lane. Genetics holding on to that tower. Just make sure he's able to make his way out. And now SOT comes up empty-handed. Had a lead for himself, rotates out all the way across the map on tour, while Variety is just allowed to sit in lane and farm it back up. So we're back to dead even in the short lane. Still 1 level lead in the jungle for Captain Twig. Big man Tings have been nursing a 1-level lead the entirety of this game, and now can add survivability onto his list as he's finished up the Book of the Dead. This has been a very interestingly paced game from both of these squads, but at the end of this 12-minute period, it's the Camelot Kings putting themselves in the lead.
Very curious here. Captain Twig has gone for a Toxic Blade on his 2nd item to try and deal with mostly the sustain out of inbound and even some of those 1v1 skirmishes up against Scream. No other anti-heal builds just yet for the rest of the team. So as far as dealing with their sustain, it seems they're leaving a lot of that up to Captain Twig.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Twig itemize towards it so early on as a teleport forward from Netroid finds Stewart.
A nice little bait will pick up the Hunter. There is an ult ready for Stewart as soon as he lands through. He'll get away for now. Use the EI Jutsu to get out and inbound. Rotating over. They can turn this fight back around. The lifesteal and the damage is good. Stewart picks up one, takes down Netroid, and lives on with the help of his support.
Man, only Netroid makes a phenomenal play like that, utilizing the teleport aggressively, only to get punished by superior rotation by the Solar Scarabs. And SOT on tour continues acting as goaltender around the Gold Fury, spots out the rotation from the Camelot Kings, so he might be able to find a steal on the Pyro.
Pyro started up, Gold Fury will go down. That's a foregone conclusion for the Scarabs. Pyromancer's still low. Camelot Kings do get the Pyro, and can they get a kill to boot? Yes, they will. SOT surrounded by all 3. He'll trade his life out for an objective, but Baronic and Scream are on the hunt. Who will they find, though, as everybody is fairly healthy on the side of the Kings and everybody is already spread out?
Well, they might be able to find at least some back camps. Baronic and Scream split that one up as inbound pushes a wave into the tier 1 tower up mid, but Variety, he's still here. He's got lockdown.
Variety stuns out Baronic, gets the beads, a quick transform into the Nike, gets Baronic out for now, and with no further chase, Big Man Ting's too far away. Baronic does make it out alive. Some extra help there by inbound and Scream is able to bail out the mid laner.
Man, Baronic so close to tasting death in that engagement. Had Variety been able to transform into the Druid stance, he falls.
Ultimate out of Genetics will pick up inbound and throw him into the waiting arms of the mid laner, but inbound only lives for a little while longer after landing. Variety gets the credit for the kill, and now Scream under the tier 1 tower has to walk away as 4 players from the Kings are staring down this tier 1 tower.
They are. It seems like they want to take it pretty quickly. Big Man Ting still going untouched in the last couple of fights, 100% HP. But SOT showing up is just enough. Half HP on the tower this early in the game. The Camelot Kings don't like how much of a commitment it would have been for them to pick up that objective. So instead reset and start to pick up some of these camps in the jungle, just trying to make sure that their timers are on time, I suppose. The Solar Scarabs doing a good job so far of stemming the bleeding, and the Camelot Kings have established that dominance in the early game. But I think this next rotation of neutral objectives is going to be very telling.
How lucky can you get this time, Stewart? This round, the beads and the ult are used before he can get out of danger there. So Netroid, again, able to get 2 big prizes for just the use of his own ultimate there. But back over to the mid lane in Big Man Ting's second item, that Book of the Dead, no surprise. But now we see another answer to that sustain in Divine Ruin picked up by BMT.
Yeah, Divine Ruin, not only a phenomenal stat stick, but also one of the best applicators of anti-heal in the game, especially on a god like Tiamat, who's got so many opportunities to do so. I think maybe even a little bit more interesting is the difference between these two hunter builds. Stewart going towards the Executioner, which recently got a buff, now 40 power on that item, whereas Netroid is going down that Wind Demon tree. So, as of now, the Solar Scarabs ADC should have the advantage in the 1v1. Now that Wind Demon's been finished, that is no longer true. We missed that window of opportunity. But even despite that, it's been Netroid winning the 1v1 pretty consistently. That was a tier 1 Shuriken up against a full Executioner, and Netroid kind of just did it to Stewart. So as of now, it seems like the Solar Scarabs ADC is playing with a fair deal of caution, I'd say. I wouldn't say fear just yet. Give me 5 more minutes, I probably will.
But every single time these 1v1s, yes, it's Netroid winning them, but he's getting beads and ultimate out of Stewart. Every single trade. And usually it's only Netroid having to expend his own ultimate. Speaking of using an ultimate, Pharaonic in the mid lane gets the Changeling ult, immediately has to use the ult inside of that transformation to get away from Genetics. Inbound gets the knockup only against 1, but it's just enough to be able to bail Pharaonic out. Mid lane has to walk away, Scream, and inbound under the tier 2 tower, my mistake, as a red buff does get dropped there. And now the Camelot Kings can rotate just over towards this left side. They're just going to go for a tier 2.
The Camelot Kings are playing with all the momentum right now. They choose where the fights happen. They choose the engagements. They choose what you're fighting over. The Solar Scarabs are playing a reactionary game, and it's not something that the Scarabs are very adept at doing. Generally, they want to be the scrappers. They want to be the ones choosing the pace. And the Camelot Kings have essentially taken the wheel out of their hands. They're in the driver's seat completely through and through, and the Camelot Kings are looking much better for it. Now establishing themselves a nice gold lead, experience still favoring them largely. Now finally Scream actually pulling a 1-level lead in the jungle. But despite all of that, the gold deficit has not grown significantly. It's been about a 2,000 gold lead that the Camelot Kings have been nursing for the entirety of this game, just now pushing it to just over 3,000. But experience nearly even, only 2K separating these two squads. That's why I'm very concerned about this Primal Fury and Pyromancer once they spawn. Synced timers means that the Solar Scarabs, even if they don't feel confident in the fight itself, can at least go to the other objective and try and take that to kind of stem the bleeding. Or, if the Solar Scarabs continue this reactionary style of just going wherever the Kings want them to, it could be that the Kings take the fight, take the objective, and then have another one they can fall back towards. So I'm very, very interested to see the next 2 or 3 minutes of this game.
Well, it's a triple down on anti-heal for the Camelot Kings. Genetics, after hitting his level 12, goes back, gets a fully upgraded Cursed Onk. Maybe they can at least put some of that tankiness to use for himself. They dive in against Inbound and put him down to about 1/3 of his health bar quickly, with Variety rotating over on his tour, again towards the mid lane. Pharaonic is forced to sit back and watch, but all this distraction was just setting up for a Primal Fury. The Camelot Kings take it with relative ease. Scream can't even get an opportunity to try and steal it away.
Scream does utilize the blink though, so an offensive measure lost. In this next engagement, the Solar Scarabs lose their opportunity to split up the neutrals as well, and the Camelot Kings may not have gotten the kill, but they TKO Inbound and now can reposition and try for the Pyro.
Pyro on the mind of the Camelot Kings. Variety, Genetics, and BMT will rotate over towards this neutral objective, and they'll start it up right away. And right away, once again, no answer immediately out of the Scarabs. Going to take them a sec to get through, and it's SOT. The Pyromancer's not going down very quick. Without that Hunter, they don't have that same level of shred, so they'll give up on the Pyromancer for now, and Camelot Kings will back away.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Stewart just trying to farm up a little bit more. He is not as strong as Netroid at this point, who they are going for similar styles of build. It seems like it is going to be a win demon for Stewart going forward. Does not quite have that crit chance available to him. The Camelot Kings, on the other hand, they're not letting off the gas. They are forcing the Solar Scarabs to answer this question.
Fortunately for the Scarabs, it's just inbound and Scream to try and answer that call. It's a leap in by SOT to push Variety back into the pit, but it's not doing a whole lot of damage back. Instead, it's the Tornado thrown out by BMT, and the Scarabs all the while, they're able to grab the Pyromancer away from the Camelot Kings and make a nice and swift retreat.
But in using the Frenzy, Inbound loses out on the majority of his team fight presence. Now he doesn't have that relic available for a full 100 seconds, whereas Genetics' Onk and Blink are going to both be up in the next 30 seconds. The Camelot Kings may not have gotten the objective, but they maintained the exact gold lead they've had the entirety of this game, and now they've got the relic advantage going in towards this next team fight. So if the Kings want to, I think they're in a position to either A, force a Fire Giant fight right now, or if they want to go for something a little bit less intensive, a little bit less coin toss, they could group up on a tier 2 likely and just try and accost Inbound.
And with that objective trade out there, the Scarabs are able to maintain this 3K deficit under the Camelot Kings. So fighting back, but Fire Giant now the only neutral objective left standing on the map. Kings and the Scarabs are trying to get some of that ward positioning, get some of that advantage on the vision, but it doesn't seem like either team really want to pull it just yet. Instead, we're going to start grouping up on this right side, clear up some of these mids. Look over on this left-hand side. Minions push very far in and could eventually threaten the Phoenix, though with just regular minions, probably won't be for a long time.
Probably won't be, but if Big Man Tings wants to make a slight rotation, he could just spawn up some minions in the lane over there and have them passively push throughout the map. Instead, though, it is still a grouping on the right-hand side from the Camelot Kings, just biding their time. I'm excited to see these ADC matchups. Seems like Netroid and Stewart are kind of taking turns, just rotating over towards the long lane. Finally, we do see Big Man Ting spawn up some lizards on the right-hand side. Fortunately for the Solar Scarabs, Baronic is there to deal with some of that push beforehand. The Camelot Kings know they've got the lead. They know they're in a position where they can force the fight, which is why they're so deep on the Scarab side of the map.
They get the barrier, they get the leap out of SOT, but SOT is doing just fine. It says Genetics sitting inside the mist, rooted by Inbound. Some peppering damage over the wall by BMT up against Inbound, but Hobby's doing just fine on this Sylvanas. Still rather healthy, has that Lotus Crown and the Wisps, so he'll be nice and tanky and be able to get his health right back up and ready for this next fight. The Kings are hunting for their opportunity.
They are. They're waiting for the Solar Scarabs to make a mistake. This could be it. If Variety is able to close that gap, does connect the route onto SOT, but his team's nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, though, take a peek at Scream, pretty far up.
The team spotted out Scream here in the mid lane, but it's a Kamazotz who has a decent bit of mobility, and they've left Variety all by himself, a pull in from Inbound, and then SOT to fire the damage, and here comes Baronic around the corner to clothesline him, but now the rest of the Kings have shown up. It's big damage through, but Variety is still the first one down. SOT, half health, Baronic jumps in, and it's another Nike ultimate to force Netroid away.
You can't leave Variety alone like that. Now Big Man Tings, the sole recipient of the Scarab's chase.
Gets a lot of health back from that shield, but he's still going to be in critical health once that shield is gone. Netroid forced to ult away from SOT, and Genetics, full health on this Xingqian, will make sure to zone the Scarabs away from his carries, but the Scarabs at least come up with one after all of it's done.
That is such a nutty engagement. That was essentially a full 3-minute Fire Giant dance where the Camelot Kings are hunting as a 4-man core throughout the entirety of the right side jungle. Variety finally sees an opportunity where he thinks he can get an engagement onto SOT, but does not realize that every single one of his teammates had tried to chase Scream out in mid, leaving him completely alone. The Solar Scarabs find a free pick.
Maybe they can find a pick here up against Inbound. Captain Twig is chasing down the tree, and with Netroid in the tailwind of it all, they'll finally at least come up with the kill they were maybe looking for earlier. Camelot Kings put up another kill on the board in the hands of Captain Twig. 5-0-3 now on this Erlong Shen, and a Fire Giant started up by the Kings.
Fire Giant should be a foregone conclusion. The Solar Scarabs do not love their odds in a fight without their support. 20 seconds is how long Inbound is going to be on the grayscale screen. So what can the Solar Scarabs do but at least try and close up that golden experience gap a little bit more? Draugr can help out a fair bit on base defense, giving you a little bit more mitigation onto your objectives, but I think the Solar Scarabs find themselves in a similar position that the the Camelot Kings were in just a moment ago, where Variety finds himself picked out completely alone. The same happens to Inbound. The difference being, Camelot Kings are ahead. They can afford to make small mistakes like that. They can afford to lose out on individual members. When you're playing at a deficit like this, as the Solar Scarabs are, if Inbound makes one mistake, it's going to bleed much more than anything that the Camelot Kings do, and it's reflected in what we just saw. Variety dies, what do the Solar Scarabs get? They get an Oni Fury. Inbound dies, what do the Camelot Kings get? Fire Giant on 5.
Now right side tier 2 tower does go down. It's only the mid left standing, and Oni minions pushing up every single wave, every single lane. The Kings will at least be able, or the Scarabs, I'm sorry, should be able to at least answer with a couple of towers of their own thanks to the help of this, or maybe just the one. Left side tier 1 tower was taken by Scream after that fight was all said and done. But the Kings going for a pincer maneuver. Variety, Captain Twig going for the hunt, but it's Captain Twig turned on, stunned down. It doesn't even get a chance to fight back.
And now the Solar Scarabs get a power play, 5 versus 4, grouped up heavily. Maybe Inbound able to connect a pool or something along those lines could turn this fight around. But the enhanced minion waves might just be enough. Solar Scarabs against the Fire Giant team have a successful push.
They've got the power play, 5 versus 4. They've taken now 2 towers of their own. Minions on the left side are dealing with that tier 2. And they can start going up towards this Phoenix. Genetics and Variety, at least Variety the one in danger here. Our root coming through, holds SOT in place, but the barrier mitigates the majority of that damage, but Stewart gets caught. It's going to be a little bit of damage back toward him, forces out that ultimate. And the Scarabs, with all that advantage they have, now have to back away.
Stewart a little bit slow on the uptake there on the disengage, and the Camelot Kings put so much damage into him. So an inverse of what we just saw. Now it's the Solar Scarabs licking their wounds and trying to run away as 4 members of the Camelot Kings search for
Variety right into the fray. A blink in, Pyromancer, a greedy call here by the Scarabs, and they might pay with it as Netroid grabs Baronic. Stewart knocked up. Doesn't have his beads, doesn't have advantages, neither does Inbound. He gets flung around, and Stewart collapsed on by the front line. Metroid is the one who comes up with Pater. 2 kills on the board for the Hunter, and making a triple as he grabs another.
SOT has his back stopped. Luckily, Scream still alive on the map. Should be able to divert the attentions of a couple members of the Camelot Kings. The Solar Scarabs teetering on the edge of brilliance and idiocy. Finally find themselves on the other end of it. The Camelot Kings come out ahead in this fight. But take a peek at the gold, J-Mac. It still only is about 3K.
And who cares about the gold? There's 20 seconds left on Baronic. The Kings might just be able to push this game up. It's Scream and SOT, the only ones left on defense against 5. 15 seconds on Baronic, but the Titan is not going to get any luxury of help here. It's going to be the Camelot Kings collapsing in and closing game number 4 to take us all the way to game 5.
Well, my prediction for the set was wrong. I called 4 no matter what, but you can't count out the Camelot Kings or the Solar Scarabs. They keep every single one of these sets incredibly interesting. That was a different look at the Camelot Kings in that they decided to play a hyper-aggressive early game, constantly looking for invades, first rotation of buffs. The Camelot Kings were there. The second the Invader's Curse was no longer an option, the Camelot Kings were there, but they never really net the lead from that. It was the team fights afterward. It was the macro play that really won that match out for the Camelot Kings. And the Solar Scarabs, they were struggling to keep up.
And the Scarabs, after somewhat losing that fight on the right-hand side, they go for a disengage. And at that point, you think, all right, cool, the Scarabs are out. They go on a reset. They turn and do the Pyromancer, and Variety says, oh, I thought you guys were out of here. And he, blinked in and stunned 3 of them and sets up for his carry, Netroid, to come in there and clean up shop. 3 kills up for the carry. And the Camelot Kings are able to drag us all the way to game number 5 in this best of set. Loser goes home. You lose this, you're out of playoffs. One more win here is all they need to move on to day number 2. We'll take it to a break and come back with game 5.
Peace through tyranny. Pathetic fools! There's no escape! Transformers! More than the eye. I will not bring their battle to try. Let's roll out.
want to talk about clutch, and it's this guy sitting right next to me. You know what? Did you hear aggro in the middle of that video? Pittsburgh Knights are going back to back, and you know who went back to back?
Who?
That was you. You know who has a chance to go back to back to back?
Who?
You. And you know when people can watch you try to go back to back to back?
When?
January 6th through 9th.
Oh my.
At the SMITE World Championship, the hi-rez showcase. Look at this schedule, Neil.
Jeez.
It is absolutely
popping.
packed.
It's popping.
We got crazy SWC action. We've got the Content Creator Cup that weekend, which is one of my favorite things to watch and cast. And then, of course, the SWC is fine as
Can't
well.
miss it. Can't miss any of
that.
that
At all. Not if you look. If you want to disappoint Neil, which nobody does, then you can miss it. But if you want to make Neil happy, which everyone does, they need to make sure to tune in January 6th through 9th to the SMITE World Championship and the hi-rez showcase. That Thursday, really the showcase day, action-packed stuff, all about the upcoming year and years that hi-rez and all of our games have to offer. Let's talk about what these games have to offer, though, Neil, because Solar Scarabs, they have a chance to win the set here. The Camelot Kings, they draft well, they bounce back. We go on to a Game 5. It's almost uncanny, isn't it, how the Solar Scarabs just play in long sets. It's just it's weird to me at this point, where it feels like more often than not we're going the full distance than teams closing out the Solar Scarabs in any sort of quick fashion. So yet again, we'll head on to a Game 5. And Nirlang Shen was a big topic of conversation going into this game after picks and bans, and Captain Twig had a fantastic performance at 5-2 and 3.
It's true. He played amazing. I mean, he was a good facilitator throughout the rest of the game.
I wouldn't lie.
Yeah, I don't think. Well, you might. I don't know if you do, though. I mean, you haven't lied to me yet.
No, Captain Twig had a good game. That's a truth.
I can agree. All right, I'll agree with that.
All right,
And yeah,
fantastic.
like you said, the Scarabs, they like to go the distance. These games have all been really long. I don't have any experience in long games that stretch on for 5.
No.
Never happened to me before, so it's exciting to see it for the first time.
So you would lie.
What?
You would lie is what we're getting at here.
No.
I wouldn't lie, but Neoma would lie.
No,
So don't trust him for anything.
Don't say that.
It was a quiet game for Netrioid up until
It
this.
wasn't. Up until it wasn't.
Up until it wasn't, and then suddenly it was less quiet. Gets himself a few kills right towards the end of the game here. Netrioid ends up at 3-1-3 on this Heimdall. And that's what when we say it only takes a matter of time for Heimdall to kind of scale up. This is why. I mean, those auto attacks were just
That was insane.
by the time that this game got to the close. So all of the kills Netrioid got in this game were there at the end. Captain Twig doing most of the heavy lifting in the kill department up to that point. Variety on the RDO looked solid as well. And remember, that was the big pivot, Neil, was that normally it had been Yamoja in that first pick slot. You make a bit of a change here. You go RDO and Xing Chen, and it did feel like the front line was a little bit more comfortable for the Kings this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, Inbound not having such a good game, like we touched on before, the Sylvanas into this
0-6.
Erlong, into the Tiamat, into the RDO even, Roots really hurt this god, and you look everywhere, there's so much CC for him. Really hard to play this game. The Sylvanas, you're not really far ahead, and he died early at the red, so I think made his game pretty tough. But I mean, he had some good pulls too, but Sylvanas from behind can only do so much.
Yeah, 0, 6, and 5 is how things boiled down there for Inbound. And you're also no stranger to game 5s, right?
I think so, maybe. Hard to say. Memory's not so good these days.
I want
Getting
to.
old.
What's your take on the Neoma passive?
I don't know.
Do you think it exists?
I just walk around. I just live my life. I don't know.
Right.
I didn't come up with that.
You didn't come up with it.
Huh?
You and the way that you've lived and played has given you that passive.
If you want to say that.
Which is longer sets, right? So
sure.
Let's root this in some seriousness.
Okay.
This is serious. This is going to be the last game we see from one of these two teams here this weekend. Camelot Kings, Solar Scarabs, Game 5, winner take all. Back and forth all set long. You go on to a Game 5. We've been in this set for, 4+ hours at this point. Are you experiencing some fatigue at this point if you're one of these players? Like right now, you have to kind of brush yourself off, refocus yourself and get ready because it's been a lot of Smite.
Yeah, it has been a long day for a lot of these players, and when you're that focused for that long, it's hard to keep it up, right? Even things like I know in Game 5s at Worlds, there have been times where I'm like, oh, I'm so hungry, man. Like, I'm actually starving. And I started thinking, like, I'm gonna get something to eat after this. Like, who wants to order?
Right.
So, I mean, when it gets to these Game 5s, you don't have much time to get anything in between. You actually can start to falter a bit, whether that be, like, if you're hungry or if you just didn't get a good night's rest, who knows, right? But Game 5s, yeah, definitely no stranger to people maybe making lapses of judgments. Mistakes are definitely made towards the beginning of the set when you're warming up and towards the end of the set when you're getting a little bit fatigued for sure.
Do you feel like these games, like Game 5 specifically, knockout games, winner take all, do you feel like they slow down? Like players are more risk averse and the game in general pumps the brakes a little bit? Maybe that's more team and player specific. But to me, it would seem like if I'm going into a Game 5, I'm chilling as long as I possibly can until, a team fight or something breaks out. But not every player is wired that way.
Yeah, I feel like it's really important in LAN games, especially in tournaments. You actually do see players and teams play a lot more respectfully and play a lot more slowly. Just a little bit more sure-footed, I guess, trying not to make mistakes. People are afraid to be the first one to make an error and throw their team the game, right? So that is not something that's uncommon in tournaments for teams to be taking their foot off the gas and just playing a bit slower.
We did want to touch on this, and that it's Jithens' birthday.
Happy birthday.
No, we're not doing it. To you. No, we're
Jithens.
Cut. Perfect. That was good. That was
Great.
solid by us. It is his birthday. So
I think it is too. I've heard that.
I have heard that. And I don't trust Jithens. I wouldn't tell a lie. You wouldn't tell a lie. Jithens would tell a lie. And he's saying
You know what's also not a lie? Xing Chen picked first. It's crazy.
So you're the one rooting. You're reeling me back in here.
What? I wouldn't do that.
How the turntables here, Neil. You're right. Is it all that crazy though that Xing Chen gets first pick?
Well, it's interesting there are these best of fives. I mean, you go from the beginning of the draft till now, completely different. Xing Chen was not a priority pick at all. Was maybe picked a little bit later in the games, top 2, top 3, third pick even, but now first pick. It's really interesting to see throughout these best of fives how the meta develops within this little set.
Yeah. Wow. And then Nike and Gab, talk about a good front line here for the Solar Scarabs. Nike has just felt sure, felt true, felt very strong for whichever either team is able to grab that pick. And then Geb has been pretty prioritized one way or another, whether it's picks and bans. Not 100% pick ban, but still feels like gets looked at pretty often in the pick ban phase. And so the Solar Scarabs, I mean, both teams obviously prioritizing their front line early. But I feel like you're walking away from the first 2 picks with a Nike and a Geb, and you're feeling okay.
Yeah, I think they're solid picks overall, but I think Geb specifically, he can always do his job of keeping someone alive, but when Geb is best is when you have good targets to lock down, specifically the front line. And when you look at Jing Chen already locked in, it's really not easy for Geb to do anything to Jing Chen. Jing Chen, if you have your jump up, you can dodge the 2, you can dodge the ult as well. I mean, it's not easy to walk down the Jing Chen. He could just run into your face, and that might not be able to do much. The Scarabs might not be able to do much to him, so we'll have to wait and see.
Well, and this is just a run back so far for the Camelot Kings. Remember, they were in second pick in Game 4. They move into Game 5 in that first pick slot, and they're able to get the exact same thing that they got in second pick in Game 4. They get Xing Chen, Erlang Shen, Ardia, which is what they prioritized in the first 3 last time there as well. So the Camelot Kings very close to being able to run things back. It was a Tiamat earlier on in the draft, maybe shifting some things around, and Erlang Shen was the last pick, so that's really the big change. But the Amusen Cobb has suddenly surged into our conversation more so than I thought it would. It was Game 2 was the first time we saw it, and then Game 3 again, and then got banned out by the Solar Scarabs, now coming back into the pick ban phase. I guess AMC is in a good enough spot that the Scarabs feel confident in their ability to win.
Yeah, AMC's ult is really getting to all these characters if he can connect. A cripple against Jing Chen, Erlang, and Ardio all does tremendous work. And like I was saying about the Geb, the matchups are really important, but Erlang and Ardio are both really good targets for you to blink and ult this Geb because you don't have a jump. If Erlang, you try and dash away, mink away, Ardio, same thing, you're always getting hit by that. You need to either counter blink it or pre-beads it. I mean, when you have these good targets to lock down and Geb doing as much damage he does with his ult, coupled with an AMC stinger, I think that you have a reasonable way to play this game now. I think it's pretty good matches for this Geb, yeah.
When you can see how after Game 4, some of the priority shifts where, Tiamat, of course, looked fine for Big Man Ting, 0-1-7. But the Erlang Shen looked better, and so the Kings realized they need to pick that before the Tiamat, and the Solar Scarabs then have the ability to ban away the Tiamat. Heimdall would have completed the full 5 run back for the Camelot Kings, but that'll also get banned away. So both of the carries for the Camelot Kings are going to have to draft something new here going into game number 5. And it looks like we are going back to double Hunter. AMC then likely falls in the mid lane for Baronic, Hachiman over in the duo lane for Stewart. And now you're just waiting on something for Scream. Remember, the first time we saw this, Neil, it was the Naja. Second time we saw the attempt, it was the Kali. Naja still available, and the Camelot Kings likely not picking that away. We can get to that pick here in a little bit. You start to look then at how the Kings want to reply, because the Kings have already seen this style of comp, right?
Yeah.
So now it's their chance with a mid and a Hunter to try to answer some of it.
Yeah, I think Najal isn't a terrible pick for Solar Scarabs. I mean, with the AMC Stinger, like I said, it's good for sure. It's a good follow-up off the ult, which is important. It's good into Erlang and Ardio, good targets to get on. Interesting that we see them picking back Ullr on her hover as well. I'm not sure if that's actually going to get locked in, but I mean, during a set, you just have to adapt and kind of let it rip, And double Hunter, you just don't want to get out pressured in Game 5, right?
Are we letting it rip with Ullr on her?
We are letting it rip Beyblade style.
I guess. All right. Is there viability, do you think, in obviously we've already seen double Hunter in some capacity work earlier on. Maybe a little bit more diverse. You get Ardio and Xing Chen for some magical damage, so maybe a little bit more spread out as far as magical versus physical goes. Do you think the Kings composition can work? Because that is very unique, admittedly. We're used to seeing maybe one of Ullr or on her, but both of them on the same team is definitely unique.
I think it most definitely can work. The AMC has no CC immunity in his kit, and they have a few different ways of CC, like Jing Chen ult, Ardio root, Erlang roots, Erlang taunts. They have a lot of CC to get on them. The Geb does counteract that a little bit, so I think that they still do have good ways to get on these ADCs.
Whoa.
But one thing I want to note is the Nike pick into double ADC. She obviously has her shield she can put up that mitigates autos completely, so that might be something important to come into play. And the Poseidon, like you said, looks like it could be going to the jungle for Scream. I mean, that's a deadly pick historically for that guy.
I mean, that's the most likely landing spot, right? You mean you don't see AMC
I think it
or
has
Hachiman in the jungle.
I think it has to be. I actually like it a lot, to be honest.
Really? Are you? Is this the type of thing where you're unsure, but then the more you think about it, you're kind of convincing yourself that it's good?
The pick itself in a bubble, if you saw the Poseidon in mid lane, you'd be like, yeah, okay, like we have good matchups. Ullr does really poorly into this whirlpool. Characters without CC immunity in general just terrible into Poseidon. You have the Erlang, the Ardio, the Ullr, all who are good targets. The question is, are you really going to be put in a good position to hit these Krakens, or are you going to be the one getting initiated on and then dying? I mean, Poseidon jungle against an Erlang, you can see how it could be really, really scary if you're Poseidon.
Yeah. Look, I am raising my eyebrows, but I'm happy to be proven wrong here, Neil. I think that this is not proven wrong. I'm happy to, because I'm not saying it's going to work or it's not going to work.
Okay.
But you got to prove it right.
A little backpedal?
No, because I never said it sucks.
Okay, that's fun. That's fun.
But I think I'm not sitting on any fence, Myth. I am saying that you gotta prove to me that it works, right? Because this is unique. I'm not saying it can't work, but I'm saying going into this game, I can't automatically say it's a big thumbs up, right? Or are you automatically ready to give it the big old thumbs up?
I'm not stepping. This is your call, man.
What?
This is all you, buddy.
All right. Are we sitting on the desk or on the fence here, Neil? Somebody's got to make a call.
Why not both? Okay.
Absolutely right.
Scarabs is. I like the Poseidon.
This matters so much.
It's cool.
You can be totally wrong and people will still love you. I can't make any sort of definitive
be totally
statements.
Wrong.
And what's your statement?
No.
I hate it here.
Okay, the
Camelot
Scarabs.
Kings. No, I'm kidding. Camelot Kings, Solar Scarabs. You're going into Game 5. Let's break down both of these drafts. We don't have to make the definitive call. Where do you think this Camelot Kings draft can win this game?
Ooh, well, both teams are really early game focused. Whenever you have double ADC locked in, you're running it down, right? You have an Erlang as well, an Ardio. This is really, really early game focused. So whatever one of these teams gets the first foothold, if they're able to just run with that, I think it's going to be an easy game. That being said, throughout this set, the team that has the ball and is running the court, they're making mistakes, right? So it could be anyone's game. But when you look at the draft, it's whoever just gets the early game lead should theoretically take a dub.
And then we get back to the Poseidon Jungle conversation where we're wondering if Poseidon Jungle is going to be able to compete with the Erlang Shen. Lots of questions will be answered. Game 5 between the Kings and the Scarabs right now.
One team is going home. The other team is moving on to the semifinals, and it's all determined on the back of Game 5 in our second set of the event. And Mifflin, what better way to throw it out here than with a Poseidon? I'm not throw out the game. Just what a better way to kick us off Game 5 than with a Poseidon jungle out of Scream.
I don't know, like a Camazotz, I guess. That seems like it's probably a little bit higher tier. No, you know what? Our cowardly fence-sitting desk wouldn't make a definitive statement on this Poseidon jungle, so I will.
Okay, what do you got?
I think it goes pretty hard here. I think it is actually a legitimately very strong pick up against what's on the other side for the Camelot Kings. You got Captain Twig on Erlang Shen, who's gone for a blink very early on, which means you got pretty good odds of just 1v1ing him. If it's a blink engage from Captain Twig every time on a Scream, you simply beads the taunt, drop Kraken, and kill him before he gets the heal. And that's a pretty good strategy up against that. You've also got decent targets that are going to be easy to lock down as you've got decent setup from inbound on the Scab. I have got high expectations for Scream.
Stewart being pushed back. Him and inbound have to roll away, but Netroid catches that rollout. Not going to be much more beyond there. But I think going back to this Poseidon, maybe something to talk about here, though. Scream gets picked off. First blood goes to Captain Twig, and maybe a second one as he dives under the tower, and a double kill on the board early as Captain Twig puts him down.
I take it back. The fence-sitting cowardly desk was right to do so. I no longer have any expectations for this Poseidon. I just simply don't think that he is in a position now to make a deficit 2-0 first blood comeback. Captain Twig owns the jungle, and Scream is going to spend the entirety of the rest of this game on catch-up duty. That is tough stuff.
They might have to do even more here. Stewart has to use the EI Jutsu to get out and away from this duo lane. And once again, Variety and SOT in their boxing match. This time it's Variety who comes up with the most health and pushes SOT back under that tower. But 2 kills up for Captain Twig in the first minute of the game. Can never look too favorable when you're running this Poseidon jungle. It's AMC mid. We've seen what AMC can do. Maybe we'll see what Poseidon is capable of now with all these new buffs that we've had. I mean, a plethora of buffs have come his way.
Yeah, some mana reductions, I believe. Everything costs a little bit less Tide now as well, so you can get the full usage of your passive a little bit more consistently. A nice impale from Netroid actually drops inbound to just over 50% HP. And the Camelot Kings looking to reprise their exact same playstyle as last game. It is a lot of early game dominance, maybe a little bit more so this time around, as Captain Twig is legitimately massive.
Inbound, you need to be careful. Impale is good. A leap in. There's nowhere for inbound to roll. He gets the shield, but as soon as he gets a chance to get out, he's knocked up by Captain Twig, who puts his second kill on the board. Netroid getting, or no, it's Genetics getting the credit for that last one, but it's 3-0 up for the Kings early on, and already 1,500 gold in less than 3 minutes.
Silver linings where they lie. As Captain Twig spent a lot of time trying to get involved on the left-hand side of the map, it's opened up the door for Scream to steal some farm, but double-edged sword, maybe he just dies.
Axtos is gone. The dash is going to be stopped by the Whirlpool. Variety with the last bits of his mana tries to hold him out, but SOT with a quick rotation over will instantly cancel out that channel, and now it'll be Scream getting to live as his beats were still down during that engagement.
They were coming back up in just over 20 seconds. Scream, once he ticks over to level 5, has to get involved. If he's not getting a kill between level 5 to 7, I think this Poseidon jungle has missed the mark. You've got an opportunity now where there's 3 blinks on the side of the Camelot Kings, every single one of those a decent target of the Kraken. No aces available to Big Man Tings or Netroid as of right now, so as long as you're applying that cripple, you should be able to finish it off, or at least force the beads without even having to actually dedicate the Kraken itself. So there are opportunities for the Solar Scarabs jungler to get involved, as he just now does tick over towards level 5. He's also going to be able to utilize additional movement speed, not only from his passive, but also from Doom Orb in that first slot. So rotation advantage should belong to the Scarabs.
Captain Twig recognizes he's going to get aggressive. It's a quick Kraken coming out of Scream and the help of inbound to put down Captain Twig and finally put the Scarabs on the board. And one thing I want to address, maybe, well, hold that thought, is Genetics even now rotating over, at least just to put some pressure towards this Rev, but he's going to stare down the barrel of 4 players from the Solar Scarabs, and they will secure the red buff. But looking at the Poseidon jungle, you know, we've seen kind of what the new mid build looks like. This Book of the Dead, Book of Thoth, Soul Reaver, you know, Breastplate of Valor. We've seen what they do, but what kind of build path do we see come out of Scream here in the jungle?
No shot you just asked me to predict Scream's build.
You know,
man.
that's fair.
Scream.
That's on me for trying to get into the mind of what Scream may or may not do in this existence. Genetics has to use the ultimate. He'll grab SOT. Probably wasn't expecting him to jump right in there, and SOT will turn around with an ultimate of his own. Genetics nowhere to go. Pushed back by the barrier, but now Captain Twig comes in. 2-man taunt. We'll get a couple of sets of beads. But Variety and the rest of the Camelot Kings are out.
Man, that was an expensive disengage for the Camelot Kings. Blink in from Captain Twig, as well as his ultimate, cost him a lot of his ability to get aggressive throughout the early game. Genetics lose out on his ultimate as well as the majority of his HP bar, whereas the Solar Scarabs do also lose out on some pretty significant tools. Both Boronic and Scream forced to use those beads defensively. But a lot of the XP gaps that the Camelot Kings were relying on have been closed up. Fortunately, Netroid has been dominating the duo lane. No better way to put that one. Maybe Variety falls.
Kraken out of Scream catches Variety, and SOT puts the last damage necessary, but Scream is low, and Genetics will grab him with the roar. And maybe a little bit more after, or at least just a retreat. But now Captain Twig is all by himself. Cataclysm and a Shockwave and a knockup out of SOT. Make sure to displace this jungler. It's a double kill for SOT. And maybe they can add a little bit more as Big Man Tings makes a quick rotation out.
What a wildly scrappy game so far. 7 kills in 6 minutes. 4 to the Kings and 3 to the Scarabs. And it has been back and forth, through and through. But despite all of it, it is the Camelot Kings still nursing a slight lead, and I mean slight. Somehow Captain Twig, despite getting a double kill first blood at minute 1, has fallen behind in the jungle. Scream was one of the people that got first blood, by the way. Now level 7 to Captain Twig 6. That said, gold still should be favoring the Erlong Shen, as the build is reflecting that as well. Keep your eyes on Scream. We'll come back to your build question in a little bit.
Later on.
Let me see like 5 more items and then I'll tell you.
5 more items, okay. I'll give you 5 more items and we'll see where everything pans out here. But across the board for at least both the supports is a Gauntlet of Thieves, Benevolence on one side with some of the slight adjustments, kind of a interesting shift in it, just a little bit of extra HP taken away from Benevolence in this patch. But when you do get an extra stack over the 50, you get the gold instantly. Probably not super often that happens, although I haven't done enough testing on Benevolence to be able to say how much extra gold they would get from there. Instead, it's been Netroid and all the pressure in the world in this duo lane pushing Stewart back and at least trying to keep something alive here for the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, I think the math kind of rounds out that around level 11 to 12, you get more benefit from Benevolence than you would have from the Sentinel. While we were kind of watching these guys farm out the map, Camelot Kings were successful in sealing away a red buff from the Solar Scarabs, response being the Greater Scorpion, going the way of the Chaos team. And the game has slowed down significantly. I know it's only been about 7 minutes, so 2 minutes since we last did the kill roundup, but considering the pace of the game up until this point, you gotta say, man, these guys have slowed down a little bit, trying to wait for some of these more significant power spikes, or maybe some more buff invades as Captain Twig forced to use that relic defensively.
Man, that means SOT must have missed that first hit of Ren, because I thought for sure Captain Twig was caught there, but managed to juke out the first hit, so he gets his blink off to get himself out. But I think as we look at these teams, as we look at these players here, especially for the Camelot Kings, Aegis we already know is going to be on the mind of the two carries in Big Man Tings and Netroid. But do you think that maybe one of these other players is going to need to pick up something like an Aegis to try and deal with this Kraken?
Aegis for the front line, I'm not expecting Variety to look towards it. Twig might be in a position where he has to. Essentially, if he goes beads, he kind of gets wrangled by Scream in the majority of these team fights, depending on the build that Scream elects to go for. I'm kind of holding out hope that we do see some auto-attack styling, maybe a ring as SOT takes a fair deal of damage. Still had the ultimate available, so not much risk here. Just going to be a little bit annoying is Variety. I'm expecting the Camelot Kings very soon to make a power play towards the Gold Fury. Maybe around the time the Oracle Vision wears off for the Solar Scarabs, the Camelot Kings will want to utilize this double Hunter composition to try and shred it out, especially considering the pressure that Netroid has had in this lane. But the Solar Scarabs themselves have similar levels of burst as well as burn. They also have the double Hunter available to them, despite Stewart being a little bit behind in lane. They've also got a Poseidon in the jungle.
Gold Fury down to half already. This double Hunter is shredding through the objective, and Stewart is too late to do anything about it, and so he's inbound. He'll roll out into the midst of the jungle, but he'll come up empty-handed. It's the Camelot Kings with another objective to try and push up some of that gold lead they started off earlier on. It's not a whole lot. They're only back up to around 2,000 despite all that. And it really has kind of just been a halt in the pacing. For the first 5-6 minutes, it was slamming their heads against the wall at each other. And now I think they've both realized that they need an ice pack, and they're going to cool down for a little bit.
Yeah, not much to fight over right now either, considering Gold Fury does just fall, favoring the Camelot Kings. Looking at both of these compositions, late game scaling, hard to say. Who's going to burn an objective faster? Hard to say. Who's got the better secure? I'd say it's pretty easy to say that it's a team that has the Kraken, so late game coin tosses, their major favorites.
Inbound and a Kraken, and plus Piranha. Throw him in the midst there with that Stinger. He'll get a cooldown reset after picking up that kill. Evens up the kills, 4-4 now for the Solar Scarab. Scream manages to squeak by. Scarab's able to pick that one up, even up the kills, but Variety doesn't seem like he's quite done just yet. He'll continue the chase up against SOT. Once SOT gets in that tower, it's all she wrote for Variety.
No way Variety wants to take the chase in towards there. And what we just saw from Captain Twig is the exact reason I believe it is likely that he goes towards that Aegis in the second relic slot. Because barring that, it's just going to be exactly what you've been seeing. He's already got magical defense, Wingblade in second slot, giving you about 30 or so magical defense, as well as some movement speed to help you maneuver these engagements. Doesn't seem to have mattered. Didn't stop Scream from actually one-tapping him with the Kraken. This Poseidon is a threat right now.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't make you actually sit here and try and predict what Scream's build was, because I don't think any of us were predicting a Stone of Binding second item out of this Poseidon. Scorpion does get secured there by the Camelot Kings, so stealing that away from the Scarab side of the map, and instantly they'll go right towards the Pyromancer to get some extra neutral objective. The Scarabs, with all the fighting, they've been able to keep themselves in this game. Now it's going to come down to how they can close out some of these team fights. They're getting picks here and there up against Twig and up against, well, actually pretty much only Twig is who they've really been able to grab once on Variety. But how do their 5v5s really look?
The 5-on-5 engagement for both of these teams is one note in engage. Both Guardians likely just going to try and blink forward, utilize that ultimate. Both Assassins, Assassins air quotes, likely going to try and do the same thing, but to differing degrees of success. Captain Twig more so as a facilitator, Scream trying to act more so as the carry, his ultimate being a massive AoE bit of damage, and Captain Twig's being CC kind of dictates the pace of that one. As well as the fact that Twig has been forced to go towards a slightly more defensive build means that he doesn't really have the potential to take fights. I know that the devs kind of highlighted maybe a lacking 1v1. I don't think Twig wants it.
Stewart knocked up, Kraken comes through, Netroid immunes the CC of it at least with his own ultimate. It'll be a quick 1 or 2-1 trade there actually. Genetics even using his Captain Twig. Expends his to try and find Stewart. But Stewart is going to be out of there just fine, so is Scream. Solo laners have made their rotations over towards the mid lane. A lot of skirmishing, but a lot coming up empty-handed there. 3 ults for 2 and a couple of relics, and SOT down half health.
Variety blinks forward, finds the double stun, just creating space to try and strip away this tier 1 tower. SOT may have bit off more than he can chew.
SOT uses the ultimate thinking maybe they were going to keep going there, but instead only used it just to stay alive. And tier 1 tower, that was his main line to defend. He even threw up the barrier and the ultimate thinking, I'm going to defend this tier 1. Well, it doesn't stand much longer. BMT walks in with Genetics and they grab that one away.
The Camelot Kings are playing decisively on the map. When they make a decision, they just stick with them. We're taking out this tier 1 tower. Let's dedicate everything we need to. Variety can create some space. He blinks forward, finds the double stun. No fear from the Solar Scarabs. They hold on to their beads, making just kind of realizing that there wasn't a lot of follow-up potential from the Camelot Kings, but it still does cost them that permanent bastion of safety in the center of the map. Now, Gold Furies, Pyromancers, Fire Giants all come with an added layer of entropy for the Solar Scarabs, and that they have to be concerned about the fact that they don't really have many places to retreat to anymore.
Big Man Tings will grab his red buff while the rest of his team continues their farm. We see a couple on the right-hand side to grab a blue for Variety. Looking at Variety's build going in towards his magical defense. SOT, interesting enough, actually skipped maxing out his magical defense. Feeds out of Big Man Tings, but SOT skipping to fill out his magical defense. You think that's maybe waiting to see which of those items he's going to need more?
I think I'm willing to bet, actually, that he just had the gold for Mystical Mail on back. That's my fairest bet, I'd say. It could be that he's thinking, maybe I want a Bulwark, maybe I want like a Pestilence, something along those lines. We'll wait and see going forward, depending on how much the sustain of the Camelot Kings is impacting the team fights. But I think a little bit more so likely is that dude just wanted some yellow numbers.
The infinite damage hack, as some players have so graciously called it. Back over here around the Primal Fury, all 5 of the Solar Scarabs grouped up, all 5 of the Kings grouping up. Netroid still in that left lane, has yet to make his rotation over. But even without Netroid, it seems the Kings are more than willing to start picking fights, and their first target is SOT.
Keep your eyes on the Solar Scarabs jungler. Scream's ultimate is the win con.
Inbound, stunned out, has to use the Stone Shield against himself. Genetics to zone him out, while Variety zones the other 3 of the Scarabs here. It'll be the dual lane rotating back over in towards their lane. The Primal Fury started up, but SOT may have walked just a little too far forward. Big Man Tings puts him down with the help of the rest of his squad, and now right back to the Primal Fury goes the Camelot Kings, and the Scarabs have no way back in here. Camelot Kings take another objective.
Somehow Scream knew that fight was going to go south before it actually happened because he fully disengaged himself to the opposite side of the map. If the Kraken's the win condition, I guess you don't lose unless it goes down for nothing. Scream is at least forced to use his bees, even though he was nowhere near the actual POI. And the Camelot Kings not only find themselves a pick, but they also get the neutral objective, desyncing the timers on Gold Fury and Pyromancer. I don't think the Camelot Kings need to slow down whatsoever. Group up immediately on Pyromancer spawn.
Eyes are set towards Netroid for the Scarabs at the least. They'll take about a third of his health bar away, but he got the buff, and that's all that Netroid really cared about there. Probably wasn't too happy having to use his beads and his ultimate, but at least getting to live on to see another fight is probably the more important thing. That's a Charon's coin out of Scream. Yeah, I'm definitely glad I didn't make you try and predict anything, because this man went on SMITE randomizer, clicked Poseidon, and it just spit something out for him, and this is what he's running.
Well, if you're going no blink, I think it makes sense to go for a movement speed stack on a god like Poseidon, because it's really about, can I find these priority targets? If no, we lose. If yes, we might win. So additional movement speed is going to help you out a lot in that regard. Stone of Binding makes sense because the majority of your abilities apply some form of CC, so you're going to benefit from that passive pretty often. But he has got a very interesting build that I would not have predicted.
Genetics is able to zone SOT away so that his team can grab the Pyromancer and further desync those timers out. So it is a Fury on the left side, a little bit of a slow wait. Pyromancer on this right side. Now only the Fire Giant is standing in the way of the Camelot Kings. Potentially push this game further. The tier 1 tower on the right-hand side with not much health left to it. Full minion wave, they'll be able to grab that, add some more gold to their pockets, push them up 6,000 gold in the lead here at 17 minutes.
It's a rotation from the Solar Scarabs over towards the right. 4 versus 2.
Genetics goes in with the ultimate, but doesn't find anybody. He'll just spin in place and is surrounded. 3 players chasing him down. The Fire Giant will throw a little bit of damage his way. Variety's here to try and help him out, but it's a Cataclysm and a Kraken onto Genetics, plus the knock-up right after. But no one dealt the last bit of damage. Genetics, is he going to make it out? No, he will not. SOT leaps in and puts him out with the barrier.
Variety and Big Man Ting start to make their rotation out of the team fight as well. Where's Netroid on the meanwhile? He's looking towards the tier 2 tower on the left-hand side, and if Stewart shows himself, it's going to be a 2v1.
SOT fighting up against Big Man Tings, but it's 2 on that left side versus Stewart, and 2 versus 1 on this right side with SOT in the middle. He uses his ultimate, but the shield is already gone. There's nowhere else and no other defense left. He'll leap over the wall, and that's his last safety. SOT squeaks on out, but he loses both relics, and he loses that ultimate.
And Stewart, without any help, could not defend the tier 2 on the left-hand side. That one goes down, favoring the Camelot Kings yet again. The response from the Solar Scarabs, a tier 1 tower on the right-hand side of the map. I'd say that is a uneven trade, not equivocal. The Solar Scarabs slowly starting to see the bleed reflected in experience and gold. That is some tough deficits to play into.
And Scream is still up in experience here over Captain Twig, but the rest of the team, look at this mid lane deficit, 2 levels separating these hunters. And with all that extra advantage they've got with Netroid now on this right side and a second hunter joining in Big Man Tings, this Fire Giant stands no chance against the Camelot Kings. That one will go down swiftly.
I just could not tell you the change up for the Camelot Kings. These guys have been sneaky in the studio. They're taking team meetings outside in the dark of night near the trees. I had to go let them back in so they could have their secret strategy meeting. And then when they come back inside, they've become Jade Dragons 2.0. These guys are Jazzberry jamming the Solar Scarabs. It's completely wild to see the macro-focused team completely change their style to, when we see people, we run at them. These guys have completely subscribed to the Pokemon trainer mentality. If they lock eyes, they walk them down. And the Camelot Kings have not played this style just about at all this year, but for some reason, they seem to be completely adept at adapting to it. The Solar Scarabs have been completely caught off guard, and now the Camelot Kings, in a Game 5 situation, 20 minutes in, have Fire Giant on 5 members and the entirety of the map to play with.
And it's the shoe on the other foot. You know, the Solar Scarabs are the team that have loved coming out here and fighting as early as possible, draft these early game comms, a box as quickly as you can, that way Scream can free farm and then carry the rest of the game on his Kali or whatever other janky pick he wants to run out here. Poseidon, I guess, in this case here. But when I asked Stewart, I said, how are you going to deal with them? You know, you guys are normally scrappy. How are you going to translate that here up against the Kings? He just said, well, I don't know. I mean, they don't really like to fight, so there's not a whole lot that we can do. Well, it seems that shoes on the other foot here. The Camelot Kings are the one who want to scrap, and the Scarabs don't know how to respond to their fight.
A 4-man stack from the Camelot Kings on the left-hand side. It's Genetics in first, and the Phoenix, it's taken a fair deal of damage. But the Camelot Kings decide to play it a little bit slower here. Solar Scarabs all now back at full fighting strength, whereas Variety is still starting to work his way through the center of the map with the minion wave. The Camelot Kings show up on the left side. Phoenix say, if nobody's here, we'll take it. If people show up, no reason to leave it up to risk. Let's go ahead and cross our T's and dot our I's first.
Just a methodical play here out of the Kings. Can't get anything on left. I say, okay, cool. We got our damage check. We got our vision check response. Are you going to come through? Cool. Okay, let's go ahead and take tier 2 in mid lane. Fire Giant still has a couple of minutes left on the buff before that one inevitably fades away. Camelot Kings, they've all gone back to base. It doesn't seem that they're too interested in forcing any major fight up on any of these Phoenixes.
As of right now, I think the Camelot Kings are probably right and decided to play it a little bit slower. They still have a full minute on this Fire Giant power play, so they can regroup and try yet again. But the defense of the Solar Scarabs is sneaky good. Space denial from Baronix, Bees, and Honey means that Blink is going to be pretty hard to utilize for the Kings. as well as Kraken just being a one-shot tool could be pretty nice as well. Only one Aegis on the side of the Camelot Kings, so those Krakens likely will find decent value as long as they're connecting with the ideal targets. The Solar Scarabs, they've got to put up a shut-up, though, and the Camelot Kings, they're here.
Better pray that you have your beads and Aegis up against Big Man Ting. Top of the damage charts for his team. He's got a Heartseeker, and he even finished his Bluestone. So 5 full items online for the mid lane Hunter. You better be damned if you walk anywhere near this guy without a relic up.
But the Solar Scarabs have done another good job of just putting up a defense on the left side of the map. And it is the Camelot Kings starting to slowly work their way away. But 3 versus 2. Now it's a split push, and the mid Phoenix is burning quick.
2 is down here. Variety's going to zone away, inbound as much as he can. Kraken comes out, and it's Aegis by Big Man Tings. But the damage is already done. Mid lane Phoenix is gone. Variety will just play the zone duty to make sure the rest of his team can get their retreat. Fire Giant fades in just a few seconds, and it's a quick retreat now. Now the Camelot Kings to reset and get prepped for the objective once more.
And that is a well-executed split push by the Camelot Kings. A 3-2 split, 3 on the left, 2 in the center of the map. The Solar Scarabs have done such a good job in the 5-on-5 engagement of slowing down the Camelot Kings that they say, well, I mean, there's no reason for us to do it. You can't force us to 5-on-5. We're the aggressors. We get to choose where the fights happen. And immediately the Solar Scarabs, slow on the uptake, are not quite able to rotate in towards mid in time. The Camelot Kings drop the Phoenix down to about sub 50% HP before the Scarabs have really dug in deep and found their footing on that mid Phoenix. And by the time the Phoenix is that low, when you've got Fire Giant, you can't really dedicate yourself to the defense because half of a Phoenix goes away so quickly.
Camelot Kings, I just looked up and noticed the goal, 12,000 plus separating the Kings and the Scarabs. 7,000 experience means a lot less at this stage as everybody's starting to hit those level 20s. Mid lane, just propped over there for Baronic, SOT right behind. But it's the item power spikes across the board that are maybe the most impactful. As the Scarabs group around the top end of the jungle towards the Fire Giant, the Camelot Kings are the one who have the advantage moving in as they get set up as the objective has respawned.
Now that the Camelot Kings have figured out how they want to siege these Phoenixes, I think the Solar Scarabs realize that in a 3 versus 3 or 2 versus 2, they're not exactly favored. 5-on-5, maybe they can put up a defense around their Titan, the only sole objective the Camelot Kings would go towards if they get a Fire Giant for free, which is why I agree with this call. I think the Scarabs essentially have to try and put up a defense around this Fire, but Donde Esta Scream, he's on the other side.
They're going to have to do something now because the Fire Giant's going fast, and it's just Netroid really putting out that damage. It'll be held on to by Genetics. SOT leaps in to find BMT, and BMT will immediately leap out, but Variety is going to try and slow SOT down, and all the while the Fire Giant never got leashed, and that one's going to go directly to the Camelot Kings. SOT at half health. He jukes away the turtle and he leaps out. And that might just be enough for him to get out. But Genetics over on the opposite side does manage to find Baronic while Captain Twig continues the chase down against SOT. Whirlpool is good to get the solo out.
I just can't believe Scream went for the split push. Bobby finds a 2-man Cataclysm, but it's Baronic who falls.
Baronic is down. It's already 1 versus 4. Make that now 3 only alive for the Solar Scarabs to face against the might of the Camelot Kings. Right side Phoenix goes down, and it's 5 versus 3 in the throne room, and only Scream has an ultimate left. Whirlpool gets tossed out instantly. A leap in by SOT, and it's Variety tanking this one up. Kraken goes through and splits the uprights in the midst of it all, and it's the Camelot Kings taking game number 5, taking the set, and sending the Solar Scarabs packing in day 1.
A wild back and forth set has been nightcapped by one of the strangest games I think I've ever seen. Scream hits like 2 Krakens in the early game, gets a kill both times, and then says, all right, I think that's enough for me. I think I've had enough fun with my unorthodox pick and my strange builds, and I'm going to go over to the tier 2 towers in the duo lane and look at them while they do the Fire Giant. It's just strange plays across the board, a wild set, to say the least, and the Camelot Kings come out ahead.
Camelot Kings the big win here today. That means they're going to move on to day number 2, and we're going to move on to a break. We'll bring it back to the desk right after so that they can break it down and close out our first day.
took us 5 games to get there, but there we got, and it's the Camelot Kings on top of the Solar Scarabs moving forward in the Phase 3 playoffs. They have a tough matchup tomorrow, one that I'm very excited for. Also very excited for the SMITE World Championship, and if you at home need an outlet for all that excitement, you can go to shop.hi-rezstudios.com right now. Don't delay. Do it right now. You can pick up the flag signed by all of our pros, as well as that awesome hoodie, and I will reiterate that I hope I'm getting one of. In Neoma, I'm going to do the same bit all over again. Guess what else? Guess what else people can get?
What else can they get,
They
Dave?
can get the Season 8 digital loot pack, which includes Divine Wind Gilgamesh, Elkin Kurnanos.
Jeez.
Also, PK Scylla.
No way.
And you know where that came from?
Where?
That came from you winning the SMITE World Championship
That's
last
crazy.
year. That is
There's
wild.
so many savings.
There's
That's insane.
You're losing money if you don't buy it.
Seriously.
Right, so, go
It's
online.
robbery. You're robbing them blind. Buy it now.
No, they're robbing us blind.
That's what I said.
Something like that. Shop.hi-rezstudios.com is where you want to head for that one. 5-game set here, Neil. A lot to look at, a lot to unpack here. There was what felt like kind of a micro meta that formed in this set. AMC suddenly
Scrosided
was this. Yep, that happened as well. It existed in that game, but it felt like the Camelot Kings had a good answer to it.
They did. They played fantastic. They just put all the pieces together. They took down Scrosided, not an easy feat.
Twice, yep.
I think the last time we saw Scrosided, Genetics
Right.
and Scream were on the same team as well.
That might be one of the more egregious ones, as far as ones that I hate. When you look at like player plus god name combos, that's towards the top of my dislike chart.
Why?
Oh, it's just not great. The beginning of this game, Captain Twig was able to run things. Look, when the game is starting to slip away already, a couple minutes in, you're already down 3-0. I think it does speak to the Solar Scarabs and their ability to bounce back that the kill started to get a little bit closer, Neil.
For sure.
But the gold lead never really did. It feels like this Kings team is very good, even if it's not in the kill department, playing that macro game and building up the farm and keeping their team up.
Yeah, it felt like the Scarabs were getting kills, but not around objectives. It seemed like the Kings were getting a lot of the objectives early game. And like we said before, whoever gets the lead is probably just going to keep their foot on the gas and run away with it. And I think that's kind of what happened here today.
Yeah,
Game
look,
5.
tough for the Solar Scarabs. This is... It's almost, and I want to make sure I'm very clear on this, it's not humorous that they lose, but it's almost humorous that it feels like the Scarabs push every single set they play into the absolute distance. They're going to Game 5, Game 3. It feels like every single time that they play. Win some, they lose some. Unfortunately, they come out on the short end of this one. Still have a chance at the SMITE World Championship later on. In a few weeks, we'll have, of course, the placement rounds, and that's where we'll see the Solar Scarabs next. Head should be held high. I mean, look, this is the first LAN event for a couple of these players with this team. You're able to go up against a very good Camelot Kings team, one that some of the casters have winning this whole tournament, and you push them to 5 games. So I think there's stuff to be proud of for sure for the Solar Scarabs. Camelot Kings, though, as well, because Scarabs threw some jank out there. Kings answer back with some jank of their own. You get Uller mid on her ADC, and it looked good.
Yeah, they rolled with the punches for sure. I mean, we saw like Tiamat during the set, and then all of a sudden he's Big Man's whipping out Uller. I mean, it's kind of crazy over the place, but that's what you need to do to win, right? Sometimes when these weird metas happen and you see something you might not have seen, a bunch of ADC mids, sometimes you just need to say, let's just do the same thing and see how it works. And I think that's exactly what happened here today.
I'm proud of you, Neil, and you are one of the least affected Chair 2s analysts that I've worked with as far as being affected by the player that we're about to interview standing right there, and when you are talking about him, Miff immediately sells out regardless of who it is. If there's somebody standing right next to Miff, immediately all analysis is out the window. Aggro's he's wishy-washy on it, but Neilma pulls no punches. He was saying some harsh things about Big Man Tings, who's standing by for the post-game interview with J-Mac.
Well, let's maybe hope for some less harsh things coming out of here. Big Man Tings, first off, congrats on your win today over the Scarabs. How does it feel finally being over here and united with the whole team, all on the same ping, no longer having to play on that EU ping?
It's a relief, honestly. Can actually play some more gods that I've been wanting to all year, so it's good to be over here. I wish I could be over here a little bit sooner, but, it happened the way it did, and I'm glad to be here now.
Yeah, speaking of playing with new gods out here, you bring out the Uller in game number 5, something we haven't seen you really play at all this year. What kind of possessed you guys in game number 5? Because this felt like an entirely different animal out of the Camelot Kings in this 5th game.
Yeah, It was a bit of a weird set. I mean, we just went through a lot. I played 5 different gods throughout the whole set. It was just a very weird, like, micro meta being formed in the set, and we were very unknown with what Scarabs were going to come out. So I'm glad it panned out the way it did.
Yeah, it seems, talking about, the unknown of what they might do, there was one, or maybe I should say at least 2 consistencies in your banning phase throughout them the entire way. Odin and Hades, is this just, you're just trying to keep SOT down? I mean, what's the mentality on banning those 2 gods specifically in all 5 of these games?
I think the Hades was just kind of like a cheese pressure pick, and we just didn't want to deal with it. We knew Harry could, like, hold his own. We're not against that pick. And the Odin's just being annoying all year, having to pick gods that can either destroy the cage, rely on Phantom, jump out the cage and stuff. So just having to not deal with some of the more annoying stuff and just force them elsewhere.
Well, congrats on your win. I'll let you get back with the team. That way you guys can celebrate. We'll see you here tomorrow, and we'll throw it right back to the desk to close our day.
Confidence in nothing less for the Camelot Kings for good reason. You finally get the team all together. You play in a tough competitive set, and the team is able to come out on top. And so now, Neoma, you wonder if this is almost a set where you've been playing, and you and the Oni Warriors are going to have some of this to play around with as well, where it maybe actually takes some getting used to. You imagine that it's just automatic great having everyone on LAN, everyone here together, but maybe there are some growing pains to those first couple games getting used to all being together.
Yeah, I think for sure there's definitely new things you need to explore when people come. Like they were saying, he can play new gods now, so it's going to be a lot of experimenting, fiddling around with what kind of picks you want to do. And when you start experimenting with god pools and you start getting different drafts, it can be hard to glue everything together, but obviously the Kings did so today, and props to them.
No growing pains for you and the Oni Warriors, though. You're firing
Of course not.
All cylinders from day one.
Yep.
You're
always do.
You're starving for a crumb of dub, as we've done here on. You'll get a Neoma, don't you worry. Schedule that we've got for the first couple of matchups so far. Olympus Bolts fall to the Jade Dragons in a 3-0 set. Both of these sets admittedly surprising for 2 different reasons. One, you almost expected that first set to be the one that goes 5 games. The Jade Dragons, the Bolts, back and forth. And the Bolts just didn't really have an answer today. And the Solar Scarabs, they show up big against the Camelot Kings, but fall short in game number 5. So now our matchups for tomorrow are set. The Tartarus Titans and the Jade Dragons, and then the Atlantis Leviathans and the Camelot Kings. And what a couple of matchups we have. Remember, these are all important for different reasons. Actually, all the same reasons. All those matchups, all 2 of those matchups in studio tomorrow. Titans, Dragons, Leviathans, Kings, all 4 teams will be here in studio tomorrow, as well as the winners of those 2 matches automatically get a spot in the SMITE World Championship. They get to skip that play-in round a little bit later on. Then, of course, we want to crown our Phase 3 winners in the finals. But you win a semifinal, you're going to the SMITE World Championship no matter what. But a fun day of action, Neil. I loved having you sit alongside me. I know you had to go through 5 games worth of Dave on the desk, and I'm sorry for that. But it was a lot of fun to hang out here with you. You look forward to tomorrow. Titans and Dragons, Leviathans and Kings. Do either of those 2 stand out to you, or are you thinking both are going to be pretty good matchups?
I think both are going to be amazing. I mean, it's tough to say. Like you saw today, anything can kind of happen. The meta changes at the drop of a hat between games. So I'm really excited to see what the teams bring tomorrow. If they're going to be more of the same here. Are we going to see Hunters in mid? Are we going to see more Mages in mid tomorrow? Who knows? So I think there's going to be a lot of cool matchups and a lot of surprises.
A lot of surprise. And then you look at the dynamic between teams that have already played. The Jade Dragons have had to show a little bit. Kings have had to show a little bit. We don't know what the Titans or the Leviathans are bringing into their sets tomorrow. The Tartarus Titans versus the Jade Dragons will kick off our semifinal matchups tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. All of them live, all of them here in studio. A full day of exciting SMITE action to be had. You don't want to miss it. So on behalf of myself, Neoma, all the other casters, everyone back in production, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.